Arc 6, Chapter 9, Breakthrough Sand Time. Translated by Raman Waiter, proofread by Archbishop. The first day of the Ogria Sand Dunes conquest finished immediately after sunset. Once the dead of night arrived, the longest of the 3 sand times that blew per day would arrive. If they forced their way through that miasma-laden sand, their bodies would be ruined, and there was the possibility of losing their path. If they were even unable to see the landmark that was the Pleiades watchtower, then it would be wise to sit back, spending a peaceful night regaining their strength, restoring their spirit for the following day. Now that I think, will the witch beast countermeasures work while you're sleeping too? Of course. Having your butt chewed by animals you brought is such a stupid thought that it's not even funny. Aware of the menace the witch beasts of the Ogria sand dunes presented, Subaru was somewhat, or rather, quite unsure of them. Laughing at his timidness, Meili was proud. She appeared to be in a good mood ever since the sand earthworm incident, perhaps because she had proved her worth. Subaru understood that getting her in a good mood had benefits to their lives, safety, so from here on out, he wished to be serious about dealing with that too. Anyhow, night had fallen. Subaru and the others had positioned themselves in the middle of the sand dunes, in a sandy plain with a good field of view, and had begun the preparations against the sand, with the dragon carriage at the core. Having said that, they did not need that many preparations. Putting aside how the responsibility weighed on one person, the method really was simple. Subaru. All right, Emilia-tan. Sorry for always relying on you, but please. Emilia. Okay, make sure to move away a bit, take this. Emilia let out a listless yell and used her magic, just like when she had erected a tower of ice. Then, a wall of frost formed on the east side of the halted dragon carriage as cover, which would act as defense against the sand wind, shutting out the sand entirely. There was no worry about the ice melting, and it would likewise protect them against petty witch beasts. It looked and felt cold, but after their eyes were closed, it would work well enough. Julius, I cannot help feeling uncomfortable because we are always being spoiled by Emilia-sama's powers. Emilia, it's fine. I said it before, didn't I? Subaru and Julius will be the ones doing their best while we're on the move. Also, I've said this too, but I am in really good condition. Subaru, seems like you'd usually start to feel chest pain. That sounds dangerous to me. Looking at the icy wall, Julius sighed as Emilia flexed her bicep. Gazing at Emilia's soft, white upper arm by his side, Subaru thought that he should pay attention to Emilia's condition. In fact, the miasma-laden air drifting about in the sand dunes did have a particular heaviness to it. That heaviness had a vague effect on Subaru's body, and it seemed to also have an effect on Beatrice and Julius, both taciturn. It could be possible that Anastasia and Ram being quiet inside the dragon carriage was not unrelated. On the other hand, Emilia and Meili seemed to be in good condition, Meili being the same as before. He did not believe they had common traits, but he should be vigilant for the appearance of any extreme effects. Although, truth was, he wished to get out of the sand dunes as fast as possible. Julius, impatience is forbidden, although I cannot say I understand why you want to rush over the path. Subaru. Beckoning a silent Subaru, Julius gazed up at the eastern sky blocked by ice. Subaru felt like he had been seen through, so he snorted his nose and turned away from the ice wall. Then Patrash came near Subaru, pressing her snout on his shoulder. Subaru felt her doing it over and over, and he gave a bitter smile. Subaru, so are you going to try and calm me down too? It's not like I want to, in fact. It's not like the initiative has been taken either, I suppose. Beatrice pushed his back and turned away, although previously she had been looking up at him meaningfully. Subaru scratched his head, wondering if his irritation was plain for all to see. Looking over, Subaru found Emilia, looking at him with kind eyes. As their lines of sight crossed, she waved towards him ever so slightly. Suddenly embarrassed, Subaru clapped his hands. Subaru. All right, a place to sleep has been secured thanks to Emilia-tan, so let's get ready for tomorrow. The sand time will end at dawn, so until then let's. Emilia. Before that, Ram needs her treatment. Subaru. Ah, true, that's right. Okay, then I'll be depending on Emilia-tan and Biko for that. He attempted to go through the topics quickly and was halted by Emilia, trying to follow the daily routine. Emilia and Beatrice nodded at Subaru's anticipations, and the treatment began with the men being put outside. Also, as for why Subaru and Julius had been put outside once the healing begun ram. Tilda. One could tell that it had started because of the voice that could be heard faintly, even through the door. Ram's enthusiastically quivering voice sounded like she was enduring pain. A faint light arose inside the dragon carriage. The treatment was being administered with the use of mana that combined 4 attributes. Mana was being poured into the wound inflicted from having lost her horn, Ram's appearance pitiful. On one hand, though, it really did feel like something erotic somehow. Therefore, after the treatment had been witnessed the first day, they refused to have the men with them during healing. Subaru. I don't get what Roswell was thinking in wanting you do that repeatedly. Julius. In a way, it is definitely an honorable role. Miss Ram is charming and pretty. However, when I think about the obvious matter of who she has eyes for, I honestly cannot be pleased with it. Subaru. Roswell should know that too, so I don't know why would he be doing it still, in that case. Why would he still say that about Ram, if she's so far gone? Julius. People's relationships, even more so when speaking of a relationship between a man and a woman, cannot be assessed from the outside. To put it another way, I am pretty sure the first time you and I met is not an enjoyable experience. Or at least, I did not think I would be going alongside you on this life-threatening journey. Subaru, well, I guess so. Hearing the lovely voice from behind him made Subaru's face faintly turn red as he scratched his nose. Julius had a nonchalant face, but despite that it was still a very strong stimulus to any innocent youth. But still, they could not get away from there and get sniffed out by dangerous witch beasts. They had no choice. It was necessary. You look quite conflicted, Natsuki-kun. Subaru, you are. While Subaru was quietly listening, the breath that blew against his ears made him jump. He lost his posture and tumbled onto the sand, then seeing the figure of Anastasia coming around from the other side of the dragon carriage. Julius, who had been alarmed by Subaru's panic, lost his composure at the sight of Anastasia, and he looked at the rolling figure. Julius, you got a little too surprised. It was as if you were thinking of something evil. Subaru. Huh. It's not like I was thinking of something evil or anything, you know. Yeah, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Not at all. Not one bit. So what do you need, Anastasia-sen? I'll listen to anything. Anastasia, you really are bad at fooling people, aren't you? Well, it's fine. Natsuki-kun may be interested in what's going on inside, but I've got something important to talk about. Subaru shook off the dark disdain in Julius's eyes, shot a thumbs up towards Anastasia. Anastasia smiled lightly at that reaction and trekked over the sand in boots, and Anastasia, wow, it's hard to walk. You and Julius seem fine, eh? Julius, I have trained, although I would not go as far as to say that it was for this specific occasion. Subaru, when you feel unsure of your footsteps, don't walk slow in attempts to check them, leave it up to the firmness of your shoe soles, and take relatively hard steps. That is the Clind style. It was the basis of the rough road running style he learned from the all-purpose butler, Clind, back when he was learning parkour. Anastasia gave an admiring nod at those words, and after that she lowered the neck of her robe, the lower part of her face now showing. She took a deep breath. Anastasia, I don't get this sand, but it seems like it's chalking me out. I'd like to go somewhere safe from this sand wind as soon as possible and breathe as much as I want. Subaru, agreed. I'd like to take a bath too. My head's already smeared with sand. He could now understand the reason as to why people in desert areas would wear turbans on their heads, countermeasures for sand, heat, and cold. It was a reasonable yet inevitable way of life people living on rigorous land had to follow. Subaru, too, was moderately wrapped in cloth, but it was not enough to protect him from this type of conditions. Anastasia, a bath sounds good, yeah. It'd be nice if there's a bath at that Sage Son's place. Subaru. Of course, I don't know that much. Is it like that? Anastasia. Even if Echidna knows how to get there, it's not like we've ever been in it. Anastasia pulled down the neck of her robe even further, the scarf that she always wore now in display. A major premise of this whole deal was that Eridna was the guide for their journey. There was no point in doubting her, but he wished to work out the details. Subaru, I can assume that you're going to tell me important things here on out, right? Anastasia, of course. Julius, I shall listen gladly. Anastasia puffed out her slim chest, and Subaru and Julius got ready to listen. In response, Anastasia looked back at the dragon carriage pompously. Anastasia, we'll be staying the night inside the carriage starting today, but you boys need to sleep at the front seat. Can't have you getting carried away with the women and children in a small room after all. Subaru, that's enough of that. Anastasia, hey, I just thought I'd loosen the tension. Oh well. It didn't matter at all that they would stay in the same room in the first place. His own lack of courage and the wariness of the other parties were enough for him to understand that. Anyhow, Subaru screaming his inner thoughts was put aside, and Anastasia went into the main topic. Anastasia, after a full day of moving towards the watchtower, how's it looking? Subaru, even if you ask that. To be honest, the results weren't anything special. Subaru was puzzled by her question, reflecting about the day that had passed. After arriving at the Ogria sand dunes around noon, letting the morning sand time pass by, and after that, Subaru and the others spent nearly half the day moving. The sand time that happened during the afternoon was now behind them, and it was now sunset. As for the results that were had up to this point, they would be Subaru. The tower is perfect as a landmark, and we've got the mark for the way back that I requested of Emiliatan. Also, melee was more effective than expected. Those were the results, I guess. Julius, the preparations we had beforehand and Subaru's quick thinking were perfect countermeasures against sand time. But the problem is Pleiades' watchtower, and while we cannot see the route up to there, perhaps. Subaru can't see the route. Subaru frowned at Julius, him having taken over speaking, but having reached a different conclusion. Julius sighed at Subaru, prefacing his speech with, "Have you not realized? Julius, it is true that we have gotten this far in our journey without any noticeable flaws. I am also in agreement with the opinion that nothing has gone wrong thus far. Subaru, don't beat around the bush. It's a bad habit. Say it more directly." Julius, then I shall make it concise. Subaru, have you not noticed anything peculiar about the tower? Subaru. Julius asked him a question quietly, and Subaru gasped. After that, looking at the watchtower, a mighty majesty that could be seen on the other side of the ice wall, even in the night, asserting its presence. Even after Julius had pointed out something was wrong, Subaru did not notice any abnormality in the watchtower. Nothing should have been different about the tower at which he had stared at the whole day, compared to how it had been upon first arriving at the sand dunes. Nothing should have been different, surely. Subaru. Julius, it seems that you have noticed. That tower clearly is not getting closer, nor is it getting any farther. We have aimed at that tower, walking towards it this whole time, but the gap has not closed even slightly. Just like Julius pointed out, Subaru finally understood that abnormality. The faraway-looking Pleiades watchtower remained there, far away, without change, its size such that it felt like it could not be overlooked. There was no sort of change in its appearance. Subaru. No way, Julius. Subaru, I understand your frustration. However, we must be careful, Subaru. So after all the trouble we've been through today being smeared with sand and the distance we walked were all a waste, conquering this place is such a pain in the ass. Julius. Yeah. Subaru kicked the sand at his feet, raising his voice, and Julius was at a loss for words. Squatting on the ground in front of a bewildered Julius, Subaru scooped out sand with his palm with his lips pursed in a pout. Subaru. Hey, you for real. I've suddenly become tired after finding that out. Saying that those efforts were a waste seriously just sucks ass. Wow, this is the worst. Anastasia, your mental fortitude's weaker than I thought. Subaru. What are you looking at? Don't you see me suffering this much? I'm extremely depressed, and I feel extremely awful. You should have said something earlier, once you'd noticed it. Julius, I thought to not say anything until I was sure. I did not wish to discourage you. Subaru, this is how you people. He threw away the sand he had scooped up and stood up while clapping his hands. Glaring at Julius from below, Subaru acted indignant. Subaru, can you stop speaking in insinuations? Not like I'll get mad if you talk about something that came to your mind. Rather, we might find a clue from it. Do you guys have a "I'll just keep this inside of me" sort of mentality? Has that really made the situation better at all? Not once have I thought that I should have kept quiet. Julius. Sorry. Subaru. Speak up immediately, even if it's something trivial. This is something I told Ram as well, a disabled character in this conquest. Do I need to say it to everyone, man? With Subaru becoming dumbfounded by the incompleteness of the three Ts, told, tell, talk about. Julius also made a reflective look. With a rare assertion of dominance over the night impeccable, Subaru took that something, which he barely considered a good thing among the many troublesome things, and turned to Anastasia. Subaru. So, I guess it's safe to assume you know what's up with this phenomenon. Anastasia. I apologize that I didn't explain anything. Or rather, I felt confident about my suspicions all day. It'd help if you thought of it like that. Subaru. Start from when you had those suspicions. That's all. So what's going on? He stuck his tongue out at Anastasia, who had stated her justifications, and prompted her to continue. When he did, Anastasia proceeded with, "Please don't get surprised when you hear this." And Anastasia, this sandy plain between the dunes and the watchtower, the space is probably distorted. Subaru, the space is distorted. Anastasia. In other words, contrary to what it seems, it ain't connected to land. We continue walking straight ahead, and no matter how long we walk, we'll never get there. Anastasia nonchalantly clarified the shocking fact, and Subaru could not keep his jaw from dropping in shock. Anastasia, or rather Eridna, should have known it from the beginning, considering how it sounded like the matter had been relayed by Eridna. Subaru, so I guess that's why Reinhard and all the other challengers couldn't reach it. Anastasia, the destination itself can be seen there. All you need to do is close the distance, especially if they'd been frantically attempting to escape the witch beast's den along this path. They'd probably want to go further. Subaru. For some reason, he thought of the regret of those adventurers that had broken down halfway through their journey, their goal in plain sight, just in range. This obstacle which hampered those with the watchtower as their goal was an obstacle that even Reinhard had given up on conquering. The distortion of space and the end of the sand sea that actually could not be reached, perhaps that was how it worked. Subaru, how do you defeat that? Anastasia, ain't you kinda missing the point by asking about defeating and not defeating it? This is a natural trap created by the miasma. There's no kinda unnatural power going on here. Subaru, a natural trap. This, on rare occasions, nature would set up traps that seem to have an intrinsic murderous nature to them. The frequently seen mirages at deserts, and the snow-covered roads that bordered the cliffs of areas with heavy snowfall. Thinking about it generally, humans could get killed by things like bottomless swamps or even being pulled in by rising tides. However, as one would expect, the existence of this watchtower was Subaru. This is a trap made by nature. That's an exaggeration, isn't it? Julius. Well, Pleiades' watchtower was originally built at a place where this phenomenon occurs. If you think about it that way, it is not unnatural. Also, it makes sense. Subaru. It makes sense. In what way? Julius. You cannot forget. Yes, the sand dunes lead to the watchtower, but you must not the tower is not the only location beyond the sand dunes. Why do you think the watchtower is there in the first place? Julius chided Subaru's rude tone and urged him to think. An answer came to mind immediately after that question. The purpose of the watchtower they were targeting was to serve as a seal for the witch's shrine. Likewise, these sand dunes, unsurpassable trap, would be highly effective in deterring the witch cult with their aim to revive the Witch of Envy. He really could not blame anyone for that. Subaru. HK. Fine. Anyway, forget the details about why and how that tower was built there. I'm concerned about something else. It's how we're going to break through that distorted space. Anastasia, you know we can't remove its source, right? This is the land we're on. Subaru, Dejabu 1. I've understood the terrain and its peculiarities. Next, let's look for a weakness. Since you volunteered to be a guide, naturally there's a way out, right? A loophole. Anastasia, I wouldn't be talking if there weren't any. Putting it as something like a loophole is sketchy, though. Anastasia smiled wryly at Subaru, who continued to pressure her, the former displaying a pompous sort of attitude. After that, she nodded at Subaru and Julius, who gazed at her and spoke. Anastasia. During sand time, there should be a moment when the space connected to the watchtower collapses. We'll go through there and enter the real sand sea. That's the condition of breaking through, you see. The attack on the sand dunes that started on the following day had a series of consecutive, difficult situations. The condition for the path to the watchtower that Anastasia had disclosed must be shared by everyone on the crew. In other words, most of their traveling would be useless until sand time, and meanwhile, the expectation would be too much for them. However, that anxiety was Anastasia. Even when that key sand time comes, whether we can reach the opening will depend on luck. Thinking about it that way, staying, still doesn't sound like a bad idea. Melee. Also, if we always tilde stay at one place, the animals around it might remember our smell. I'll be fine. Buot tilde if by any chance you lose me or something, then they'll chase you everywhere. Those were Anastasia and Melee's opinions of how to survive without problems. The former's opinion was somewhat unreliable, but the latter's opinion touched on the fact their life was on the line. It was not something he wanted to think about too much, but turning away from danger would be mere cowardice. Daring to be truly courageous, facing fears and nonetheless fighting was something invaluable. Subaru, right, Emilia-tan. Emilia, yeah, right. Subaru. Emilia-sama, you shouldn't take it so seriously. This is the time to make a face for a stupid occasion. He talked with the face inside the dragon carriage periodically, but his motivation did not diminish, even after hearing that the previous day of travel had turned out to be a waste. They had quite a lot of flexibility with things like the food and water procured at Merula. He wanted to believe that there was nothing to be anxious about, since the miasma's effect was being mitigated by Emilia and Beatrice's spiritual arts ability. Subaru, actually, I'm getting stressed out from not knowing how many days we'll have to work at this. Subaru, spit out the sand in your mouth. Don't swallow it, in fact. Even if it's not a lot, it's sand with miasma, I suppose. If you deal with it improperly, you'll have a painful experience later, in fact. Beatrice warned Subaru, who had become completely used to the feeling of tasting sand in his mouth, and therefore less cautious. In Subaru's arms, as was usual whenever they would ride dragons, Beatrice took out a water container from his pocket. Beatrice, look, I'll rinse your mouth, I suppose. You can't bathe, so at least clean your mouth, in fact. Subaru, hey, come to think of it, you're clean even without taking a bath. Beatrice, that's because Betty's body is made up of mana, I suppose. So Betty is always clean, in fact. Betty being pretty anywhere at any time is a given, I suppose. Subaru, yeah, cute. Beatrice pouted at Subaru's apathetic response, but he patted her head, and he played with the drills that had been pushed into his robe. They were done in braids today. Subaru, oh, we've discovered a group of witch beasts again. They only seem like mere animals when they keep away from us like that. Melee, if you move away from me and come close to them, people like Oni-san will get bitten in a flash. It's strange, but all the animals around here stare at Oni-san. He brought Patrash near the dragon carriage, while looking at the group of witch beasts that were gathering at a place off to the side of their path. Melee, while looking at Subaru with a curious expression, murmured, "That's weird." It seemed like the girl did not know about the witch's lingering scent that surrounded Subaru. Subaru thought that it was of the same nature as the miasma, but it looked as if like he would never be able to understand its true essence. Anyhow, it appeared that the scent had not faded away from Subaru, nor had its property of luring witch beasts disappeared. Subaru, oh, could that be a nostalgic witch beast? Ram, take a look. Ram, it's really discomforting how you talk about that, like it's a part of Ram's memories. They're nothing but painful memories to Ram, as well as to you, Barusu. The pack of devil dogs that were looking at them from afar were the same kind of disastrous witch beasts that had attacked the former Raswal residents. Ram acted harsh towards Subaru, who got enthusiastic unintentionally. Subaru, don't say that. If I were to depict what they are to me, you and Rem, I'd say that they built the bridges between us. If they weren't there, maybe I wouldn't even be here right now. When you think about that, we don't have a bad relationship with the weight. It is bad. It's shit. Ram, stop killing your own enthusiasm by yourself. Watching it elicits pity, listening to it elicits pity, and just thinking about it elicits misery. The stress caused by the pack of witch beasts a year prior had been revived. Sighing at an heated-up Subaru, Ram quickly shut the dragon carriage's window, thus concluding their conversation. Unfortunately, it could not be helped. That incident from a year ago, inside of Ram, had been painted over into a state in which it had been resolved in cooperation with Subaru, with the absence of Rem's existence. In truth, it was unclear how would they be able to take on the witch beasts without Rem, but it seemed that the amnesia was something she did not feel uncomfortable with. If the memory of Rem inside of Ram were revived, then the missing parts would be filled, and topics would mesh well too. He would think about it once the time came, although he felt like he'd only get insulted. Subaru, whoa, Sand time is dangerous. Sand time is ridiculous. Sand wind is dangerous. Emilia, I made the ice as clear as I could, but if it's no good, then tell me, okay? Subaru, it's already pretty bad. The almighty ice theory's collapsing. The crucial sand time had arrived. They rushed into the sand wind, piercing it, looking for the distortion of space that would lead them to the tower. But they were being struck by the sand's unimaginably overwhelming fury. What had been a particularly bad miscalculation was that the ice wall had been utterly defeated, despite having supported Subaru and the team's venture with an imposing performance thus far. Subaru, it's an ice wall, and yet the absurd sand is sticking onto it, so I can't see what's in front of me at all. Or rather, receiving such a strong wind with this wide area of ice is beyond suicidal. Emilia, what? Subaru, did you say something? I can't hear you at all. Subaru, the wind is too strong and this is beyond suicidal. Emilia, you want to die? No, you can't. Don't lose courage. Subaru, tell me about Guara. Sand violently went into my eye. Emilia, did you say something? Say it again. Subaru. Subaru, I'll say it again. Such a Spartan act is Guara. Emilia, Subaru. The sand wind was already a gale, was now already close to being a sandstorm. Although Subaru and the others were serious challengers, their interaction sounded more like a comedy act. Even having a thin plate of ice with the sole purpose of protecting themselves against the thin sand blowing against them from head-on was nothing but suicidal. In fact, it would have been better to cover their entire body in cloth and make themselves small to mitigate the wind striking them. However, the bottleneck in that strategy was Subaru. Keep going. Hang in there, Giant 2. We can only rely on your horsepower. Giant. The ground dragon took the sand wind head-on as it charged it down. They had already spent a few days conquering the dunes, and the bond that had been forged between them was expressed in the name it was being called. To put it briefly, the ground dragon of the gyrus species pulling the dragon carriage was named Giant. Its tenacity held the key to break through the sand wind. After all, the dragon carriage the girls were on did not have any way to diminish its size against the wind. As a result, there was no other choice for Giant but to pull on the dragon carriage with all its strength towards the wind. Julius, doing nothing but forcing ground dragons does not suit my style, but we depend on you now. Maylie, hang in Thea. I don't want to go back to that unending sandy plain again. Julius cheered on Giant, him holding onto the bridle, as well as Maylie, who sat next to him. Precisely because they were the ones viewing its tenacity closer than anyone else, they could believe in that underlying strength, sending words its way. Emilia and the others could not even open the small window in the wind, but that they were praying with worry inside the dragon carriage was a sure bet. As one countermeasure for the sand, Emilia had been asked to tamper with the dragon carriage with ice. Even though a sand protective board of ice had been stuck onto the front, it could not handle the fierce onslaught of the wind. Thus, Subaru brought out his last resort, a form somewhere in between a wing formation capable of directing the wind, and a sharp shape, a spear that would pierce fiercely into the sand wind had been fashioned. Subaru. It's an application of a mini four-wheel drive. Reducing its weight to make it light would be fatal, so I couldn't do that, but I did what I could. All right, go, Gungnir 3 penetrate. Giant, Giant stepped forward with fierce footsteps in response to Subaru's shout. The dragon carriage that had become a spear bit and tore through the wind, closing in on them with a frontal assault, escaping, moving forward and forward. Before long, the dragon carriage, crowned with the name of the spear of a god, burrowed into the scar of the bitten and torn wind, gouged out the sand's tyranny, and then it breaks through Subaru. The moment they escaped the sand wind, what swept over Subaru was extremely sharp silence. The wind that had made such an intense amount of noise close to their ears, the sand that struck them as if to shave their whole bodies, and the miasma that excited activity from the witch beasts, all vanished as if it were all an illusion. Subaru, the sand time had certainly had an abrupt ending, but it was even more resonating. The vigor of the wind intermingled with sand gradually weakened, and before long it slowly dissipated like being pulled in by waves, and nothing but the peculiar smell of the sand was left. However, only at this instance did that occur. In other words, that was proof that the ending of this sand time was a special case. Subaru. Feeling thirst in his mouth, Subaru gyrated. Upon doing so, he laid his eyes on Julius and the others, who, much like Subaru himself, were dumbfounded on having escaped the sand wind. Of course, them being there meant that Giant and the dragon carriage were likewise. Subaru, Julius. Julius. Ah. Subaru called out to him, and Julius, all tensed up, gave him an acknowledging gesture with his chin. After that, and before any other thoughts, they both raised their hands at each other, clenching their fists, and displayed their mutual admiration for breaking through sand time. To Julius's side, Maylie was seen wiping the sand off her body, then thanking Giant. This journey's most valuable player was definitely Giant. They had to show their gratitude to their heart's content, their appreciation, and reward it as much as possible, but Subaru. Leave that for later. We broke through. We did it. We did, Beatrice. What the? You're always being so loud right in my ears, I suppose, KH. Amidst Subaru's display of joy, his chin got pushed up by the bottom of Beatrice's palm coming up from below. The excellent blow caused Subaru's head to spin. Toppling over from Patrash like that, Subaru fell defenselessly onto the sand. Subaru's head was buried in sand, a large amount of sand entering his mouth, and so, getting up immediately, he lashed out at Beatrice. Subaru, why do you do that to me out of the blue? What's up with you? People were trying to be joyful. You scared me and made me swallow a bunch of sand. Beatrice, getting excited by yourself even while holding on to Betty is annoying, in fact. I don't understand things like downshifts, off-roads, gene shifts, burning souls, and all that, I suppose. My ears were on fire this whole time, in fact. Beatrice turned to Subaru, and she complained to him vehemently while mounted on Patrash. Subaru had various things to say about it, but he certainly could not deny the feeling that he had gotten a bit excited and shouted a bunch of random terms. What the hell was a gungnir? Subaru. Anyways, we broke through the sand time safely. First, let's celebrate that. Come on, Bands. Beatrice. Banzai, I suppose. Putting aside Beatrice's sulky attitude, they certainly had broken through the sand obstacle. Giving a few pats to Patrash's neck, as she had done her best, he showed his gratitude for the braveness of the beloved dragon that did not show tiredness on her gallant face. After that, Subaru rushed up to the dragon carriage, and to share his delight, Maylie. Oni-san. Subaru. What's wrong? You can be a little happier too, Maylie. Shut up. Maylie stopped Subaru, him trotting, her sharp words flying towards him as she turned around and looked his way. What was included in them was a clear warning about danger. Subaru was not enough of a fool to mistake what that meant. Subaru. In response to Subaru's silence, Maylie nodded while putting a finger on her mouth, and she slowly pointed towards the front with her free hand. Subaru, Julius, and Beatrice were lured by that movement and gazed on ahead. Beyond the sand wind they faced during sand time, the distorted sand sea up to the watchtower had been cleared. Thus, the watchtower's silhouette, looming before them, was evidently clearer and larger in comparison to how it had been up until now. It was possible to think that now there was a definite distance until their goal. However, Subaru, what's that? Colorful flower beds were spread in front of Subaru and the others, covering the sandy soil that led to the watchtower. Translation notes: 1, English flip. Means it's okay, all right. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Originally, okay. 2. Name is a Doraemon reference to the character with that nickname. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. 3. In Norse mythology, Gungnir is the spear owned by the king of Norse gods, Odin. For more information, see here. Arc 6, Chapter 10, As If a Flash. Translated by Archbishop Art Source, Harusabin. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English. Japanese web novel source. Arc 6, Hall of Memories, Chapter 10. As If a Flash, Japanese letter, Jumbled together with the vast land of sand dunes, was a flower meadow with a variety of colors. It was nighttime, and mysteriously, the light of the stars in the sky of the sand dunes was not visible. The reason why the look of the sky could not be perceived despite there being no gathering of clouds was that the miasma enshrouding the space above ground covered this vast sea of sand, was the explanation given beforehand. It was not clear to Subaru. whether the one to give that explanation had been Beatrice, or Emilia, or Julius. But now what was clear was, rather than the imperceivable look of the sky, the alarm bell of caution directed from the ground, the ominous bloom of the flower meadow undefeated in front of the darkness of the night. The vivid, rather venomous flowers were excessively mismatched in the sea of sand. Subaru, the sand dunes, flower meadow. Sensing the unsettling feeling while voicing it as well as he pronounced that word there, Subaru had already been aware. Emerging at the back of his mind was the information gathered in the bar of Murula. The bartender there, who had lost one of his legs, had spoken of the flower meadows that appear in the sand dunes. If flower meadows are spotted in the sand dunes, run away at full speed, is what he had said. Japanese letter BEC, a USE, those are the turfs of the ferocious, ugly witch beasts, courtesan bears. Subaru, but even if you say run away at full speed, pointing out the weakness in those words, the muttering Subaru, while gazing ahead, stepped back. The flower meadow was the territory of a witch beast. That information was beneficial. There was also the mention of immediately running from the henceforth ferocious and atrocious witch beast. But if there was a problem, it was its scale. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Keeping their silence, Subaru and the others, who were lined up in a row, held their breaths. In front of the row, having surmounted the menace of sand time, broken through the distortion of space, what had appeared was the continuous desert leading to the W, a TCHTOWER Japanese letter, those lines of sight, were now filled with the stretching flower meadow. It was, quite literally, dense enough for there to not be a single spot to step on. Springing forth all of a sudden in the desert was the paradise of the flower meadow. There were limits even when it came to shadiness. It was something that they would have avoided even without the warning of the bar's bartender. That is precisely why, if flying through the sky was an option, then they would have had chosen that and avoided this without any hesitation whatsoever. Subaru. Avoiding it is impossible, you know. Murmuring it such that there was no difference between it and a horse sigh, Subaru aimed his voice towards Meili. Under the present conditions, regarding their countermeasures against witch beasts, relying on Meili was of an unexpected benefit. What she judged controlled their path, but the complexion of her face, glaring at the flower meadow, was quite pale. With the formation of cold sweat, blood vanished from her light-complexioned skin. Without the need of any words, she understood the negativity of the emergency, as if having picked it up with her own hands. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Slowly, Patrash, with her large build, drew closer with unbelievable silence. On her back was Beatrice, seeing the instruction in her eyes, saying, "Jump on," in fact. Subaru placed his foot on the saddle, and while doing so, silenced all sound, and once again positioned himself on top of the dragon. Whether it was for continuing ahead or for returning back, it would not be possible for Subaru's legs, who would get swallowed by the sand. Even if their judgments were made through the reins, they would have to rely upon the well-walking legs of Patrash for fast movement. Meili. For now, it seems everyone is sleepy ~ng. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, holding his breath. How much time had it been since Meili's judgment had been awaited? As if 10 seconds had passed, or to him it felt like it had been nearly an hour, Meili spilled that out, as if whispering. Receiving that, Subaru, with energy draining from his shoulders, brought Patrash closer to the dragon carriage. Subaru, that flower meadow is the turf of the courtesan bear. That would be correct, right? Julius, in addition to the received prior information, for now that doesn't seem to be wrong. But it is just that. The scale is larger than what even I had thought. Beatrice, that difference in scale is addition of something as cute as it being twice or thrice, I suppose. Letting out a single sigh, Subaru and the rest, facing each other, exchanged their thoughts. Julius and Beatrice, too, at the great reception surpassing their expectations, were in a state of having lost their voices. One's inside the dragon carriage. Emilia and the rest, their voices of delight after having broken through sand time too, had come to a halt as they were showing their faces through the small window, wondering what had occurred. Emilia, Subaru, did something happen? The sound of the sand breeze can't be heard anymore. Subaru, we did a splendid job clearing sand time. And just when I thought we had cleared the first barrier, we're now standing. expecting the next, second barrier immediately. As you can see. Emilia, as you can see, you say. Ah. Seeing the clearly visible flower meadow at a single glance through the small window, Emilia's throat froze in shock. She had also heard what the bar's bartender had said. Of course, the information she recollected must also have been the same. Emilia repeatedly blinked her eyes, and beside her, Anastasia and Ram also showed their faces. The two also gazed at the flower meadow and grimaced at the cruelty of the trials to reach the tower. Subaru, even after passing through the sand, wind, and sand time, the obstacle this time are the flower meadows, ha. Regarding the territory of these courtesan bears, does Anastasia happen to know something? Anastasia, guiding is my business, expecting anything more than that be a problem. That Bain said this seriously is a bit of a problem. What should be done? Holding expectations from the opinion of the unexpressed Eridna, she, while shrugging her shoulders, did not seem to possess a plan to overcome the obstacle. Subaru let out a long breath from his nose and looked at Meili. Subaru, Meili, with your physical constitution, you can draw in the witch beasts, right? Courtesan bears, too, can't you pull them out from the flower meadow? Meili, that's difficult, tilde LT. If it's 10, 20, or even if it's 100, I can, but a number more than that, and there'll be some children to whom my instructions won't rear tilde ch. Subaru, there's a limit to the number, huh? Meili, there's also a limit on the quality tilde. Even I can't tell a rue tilde nd the white whale or the great rabbit. The courtesan bear is at that point, its compatibility with me is bar tilde d, very different from the shadow lion. Subaru, shadow lion. Ah, that large one who showed up at the mansion, right. Putting a limit to their conversation about old memories, Subaru considered Meili's opinion and glared at the flower meadow. Countless, a vast paradise of FLOWERS Japanese letter, just as expected. Even the estimate of the number of witch beasts could not be determined. But it was clear that it was easily more than 100, which was Meili's limit. Julius, in the present situation, it could be said that the choices we have are to either continue or return. Facing Subaru, who had drowned in silence, the driver Julius said that lifting two of his fingers and tilting his neck. Seeing Julius' fingers, Subaru inhaled. Subaru, the choice to return wasn't there from the beginning, you know. It'll be a waste after clearing sand time, but with that, nothing of the problem will get solved. Going ahead is meaningless too. Julius, if we get under a different sand time, or if we take a different path entirely, we may able to challenge the watchtower. Putting a halt to consideration and plugging up its path, isn't that simply drawing a hasty conclusion? The sand time that occurred thrice in the day, amongst them lay the correct answer, and that was Julius' insistence. What Subaru and the others had escaped out from was the sand time of late night. Others were the sand time of morning and afternoon, but was it possible that the place that would be reached through would differ as different sand times were chosen? No, gesturing that, Subaru shook his head. Subaru, for argument's sake, even if a different path was to be taken, I don't think it can possibly guarantee the safety of the path all the way to the watchtower. Here are the flower meadows, but there's the possibility of there being a different obstacle someplace else. Probably no enjoyable path has been arranged at all. Julius, certainly, slightly excessive hopeful observation, huh? Subaru. On top of that, possibly the situation of Meili being there and the turf of the courtesan bears. This one is actually the best path, that's also a possibility, you know. Julius. This time, excessive pessimism, huh? As always, it is your forte to denounce and uplift, isn't it? Subaru. I don't remember ever aiming for that. All right then, Meili. What about you? Harshly telling Julius, who rounded his eyes at how unfavorable the situation was, Subaru turned towards Meili. Silent, gazing intently at the flower meadow, Meili at Subaru's words said HM, with her gaze cast downwards. Meili, the number is painful, but if you tell me to do it, then I'll try doing I tilde T. It's not like I have to listen to everything which all of the animal sans have to saw tilde Y. Subaru, you don't need to for everything, you say. Meili, for passing through the flower meadow, it would be fine if just the minimum number of courtesan bears are quietly gotten rid o tilde F. If a path is opened up, for the rest I'll have them obediently sleep. If they're not attacked, then it can be somehow managed with tha tilde T. As if gaining certainty in her thoughts while answering the doubt, Strength returned to Meili's voice. At the very least, she had a stance of respecting Subaru's chance of continuing. That was something to be genuinely grateful for. Subaru nodded to Meili and then looked at everyone's faces. Subaru, I think we should continue. Regardless of what's chosen, there can be no return without jumping into the risk. It's about there being some solution to the problem rather than just running away from it. Ram, even though you rely on others to attain your own objectives, isn't that quite something to declare with that mouth? Ram fired bitter words at Subaru, who'd suggested to proceed. Receiving her typical words, Subaru let out an "oh" and raised his thumb. Subaru, ultimately, it's no mistake that we have to rely on Meili. By any chance, if it ends up being that we have to attack the witch beasts, then we'll have to rely on Emiliatan or Julius or Biko. How wicked. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Subaru. Oh, also, Patrash too. My bad, my bad. He caressed his beloved dragon's head, who'd raised her neck up as if discontent at having her name absent as one of the members he could rely on. Against that pathetic declaration of Subaru's, Ram, with a frankly astonished expression, shrugged her shoulders. Ram, having self-awareness will be of no help. At best, in that unlikely scenario, fulfill the role of a decoy. Subaru, hearing that is also pretty nostalgic. You may not remember it, though. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. At the words somewhat pertaining to the past, Ram made an anxious face. Those were words like those in the forest of the witch beasts, or on the morning of the day they headed out to the capital for the royal selection, which he had been slapped with by Ram. With Rem's existence disappearing from her memories, and accompanying memories altered now, where must have the back and forth of that day vanished off to? Subaru, let's go, to take it back. I don't want to backtrack for even a second anymore. Emilia, Japanese letter, HM, I guess that's so. I also think it's just as Subaru says. At Subaru's decision, who hardened his fist, consented Emilia with a gallant expression. She touched the pendant on her neck and stole the feelings of the spirit sleeping within the great magic stone into her fingers, and her amethyst eyes earnestly focused on the flower meadow. Emilia, beyond this flower meadow is the key to precious memories. Let's go without stopping. For sure, I will make sure to protect everyone. Anastasia, that isn't it a bit too uncool coming from a girl? At Emilia's majestic declaration, Anastasia said that as she looked towards Subaru. Keep quiet. He wanted to return that as response, but the truth is, if it turns out just as how Emilia says, he thought that that would be the best, as there would be nothing to worry about left. The distance till the Pleiades watchtower, gauged with his eyes, had roughly decreased several kilometers. Before crossing through sand time, when they had recklessly proceeded through the Ogria sand dunes, the supposedly visible distance to the watchtower, seemingly of 10 kilometers, had not reduced by even a single one. Compared to that, this reduction of distance was overwhelming, and it could be said that their arrival was right before their eyes. Subaru, but anything and everything comes after escaping away from this nest of the courtesan bears, completely filling their field of vision, the flower meadow, on top of the sea of sand enshrined majesty, strongly abhorrent. The plants having their roots embedded into the ground, such natural ecology was nowhere here. The slightly floating stems or roots were not growing from the ground, but from none other than the bodies of those repulsive brutes. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Around when they would be escaping the territory of the courtesan bears, what Meili had instructed to Subaru and the others was SIMPLE Japanese letter, to be as silent as possible. According to her remarks, the courtesan bears were currently lying dormant. They would not thoughtlessly wake them up, but in exchange for that, it seems they would not be able to get an idea of the ferocity of the witch beasts getting up after continuing to lay down. Meili, the bad animal sons being active, is the most brutal thigh tilde ng. The exterminated white whale, when appearing immediately after the fog, used to be the most enraged and seemed to be most troublesome to tilde. That was the digression Meili spoke of regarding the white whale. Thinking about it in accordance with that exposition of hers, the exact moment when Subaru and the rest had encountered the white whale at the Liffhouse Highway. In other words, immediately afterwards it had woken up, it had been the worst timing. Memories of suffering resuscitated, he painted his own praise for himself for having that desire of his fulfilled. Regardless of THAT Japanese letter Meili. Being angry when woken up goes for everyone, humans, animals, and bad animal sans. That's why stay completely quiet. If you can do just that, I'll somehow manage from my side. Abiding by the remarks of Meili, who possessed such strong will, thus commenced the march of the row who'd clamped down their breathing. Their battle formation was a substitute for the occasion of capturing the sand dunes, the style of the dragon carriage proceeding further. Sitting as the driver, conveying the intents of the courtesan bears was Meili, and in accordance with those aims Julius drove the dragon carriage further. Patrash, on which Subaru had a good grip on, attached and detached to the rear of that dragon carriage and raced in a single line. Japanese letter, feeling himself bend, Subaru, holding his breath, clutched onto Beatrice's petite body. Her body temperature could be felt. It seemed that she had stiffened her body and was feeling nervous. On the side of the dragon carriage, upon the roof of the dragon carriage, was present a figure who need not be suspected, for the familiar silhouette was that of Emilia. Japanese letter, noticing Subaru's gaze. Emilia aimed her amethyst eyes towards him and raised her hand. The reason why Emilia was lying in ambush like that upon the roof was so that she could move instantly in case an issue of some sort rose. Though Subaru would have liked her to quietly stay within the dragon carriage, but with the support of Julius, spirit arts gone, the only ally capable of long-range attacks was Emilia. Though it wasn't as if Beatrice could not do it if she pushed herself, but with a single large blow, Subaru would exhaust his gas. It was a part of Subaru's inferiority complex that, in terms of strength, he had to depend upon others, for protecting him as well, if he was present. If that wasn't so, if he did not have to do that, perhaps even WOULD Japanese letter. The weakness of thinking in that direction was always present within Subaru. Subaru, Japanese letter tilde HK. Japanese letter. With the rise of such uncompromising emotions beyond his control, the back of Beatrice's head pushed up his jaw. At Subaru's surprise, Beatrice snorted her nose. Focus on what is in front of you right now, is what she must have meant. Looking overhead once again, Emilia, too, had pointed her finger towards Subaru, and he understood that she was urging for similar caution. Japanese letter. Unable to express either compromise or understanding, he exchanged a deep sigh. The truth was that he wanted to slap his cheek and alter his emotions, but that could put his life at risk, an action that could prove to be deadly. And as Subaru's usual detour of thoughts gave rise to his resolution, the party's forefront arrived at the flower meadow practically at the same time. Meili, move. At once, Giant halted, pulling the dragon carriage, and Meili's faint voice slipped into the creaking sound of the wheels and was thrown towards the flower meadow. At first, there being no response to Meili's call, Subaru gritted his molars. Meili, move. Once again, Meili called out the order. Even still, indeed, no change was born in the flower meadow. In the vexing duration, Subaru's stomach lining started to grumble with something similar to itchiness. ND Japanese letter. With that distortion, the ground, as if truly being stripped off, the flower meadow arose. Japanese letter. Without thinking, looking straight at the form of the witch beast, Subaru's throat seized up. The witch beast, called the courtesan bear, befitting of its name, possessed a figure like that of a bear. The height of the courtesan bear was perhaps around 2 meters to 3 meters. Short legs, in exchange for that, arms long enough to drag on the ground. Its arms visibly concealed under black fur, and claw-like nails growing at the ends, is what he understood. From the rear to the armpits of that body, the vivid flowers swaying was the sort of impression it projected. But observing that witch beast from close proximity, one's eyes tended to turn towards the front rather than the rear of that body. Though its physique was concealed by black fur, creeping about that body was not body hair. Closely packed, wrapping the body were the finely jumbled together roots of the flowers. They appeared as if blood vessels that were floating on the skin the minute roots were covering the body of the witch beast. Subaru. Japanese letter tilde HK. On the body covered with closely packed roots, the parts which the roots did not reach were abnormally parched, and both the flesh and skin had withered. Its facial features, its cranium had reached the limit of dehydration to the point where it was visibly obvious, and its circular, protuberant eyeballs were bloodshot, wielding hatred for everything in this world. That seemed to be as if it was slurping the life of the flowers whose roots it had pasted upon its own body. The courtesan bears could not coexist with the flowers. Clearly, they had taken away the lives of the flowers. Japanese letter, the witch beast, which gave off an unbearable feeling of revulsion by merely looking at it, followed Meili's words with sluggish movement, slowly pulling out its body from the ground as the roots got uprooted from the desert, from which nothing could be absorbed, 1,000 sounds of snapping limitlessly chained. For opening up space just so that the dragon carriage could pass, the moving courtesan bears reached 100 in count. And as if knowing no end, their numbers continued to increase. Julius, Hugh, faintly Julius' sigh was audible as the dragon carriage resumed proceeding. Julius, in that state, with his body hair standing up due to the spectacle in front of his sight, must have failed to put up with it. Attached to the rear of the dragon carriage, Subaru and the others as well entered the path bloomed open by the courtesan bears. Subaru. Ah! At exactly that instant, when Subaru's sense of smell crossed the threshold of the courtesan bears, turf, a violent aroma of flowers could be felt. It seemed to be different from the stench of the time of confronting the sand earthworm, with respective difference in quality from that. The sweet scent jumbled together in the situation did not mean that the sense of violence had changed. Their nostrils were invaded. Their intracerebral gears simply acquired the hallucination of the sweet scent. Japanese letter, developing serious dizziness. The repulsive stench awakened a headache, something so exasperating that he would not mind the sand gusts at all compared to this. This toxic aroma coiling up within his whole body must be driven away, is what he thought with utter seriousness. Such wishes of Subaru were fruitless, and in the absence of any flow of wind, the party proceeded towards the interior of the flower meadow. Subaru, Japanese letter tilde HK. As if having noticed something, Beatrice pulled Subaru's sleeve. Looking at her, wondering what had come up, she was incessantly concerned regarding something behind them. Turning around at that gesture whilst keeping that repulsive premonition in mind, the meaning of Beatrice's reaction could be understood. The space in the flowers that opened up in accordance with Meili's instructions, looking at the passage of the dragon carriage and Patrash. From the close proximity to that till the very end, the scenery was steadily returning to how it originally was. Meili's orders came true, and the dragon carriage being able to pass at this particular point in time according to the instructions had been achieved. Returning to their original positions and entering into the state of lying dormant, could that be their plans? Even if they did not intend to return, they were still unable to stop midway. Of course, taking a break in the midst of this nest of these witch beasts, such jokes needed to be refrained from as well. Subaru, Japanese letter. The moment immediately after he'd thought that, the dragon carriage's advance came to a pause. Looking at the front, wondering what had happened, the reason behind the dragon carriage's halt was explicit. A lone courtesan bear, in front of the dragon carriage, got up and stood still, and turned those hollow eyes towards the two drivers. Japanese letter, with that one alone making suspicious movements, the movements of the courtesan bears in the vicinity, too, started to change. The feet of the courtesan bears who had, till now, stolidly and obediently made way, stopped, and as if tracing the actions of the ones staring at the dragon carriage, their gazes accumulated on the dragon carriage. Japanese letter, this is bad, was the intuitive realization Subaru had. Looking back, they had already covered several hundreds of meters since entering the flower meadow. With the pathway behind plugged up, it was clear that they had been surrounded by the courtesan bears from all directions. Their numbers were in the hundreds, or possibly even in the thousands. A violent difference in numbers. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Thinking that far, his gaze entwined with that of Emilia's, who was on top of the roof. Emilia was looking down onto the courtesan bear in front and was puzzled over what kind of judgment she should deal it. If the outbreak of a fight, just as till now, could be avoided, then clearing the frontward of the dragon carriage with Emilia's magic and running through was the optimal way. However, she did not want to mistake the timing and rush things too fast. Meili. SHH Japanese letter, and in front of Subaru and the rest who were puzzled regarding their judgment, the one with utmost composure was Meili. Putting a finger on her lips, she calmed the indecisive Subaru and the others beforehand. Following afterwards, she pointed the finger she had on her lips towards the front and scowled at the courtesan bear looking at her. Meili. A finger pointing outwards, and a sound, as if flicking her tongue, leaked out of Meili's lips. That was a sigh, like what humans made to soothe kittens. If the subject truly was a kitten, then it would give a pleasant impression as well. But with the fiendish witch beast as the subject, there was no mitigation whatsoever. However, all of Meili's fingers jolted at her tongue sound, and gradually the courtesan bear's line of sight shifted from the two drivers to Meili alone, and then moved to Meili's fingers. Meili. TCH tilde. At the same pace, obtaining certainty that the courtesan bear's focus was on the finger, Meili slowly swung her hand, which had her fingers pointed towards the right of the dragon carriage. Lured to the movement of that arm, the courtesan bear, which had brought the dragon carriage to a standstill, turned its face towards that and moved, taking a single step in that direction. Subaru. Japanese letter RH. At the courtesan bear's conduct of distancing itself away from the dragon carriage, a reflexive sigh of relief leaked out of Subaru's throat. Emilia or Beatrice, too, who had stiffened their bodies up too, loosened their shoulders in relief. When the one who had caused a standstill moved, the other courtesan bears, too, tried to return to their own movements of distancing themselves. At the same pace, the march through the flower meadow, RESUMED Japanese letter, was how it was supposed to be. Japanese letter tilde HK. At that moment, the thread of tension snapped, and nobody could be condemned for raising their voice. Suddenly, in the situation of enduring under compulsion of utmost limits of the stalemate, the thing known as the heart could not stand strong. That goes for humans, and for ground dragons as well. Showered upon with the pressure of losing to the courtesan bear, giant gave out a short growl and stamped its feet on the ground, as if enraged. Subaru. OSH Japanese letter tilde HK. Giant's roar, which abruptly cut off the silence. The courtesan bears, which were in a state of lying dormant, reacted altogether at once. The one attempting to distance itself away from the dragon carriage turned back, and that reaction infected the environs as WELL Japanese letter, the witch beasts rose, and leapt upon the dragon carriage with their bare fangs. Immediately BEFORE Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, EL Huma. The mana materialized rapidly, and the spearhead of the formed ice lance penetrated through the witch beast's cranium. The sharp vanguard of ice pierced through its large mouth, infringing upon its oral cavity and broke through its nape. Its brain churned. The courtesan bear, without raising its voice, collapsed backwards as it faced annihilation. Caught up in that vigor, several courtesan bears, without pause, toppled sideways. Subaru. RUN Japanese letter, shouted Subaru, instantaneously after witnessing the attack by Emilia, who was on top of the dragon carriage. Concording to that call, Julius operated the reins, and the dragon carriage started running fiercely at once. Of course, Patrash, too, followed that, jumping away from the side of the witch beast standing stock still, and broke off in a savage sprint. Japanese letter tilde HK. Subaru. Japanese letter ing. Delayed by a single beat, the cutthroat, fierce voice tore apart the night of the Ogria sand dunes. The vast flower meadow was shredded apart at once, with fangs and unsightly appearances naked, the flock sloth of courtesan bears advanced on, aiming for the dragon carriage, fiercely plunging its way through. Beatrice, Subaru, firmly grip on or you will get thrown off, in fact. The hallucination bathing in strength was the pressure of the thirst for blood and appetite of the innumerable courtesan bears. With thick arms endowed with claws turned overhead, their merciless attack struck Subaru as well, who was riding the dragon. A direct hit and his body would get torn off easily, with strength that could assuredly force his internal organs to protrude outwards. However, just when it was on the brink of striking, a bluish-white glimmer cut in between and pierced through the witch beasts. Emilia. All right, Tilda HK. You, these, whom are Tilda. As always, with the mana forming a whirlpool and her voice coming from her heart, giving the impression that the bluish-white light was performing a boisterous dance in the dark sky. That was the transformation of countless sharp spearheads pointing above the ground into blades of ice. That was immediately after the stagnation of a single moment, firing as if having acquired the propulsive force, tearing the craniums, the arms, the torsos, the legs of the courtesan bears swarming upon the dragon carriage into shreds, giving rise to spouts of blood. Subaru. Oh tilde, oh tilde, oh tilde, oh tilde H. As expected of Emilia Tan, I've fallen for you again. Emilia, this is not the time for saying such things, is it? Run. Subaru. Yes. Having his life saved by Emilia's follow-up, Subaru further accelerated Patrash. And with the sudden exchange, Emilia was coping with the fight with such composure that it was surprising. In retrospect, even if Emilia had shirked from fighting, it was not as if fighting intimidated her. The tendency to avoid fighting within her was the indecision that had been erased once that battle had broken out. Ram. Barusu. Run till you die, if you do not wish to die. Subaru. Yeah, of COURSE Japanese letter A Ram. The tough fight being put up by Emilia, the bluish-white light mowed down the frontward of the dragon carriage altogether, and the group of courtesan bears, who had taken a roundabout path, were frozen all at once. Within Giant's rush and breaking through the ice sculpture, sitting on the driver's seat gripping to the reins, was suddenly now Ram, having moved from the passenger compartment. At Ram, who was skillfully handling the reins, driving the earth dragon which was in an agitated state, Subaru peeled open his eyes and let his gaze wander around. Subaru, what about Julius? Ram, even if there are no means for a long-range attack, it seemed it would be unhelpful if he were to be the driver. That's why. At a glance, Ram looked towards the rear at Subaru's call. Lured to that line of sight and looking backwards, Subaru thoughtlessly felt dumbfounded. Biting the sand, beside the dragon carriage with its wheels roaring, clinging onto one of those ornaments, waving about the grasped night sword, was the form of Julius, clearing away the approaching witch beasts. Julius, burdening Emilia-sama with responsibilities and such, cannot be done either, you see. Subaru, was that directed at me? Julius, that would be Japanese letter, putting a halt to his words there. Julius had his night sword meet with the claws of the approaching witch beasts. The decapitating slash weaved through the gap of those claws and deeply gorged into the arms of the courtesan bears. At the same pace, the dancing tip of the sword pierced through the throats of the witch beasts, who let out screams, and as if a flash, it granted death by destroying their brainstem. That dance, with minimal destruction, was truly debonair. Julius. Wrong. Successively crushing the witch beasts, Julius voiced what remained of his reply to Subaru while dusting away his sword. Subaru made a bitter face at that gesture, tasting reassurance and a sense of defeat. Simply, having put Emilia in charge of the long range, clearing away the close range was down to Julius. If that structure were to continue, the concern regarding the dragon carriage could be saved for later. Rather, the problem was instead of other affairs, but in this course. Subaru. Biko, can you go for it? Beatrice. Subaru too. Be careful that you don't run out of gas. ISUPPOSE Japanese letter. Above Patrash, raising his body, Subaru held the reins with one hand and the armed Beatrice with the other, and made her small body stand on top of the dragon. And steadily clasping each other's hands, something throbbed in the interior of Subaru's guts. That something, as if seeming sediment, wielded heat and slowly streamed from Subaru's body into Beatrice's. Beatrice, Minya. The crystals of violet materialized with the chant and aimed for the witch beasts blocking the path ahead of the ground dragon's nose. Accurate aiming, momentary advancement, the outcome visible immediately afterwards. Raising a sound as that of shattering glass, the magical attack directly struck the witch beasts, and the crystals fragmented. However, the following moment, the bodies of the witch beasts fragmented similarly as well. Subaru. All right, good going, Biko. Beatrice, but reckless firing cannot be done, in fact. Cautiously saving. Minya. Subaru. What about the cautiously saving? Beatrice's battle strength depended upon the mana left within Subaru. In order to oppose the overwhelmingly advancing threat, even Beatrice was unable to compromise much. Tasting the seeming sense of loss, as if his soul was being curtailed with every single attack of magic, Subaru, talkative and composed, abated Beatrice's nervousness. Of course, such consideration was clearly visible to Beatrice. Melee, a tilde H enough. Why did it turn out like thigh tilde S? This could have been taken a wowai. And the one who had been keeping their silence till now, the final ordnance stood up and trod. A driver, having been sat beside Ram, Melee with her eyes tearing up, surveyed the swarm of courtesan bears crowding around their surroundings while making a red face. And she pointed a finger towards the witch beasts who would not obey her. Melee, I'll give a scolding to the bad animal sans. Come, sand earthworm. Subaru. Japanese letter, no way. Immediately after Melee pouted and declared like a child, the desert that had been turned up thanks to the rise of courtesan bears, and with the underneath of that sand being stirred up subsequently, a big frame rushed out. Swallowed within the vigor of the gigantic beast pushing its whole body out from the underground, the countless courtesan bears dragged within were launched up into the sky. Falling on the sand from a high altitude, the witch beasts had their bones broken, and the unfortunate courtesan bears directly above that humongous mouth got chewed up. Thrusting out while tearing apart the desert, the one laying devastation upon the repulsive flower meadow was that sand earthworm. Wafting the stench, raising a strange voice slashing through twilight, the sand earthworm determined the courtesan bears clinging onto the dragon carriage as its prey, and leaping with that big frame, minced and destroyed them at once. Melee, go tilde, sand earthworm, crush everyone every o tilde knee. Subaru, are you serious, hey? Are serious, hey. The weight, capable of creating rumbles in the ground, writhed through the sand sea, and the wails of the courtesan bears being crushed by the pressure of the humongous frame echoed. Courtesan bears, too, did not possess a petite build whatsoever, but they could not possibly compete with the figures of sand earthworms, whose overall length could be even above 10 meters. The overwhelming masses turned into the outcome of collisions, and the courtesan bears got successively turned into corpses. At the circumstance which was a decisive battle between monsters at this point, Subaru had no words appropriate for it. Emilia and Beatrice's magic, Julius, swordsmanship, Melee's unusual talent narrowly cleared the way, and the dragon carriage and patrash rapidly proceeded through the flower meadow. Melee, a tilde H, the sand earthworm I tilde S. Melee's shriek was heard. Observing it, the sand earthworm, possessed by a great number of courtesan bears who had their claws gouged into that humongous frame, was shedding large quantities of bodily fluids from its entire body and collapsed on the ground. The outer skin of the slimy and soaking wet sand earthworm was not something as sturdy as that of snakes or insects. The skin sustaining the soft body easily fell prey to the claws, and a wail of agonizing death reverberated through the sand sea. Melee. Next. Nextny tilde xd, keep coming far tildescent. Once a single giant collapsed, Melee clasped her hands with a pallid face, and lured to that, once again the sand was uplifted, and a different sand earthworm made its appearance. This time there were 6 at the same time, however, compared to the first one, they were twice as small, and if they were to get enclosed by the swarm of courtesan bears, they would get hunted down in the blink of an eye. Subaru. At this pace, tilde HK. They would get outpushed in the amount of violence. With a sense of terrible hopelessness, Subaru desperately looked at his environs in search of something that could help them break out of this deadlock. And he noticed. The watchtower that had been so distant was close enough to be said that it was right before their eyes. Subaru. Just a little bit left. If we can follow up to the watchtower at this PSCE Japanese letter, it was not as if the witch beasts would withdraw with this, but it appeared likely that there may lie some fearful power there. At that moment, it was not as if he had thought something special. However, if they were to follow up to the watchtower, he felt there may be the strength to break free of the deadlock of this situation. The spirit of hope was like clinging onto straws, and in reality, that was no mistake. Subaru, at this RATE Japanese letter, however, that strength was not something so convenient. It was the iron hammer which rained incessantly without bias upon all insolent comrades approaching the Pleiades watchtower. Japanese letter. Pushing open his eyes desperately, supporting Beatrice while clinging to Patrash, Subaru scowled at the watchtower visible in front of him. Sweat dripping along, the moment he dimly narrowed his eyes, Subaru felt a faint sense of discomfort. The core of the tower, something was visible there, as if shining. Subaru. What's that? He was unable to resume onto the final word. Japanese letter, THE luster bolted through the sky, and its aim unchangingly landed a direct hit on Subaru's cranium. At that moment, everything above the neck of Natsuki Subaru was blown off by the attack and evaporated with the same unconsciousness. Japanese letter. There present was nobody who could observe and raise their voice at the tragic scene of a single moment. For some reason, those who would have had observed it and those who would have had screamed at it had been thoroughly pulled up by the root and branch. The earth-ground dragon, which had lost its head, giving rise to a report, collapsed. Caught up within the vigor of the dragon carriage toppling sideways, the human bodies who had indeed lost their craniums were pulverized, shattered under the pressure, turned into chunks of meat. Only the pond of blood lay upon the sand, and the parched sand gulped down the blood spilt from the bodies. Before long, gradually, slowly, the fine particles of sand dragged anything and everything rotting on the sand sea down to their belly and concealed them. The flowers of blood, as if the only visage of their journey, bequeathed the vivid colors. However, even those flowers of deep red disappeared within the evermore swallowing sand. Japanese letter, HERE, the party greeted annihilation. Pixel art by at Witchcultist. Arc 6, Chapter 11, The Audible Tearful Voice. Translated by Archbishop Fan Art Source Rokumama. Japanese letter, WHAT had been visible was the luster, nothing but that. He remembered, he had tilted his neck upwards. Also the moment initially afterwards, one section of the tower in front, white luster, and him narrowing his eyes at that dazzle. However, what lay in his memories was only till that point. He did not remember anything thereafter. Neither ache, nor impact, nor terror, he did not feel a single thing. For Natsuki Subaru, these were all indispensable retinues in the advent of death. Neither did he have the ache to make him wail in tears, nor the impact that would scatter his body into 1,000 fragments, nor the terror of losing everything. Otherwise, that death may have been a much more kind-hearted death than what Subaru was normally acquainted with. Above all, Subaru, who had died and gotten his brain evaporated, did not have any free time whatsoever to think about it, nor could he merely think back to it and absorb himself into it. As if in the blink of an eye, the moment immediately after he thought his field of vision had been caged within darkness, the lost life of Natsuki Subaru was resuscitated, regurgitated, and once again, into reality, was abandoned. Japanese letter, WRS abandoned. Japanese letter, TCH. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. For a single moment, feeling the weight of gloom upon his five senses, as if clogging up his breath, Subaru opened his eyes. Discerning the clamorous sound of the whole body of the dragon carriage, his contracting muscles screamed out in pain. The reins he had clenched so tightly that his nails could eat away into his palm, and the warm temperature insisting their existence. Beatrice. Subaru. Ah! Within his faint field of vision, he looked down at the back of Beatrice's head from close proximity. The violent, sweet aroma sliding into his nostrils was again different from the one when he had hugged the young girl. Beatrice's scent was like that of freshly prepared sweet confectionaries, But what wafted in the air now was, as if adhesive toxicity, self-assertive sweetness. He had memories of this sweetness. It was natural. It was what, just recently, he had continued to smell ad nauseum. Rather, even if it was only for a limited number of minutes, what was special was that it had been interrupted. Upon Subaru's dusky consciousness reached a rhythmic sound, as if the clicking of a tongue. In front of his eyes was Beatrice with her body stiffened up, and Patrash who was holding her breath in, watching over what lay ahead of its nose, the dragon carriage carrying Emilia and Rem, and standing ahead of that dragon carriage was a repulsive witch beast. With fine roots stretching across its entire body, the truculent witch beast starved of blood Japanese letter, it was a courtesan bear. For a single moment, unable to express it as a déjà vu, the fresh sense of reality returned to Subaru. That feeling was not to be doubted. It was return by death. Natsuki Subaru had just now, experiencing death, returned to this moment in time. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Japanese letter, BUT, of all things, returning to this moment. Rather than the moment of transpiration of death, he cursed at how unfavorable the timing he had returned by death to was. Inviting the interest of the witch beast by the sound of clicking her tongue, the one trying to remove it from the front of the dragon carriage silently, was Meili. That scheme was only barely successful, however, and it fell through in the end. The ground dragon pulling the dragon sea, RRI Japanese letter, giant, was unable to bear the pressure of the witch beast, was the reason for it. Japanese letter. While being aware of that, Subaru instantaneously hesitated in making a judgment. The state of the vital giant was invisible from the rear. But Julius, who had clenched the reins, would not encourage the unusualness of the ground dragon. There simply lay nothing special there for him to turn his eyes towards. Each one in the dragon carriage was praying for the success of Meili's contact with the courtesan bears. However, unfortunately, that WRS Japanese letter, Meili, TCH tilde. Meili's voice wielded a faint sense of stress, and her finger pointed towards the right of the dragon carriage. Lured to that movement, the courtesan bear slowly stepped its feet ahead in that direction. An ambience of solace originated within the dragon carriage, and for Beatrice as well. However, Giant was unable to stand up to the slicing of the thread of tension. Subaru, Julie, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Without being able to make the correct judgment, his call was obstructed by Giant's roar. As if going through the recent progression once again, Giant stomped the ground while letting out a roar, and at that wail and rumbling, the courtesan bear's consciousness was awoken at once. Further exposing their bloodshot eyes, the courtesan bears leapt with their drool dripping down. Bluish-white radiance perforated through those craniums. The flow had been completely the same until the blast. Emilia. El Huma. Emilia, standing on top of the dragon carriage, turned over both her hands, as if fluttering in the wind, and created a maelstrom of ice blades in the sky, with movement like that of an elegant dance. The revolving blades of ice successively were fired, with their aim set above ground, as if the encircling notes of a musical saw. The sloth of courtesan bears was swallowed within the lethal weapons of ice, as they raised their death wails with their limbs being slashed away. Subaru, RRUNRUNRUNRUNRUNRUN Japanese letter, tilde HK. Pulling the reins and speeding up Patrash, the dragon carriage, too, moved when Subaru raised his voice. He glanced sideways at the driver, Ram, who had suddenly appeared, having exchanged the position of driver with Julius, and at Julius, wielding his knight sword, who launched sword slashes upon the approaching courtesan bears, along with a barrage of kicks. That was what he was able to understand. Japanese letter, COMPLETELY, the same. Having gone with the flow, Subaru strongly gritted his molars. His consciousness being unable to catch up, due to the sudden return by death, would not make for an excuse. Putting off the impact of having passed away, Subaru's heart covered his remorse. It could be said that ever since he became aware of return by death, up until now, this had been the first time for Subaru that he had wasted return by death. missing out on the information received through return by death. The result was that he was simply heading for another death. However, this was the first time he was tracing the very same situation, despite return by death, without even any establishment of a trick of some sort. Subaru's own puzzlement, unrelated to his intentions while thinking that the rail of destiny was yet the same. Beatrice. Japanese letter, S-U-B-R-R-U. There is no free time for you to be spacing out, in fact. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Lying face down in regret, tightly gripping to the reins was Subaru, and Beatrice struck her back on his chest. Looking ahead at the light impact and voice, he was able to see the truculent witch beasts advancing speedily. At the same time, grasping the small palm reaching out, making Beatrice stand on top of the dragon, thus commenced the counter-attack. Beatrice. Minya. One more time, Minya, I suppose. Through the palm, the aimless mana within Subaru's body was absorbed and resolved into power for Beatrice. The materialized crystals of violet pierced into the bodies of the witch beasts obstructing their path, and as the crystals shattered those bodies, Patrash proceeded while stepping firmly onto the scattered fragments. Melee. Held in Reset tilde RVE, sand earthworm. Hearing Meelee's shout, who had grown desperate, the sand at the corner of his vision spouted up. The desert covered by courtesan bears, making its appearance from further below that, the sand earthworm tossed several numbers of the witch beasts within its huge jaws, and putting together its humongous frame enough to make one look upwards, proceeded to crush its enemies. The second great decisive battle of monsters, but Subaru was aware of how unfavorable this was. Ram. Japanese letter, BRRUSU. Run till you die, if you do not want to die. At Subaru, who was grilling in formless restlessness, a seemingly reprimanding voice was launched. Controlling the reins at the driver's position, driving the agitated giant, was Ram. She was driving the dragon carriage fully in control with a handling of the reins no inferior than that of Rem, but at this pace this was no good. Subaru. It will be no good if you keep going straight ahead at this rate. Ram. Change direction. Ram. Japanese letter, tilde HK. What are you trying to say? The watchtower is right in front. The surroundings are all territories of the witch beasts. Subaru. That is plausible, but still, that won't be any good. Patrash lowered her head and pierced right through the torso of the courtesan bear in front. While having the writhing witch beast right in front of her nose, the jet-black ground dragon rushed ahead madly while using the body of the witch beast as a shield. The continuous slashes being hammered in tore apart the body of the witch beast, and its dancing fallen petals and fresh blood soaked the sand sea. Ram. Barusu, what did you notice? Say it clearly. Subaru. There wouldn't be any problems if I could explain clearly. At any rate, it's a change of course. At Ram's words, which had a tone of irritation, all Subaru could do as well was to yell violently back. He himself realized it was a terribly absurd response, but he had no measures other than that. After all, the current Subaru was unaware of the cause of his death. His return by death was unquestionable, and yet he could not remember the reason for his death. Noticing it, regarding the point of return by death, this time it was close to how it felt when he had met death for the first time in the Roswell mansion, from the point of confirming the cause of death and eliminating that problem. Subaru, the time for that is nowhere here. Having been caught up by the witch beasts, he had fallen prey to those slashes. Just as how the bar's bartender had warned, had he become the cruel bait of having his intestines slurped on. Otherwise, inadvertently falling from Patrash, he may have unfortunately fractured his neck. It was a thought really, truly difficult, but he may have broken down due to Beatrice utilizing his mana excessively. That was not impossible either. Subaru, whichever it may be, the memories haven't suddenly stopped till now. Even if his guts were cleaved open, even if he was put down in ice, even if his head was crushed by a morning star, even if his whole body was devoured greedily by rabbits, even if he was eaten away by entangling with an absurd authority, Subaru did return by death. And regardless of what the cause of death may be, eliminating and defeating what had occurred right before his own death, which was stalemating him, it had been used as a method for that. That fragile string of fate was nowhere visible this time, and the time to search for that fine string was not bestowed upon Subaru and the others. Japanese letter THIS was simply the worst entrapment of return by death. In the scenario where he possibly passed away by the same method, it would be a completely fumbling restart. Before that a PPENED Japanese letter Subaru, move from here. Whatever you do, don't get close to the tower. Ram. Again, why so, Subaru? The tower will shine. Probably that light is dangerous. Ram. Who tilde H Japanese letter. In the situation where they had been nothing but cornered, even Ram did not have the time to varnish the blades of her words with poison. While clashing with the voice possessing a frank tone of repudiation, Subaru pulled the reins and conveyed that to Patrash. To not go straight ahead, but divert their purpose at any rate. Subaru. The tower may be visible, right in front, but... Right in the middle of the advancement of the courtesan, bears in great numbers in the sand sea, the watchtower right in front of their eyes was clearly getting closer. However, what awaited them if they truly got close to it was only the scorch of before. For that to not happen, what Subaru had to choose WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Run backwards. It would be better to pass through sand time one more time. Let's go back to that earlier sand dune. Ram, what nonsense have you been? Emilia. Ram, do as Subaru says. At the determination where it could not be helped but think he had lost his mind, Ram raised a voice of repudiation, which Emilia detained. While she purged the witch beasts with countless ice shards, she nodded at Subaru. Emilia, because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without giving thought to it. Ram, Barusu ordinarily lives by wetting his pants with thoughtless words and nonsense. Emilia, because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without giving thought to it in a dangerous situation. Subaru, thank you for going out of your way and correcting it. Whether he should lament being treated as a young wolf in sheep's clothing, or be delighted that he was a man who could be relied upon in times of a pinch. Keeping both introspection and conceit for later, Patrash, moving according to Subaru's intentions, thrust her feet on the sandy soil and suddenly turned round. Her tail cutting through the air mowed down the abdomen of the witch beast, and kicking down one of the courtesan bears with her leg, she ran backwards. Ram. Japanese letter tilde HK. The two of you on the top and side. Make sure you don't fall off. Seeing their sudden turning around, Ram, too, had giant turn around by skillfully handling the reins. Naturally, the dragon carriage, having to eat the centrifugal force at that moment, inclined greatly and turned sideways but Japanese letter Julius. Emilia Sama, the foothold. Emilia. Is that so? Yes. Thrusting his sword fiercely into the body of the vehicle and supporting his body, Julius brought aid to Emilia's attention to the inclining dragon carriage. Emilia rounded her eyes at those words, and magical power headed instantaneously towards, directly underneath of the dragon carriage. As if assisting the wheel that had tilted due to the inclination, a slope of ice was born, and the dragon carriage, as if painting a semicircle, rushed and evaded toppling sideways. Furthermore, at the same pace, without killing off the vigor, commenced the backward dash which followed Patrash. Japanese letter IMMEDI a TELY afterward. Subaru, wah, tilde HK, the moment following the commencement of the backward dash, echoed a metallic shrill as if slashing one's eardrums. Thoughtlessly shrugging his shoulders was Subaru. From the rear a sudden gale was born. Subaru, the one right now was Beatrice. What I suppose? Ha! Sensing the enigma arise behind, Subaru and Beatrice, turning back at the same time, expressed astonishment. On top of the dragon carriage racing immediately behind them, Emilia and Julius, too, widened their eyes. Meili, sand earthworm Chan is, HK. Leaning forward her body on the driver's seat, with her throat trembling in astonishment, was Meili. In front of her eyes, in that shape, a visage behind the dragon carriage, as if concealing it, with the large build of the sand earthworm being thrown up. With the frame of a span over 10 meters, with thickness of body such that two men may not be able to rotate it with their arms. Protruding its head above the ground, the form lording over its prey seemed as if it was the ruler of the sand sea. The body of that sand earthworm, receiving the direct hit of that something, was blown off into fragments. That slimy body skin suffered 1,000 pierces, and the thick body of great length was splendidly divided into two. The body that had lost its head toppled sideways, and the head, having lost its support, slowly, headed towards them. Trickling, Japanese letter. Subaru. Get aside, dodge I tilde T, Japanese letter. The fallen head of the sand earthworm had excess mass which could crush the dragon carriage under its pressure. With the death agony of the witch beasts crushed under the pressure of the body that had, just now, fallen behind, Subaru and Ram subsequently transmitted instructions to the ground dragons, overbearingly averted their routes, and escaped the course of the sand earthworm's direct hit. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Raising a shrill, tearful voice, the sand earthworm's head fell onto the sand sea with great vigor. The sand whirled up. The bones of the courtesan bears, injured while escaping, crumbled into fragments and fell, and their limbs, having been caught up in the impact, were blown off. At the same pace, the head of the sand earthworm bounced, while entangling with the inevitable future of the witch beasts, tumbled, and finally suffered countless slashes, quickly turning into fragments of flesh. Subaru. Danger, O's. Beatrice. Subaru, this was a mistake, in fact. He'd felt relieved for evading the crisis of the moment, but instantaneously, Beatrice rejected that relief. Looking at the young girl at his chest, wondering what had happened, she cleared away the fallen, fluttering petals with a troubled expression and surveyed the rear Beatrice. From the one just now, the dragon carriage on the other side has gone astray, I suppose. There is only Betty and you. Subaru. What did you say? Pursuing her gaze in panic, Subaru confirmed the absence of the figure of the dragon carriage in the surroundings. Only the distant radiance of bluish-white mana and roars of witch beasts. Furthermore, discovering a place slightly exposed to the sandy gale, he was able to understand from his view through the immense distance the hard fight being put up by Emilia and their new servant, Melee. However, even if they tried to meet up with the other side, the space between them was overflowing with a countless number of courtesan bears. And for Subaru and the rest, with diminished number of moves, there were no indications that the fierce attack of the witch beasts had been weakened. Subaru. Simply half the war potential. The number of enemies are double. Beatrice. Compared to earlier, it has increased to 4 times, I suppose. Brandishing the claws, at the face of the courtesan bears attacking, the cusp of the whip let out a roar. The striking impact, fortunately, crushed the eyes of the witch beast, and breaking through the one trembling in violent pain, Patrash dashed once again. However, that course of direction had a different direction than that of the dragon carriage of Emilia and the others. Subaru. Patrash. Not this way, Beatrice. It is this ground dragon's own judgment to be left alive, in fact. Rather than Subaru or Betty, leaving it to its instincts would be better, I suppose. Interrupting Subaru's outcry, Beatrice kicked and dispersed away the witch beasts standing in their way with magic. Patrash marked the points where the tight besiegement and broke through them, risking her own life for protecting the two on its back. Subaru. Shit. This shape again. What am I doing? Swinging the whip, he struck the faces of the witch beasts trying to get closer. However, with this, he would not be able to stop the power of the witch beasts, having an expression of having lost reason. Inflicting fatal wounds with the saber, he sharpened their dynamism with magic. Japanese letter, THE power Subaru chose. Even with any of those, it would not be even remotely attainable. All craftiness would get crushed under the pressure of overwhelming power. Doing what he could do, augmenting whatever he had the ability to do, it had become slightly easier, is what he had thought, and yet the mere superficial cleverness of Natsuki Subaru was fate only going to exhale a laughing sigh at it and trample upon and crush it. Subaru. I had somehow managed better at the time of that shitty bastard Regulus. Beatrice. There is no time for such deep thinking, in fact. Are there any ways to? Subaru. Biko, Murak on Patrash. Lighten her weight, then we can cross over the swarm. Beatrice. Japanese letter, Murak. Accepting Subaru's directions, Beatrice used Murak on Pia Trsche, Japanese letter, a magic that abated the effect of gravity, and the speed at which they ran further accelerated. Stepping and racing ahead, the distance doubled, and the leaping Patrash used the witch beasts as a place to stand on, and tried to withdraw from the writhing flower meadow. BUT Japanese letter, Subaru. The LI Japanese letter. In close proximity to his eyes appeared a white purge, and the moment he turned his voice inside out, that dashed through the sky. The white purge above ground ran through, and the sand sea was blown off by the terrific force. Facing the swift bolt of the purge, the bodies of the witch beasts were torn apart, spouting out blood as they leapt. And that aftermath swooped down upon Patrash as well, agitated by the wind pressure of that which was closing on the large build of the ground dragon, and got easily flipped. Subaru, Beatrice, hold tight, Beatrice. Subaru too, make sure you're hugging firmly, I suppose. Patrash, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Patrash neighed, and Subaru hugged and clung to Beatrice's body. Spinning and revolving in the air, the large build of Patrash pranced overhead of the courtesan bears. As if pursuing that Patrash, the corona continuously downpoured incessantly. The sand was burst open. The witch beasts who got dragged into it and had to receive it were burst open, and the appearing and quickly disappearing Patrash raised an echo of distress. Subaru. Oh, tilde H Japanese letter. In the midst of the attack, the divine protection of wind evasion failed, and Subaru tasted that impact altogether. Grasping the reins and Beatrice, he had firmly interposed both his feet in Patrash's saddle, but rubbed by the force, with his body being struck hard in parts here and there, he barely managed to grasp to his consciousness. However, regardless of even that state, the pursuit of the claws of the courtesan bears under his eyes continued to shoot. Swallowed in the terrific attack, he floundered without being thrown off. Now if he were to fall, no way would he be saved. What barely connected his life was precisely because he had not given up. Subaru, but at this RTE Japanese letter Beatrice. Not good, in fact. HK. Subaru. Japanese letter Pia TRRSCHE. With the remarkably strong impact, Patrash's roar of anguish pulled back her tall tail. Looking at it at the side of Patrash, who was flipping around lightly through the effect of Murak, had been exposed to the claws of the courtesan bears and had been slashed. With the scars of the claws etched into the jet-black scales, painful to even look at, from the mouth of the deep gash flowing and spilling was fresh blood. Subaru. Japanese letter tilde HK, KH, ah. Tumbling down with the same pace due to that force, Patrash suddenly fell on top of the desert. At the same time, Subaru and the others were thrown onto the sandy soil as well, and were left behind on the feeding ground of the courtesan bears crowding their surroundings. Shaking his head, his body rose, while continuing to hold Beatrice's hand. She, too, dusted off the hem of her dress and stood up, and quickly observed the surroundings with no negligence in her eyes. However, their advantage was undeniable. Subaru, you bastards, don't you dare lay a single finger on Patrash. Beatrice, Minya. Wounded, Patrash groaned in agony as magic pierced through the witch beasts flooding towards it. Subaru pulled Beatrice's hand and rushed over to Patrash and, kneeling down, touched the wound. The claws had not reached her intestines, but if she pushed herself, her guts might brim out. She could not be allowed to push herself. He also needed time to heal it. Subaru, Beatrice, Shamak, deceive the perceptibility of the witch beasts around. Beatrice, now. Even if that's done, it'll do nothing but buy time, in fact. On top of that, Subaru. That time is needed for now. Hurry. Bending their stance with bloodshot eyes, the witch beasts awaited for a gap to swoop in. Coping with them would be impossible if they assailed from all directions. The witch beasts eventually became impertinent, and what would be their cue depended on their patience. That could perhaps not be expected. Beatrice. Japanese letter tilde HK. El Shamak. Beatrice joined both of her hands together, and something entirely fell out of Subaru's interior. It rolled towards the whirlpool within the hand of the girl beside. Becoming quiet power, it swept through the sand sea, and with Subaru and the rest as the center, tens of meters in its radius were wrapped up in black mist. With the foundation of shadow magic, this was the invocation of Shamak. Producing discord in perception, the expanse of Shamak brought the courtesan bears' conduct to a standstill. Conception vanished beyond understanding, and even the instinct to chase after prey gets forgotten. Of course, it did not show effect on Subaru and the others who had executed it. However, it did not last long. Beatrice, if the ones beyond the scope of efficacy get in, it would eventually be laid to waste, I suppose. Before that, escape along with that ground dragon. Subaru. I know, the effect of Murak is still left, right. If that's so, then I'll carry Patrash on my shoulders. At any rate, continuously fire Shamak, and joining up with the dragon carriage on the other side is what we SHOULD Japanese letter. Withdrawing from the gambling room, judging to prioritize that, he extended his hands to Patrash. Normally its large frame would weigh several hundred kilos, but in the interval it was adhering to Beatrice's Murak. That body, like a FEATHER Japanese letter, would be an exaggeration. It had become light, not enough to be able to shoulder it and run. Her yellow eyes were intently looking at Subaru. The emotions passing by in those eyes were complex, eloquence such that nobody could ever imagine being a ground dragon's expression. Those eyes were telling them. Japanese letter, PLERSE leave. Beatrice. Japanese letter, SUBRRU. Immediately after his eyes were robbed by the glint in Patrash's eyes, Beatrice raised a sharp voice. She rushing over, aimed for Subaru's palm. The surging magical power took form of a shield, and right next to Subaru arrived a magical wall of VIOLET Japanese letter, and it averted the fired white luster. Subaru. Go Tildera. Reverberated the sharp sound as if an exchange of blows of steel, and Subaru's body, receiving the impact, flew backwards. Tumbling over and falling with limbs stretched out on top of the sand, the violently coughing Subaru noticed after trying to lift his body up. Blood was dripping out of his right side, which had suffered the impact, and that it had his right leg thickly soaking. Subaru, what did I receive? Grasping the side overflowing with blood, Subaru exhaled reflexively with one of his knees knelt down. At that moment, the impact which had ransacked his internal organs and gave rise to vomiting, gastric juices and blood ceaselessly gushed forth out of the edge of his mouth. Air exited out of his fissured abdomen, and a goofy sound like that of fart leaked out along with the foaming blood. Subaru. HF. Beatrice. Japanese letter, BRRU. Subaru. He exhaled hoarsely, his field of vision simultaneously inclined right beside him. Toppling sideways, he understood he had lost the ability to move his body. He had understood, but nothing more than that could he continue. The wound on his side heated up, and there lay the pain as if his body was melting away. Desperately, he heard the voice calling for his self. Beatrice, Subaru, don't I suppose? Dying is. Don't die. Don't leave Betty alone. HK, Stopey, tilde HK. His shoulder was being shook. At the audible, tearful voice, he wanted to stretch his hand out, but he could not move. His brain tissues were burning. He became unable to remember the young girl in front of his eyes. An adorable face, but it was crying. She shouldn't make a crying face, is what he thought. Japanese letter. On the other side of that, a large lizard lay collapsed. Black. It was a lizard with a beautiful appearance. In that body, a white, long and narrow something of an unknown source, unknown origin was lunging through. With no movement whatsoever, it was clearly dead. Perhaps his own self had received the same thing, is what he thought. Don't leave Betty behind tilde ND, plea. HK. Sobbing, the young girl desperately hugged Subaru's body. With that petite frame, Subaru's body, who had lost his strength, would be too heavy. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He wanted to at least wipe away those tears. He searched for a part that was still mobile in his body, but he was unable to find anything. That is why he holds something mobile from someplace else, not in his body. Subaru. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Subaru. Invisible to the eyes, the hand only his self could see, wiped the tears on her cheeks. Black fingers caressed her teardrops, and the girl looked at him, making an expression as if she had noticed something. The strength to smile and reassure her, even that he did not possess. A Japanese letter. For a single moment, the young girl tried to say something. However that was, interrupted by the white purge that came flying behind her from a distance. Japanese letter. The second attack lunged through Subaru's chest. Slowly turning his gaze towards that, it had perforated through the back of the young girl, furthermore piercing through Subaru's chest. It came out from behind. Leaving behind a dusky sigh, the form of the young girl hugging Subaru disappeared. As if she did not belong to this realm, the form of the young girl was rendered invisible. Losing support, Subaru collapsed on the spot. He could not move. He did not have the reason to move. Subaru. KHO. His weakly moving fingers scratched the sand. That was all. Losing its caster, the black fog which was interposing the environs and space was dispersed by the breeze. Divulging from the magic that deceived perception, all what remained was only the corpse of a ground dragon and a young boy on the verge of death. The flock sloth of which beasts slurped on their tongues and advanced closer to that prey. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. His breath stopped. The focus of his eyes blurred. Excessive blood loss was not how it felt. Something which felt fatal poured upon him. He was rendered unable to understand anything. In close proximity to him, the courtesan bears with their claws sharpened right overhead, he could hear their roars. Those claws had swung down, and his cranium had been crushed. Or instead now, on the edge of his field of vision, which was on the verge of vanishing, that which had faintly shined was the one to blame. Despite not knowing which one of the two was the reason, Natsuki Subaru's life came to an end. Arc 6, Chapter 12, Baptism of the Watchtower. Translation by Mahabrob and proofread by Archbishop. In an instant, the throbbing and burning pains dissipated, and Natsuki Subaru returned. Subaru. He wanted to praise himself for not screaming at the scene before him immediately. Upon his second return by death, Subaru returned to the flower meadow, beset on all sides by witchbeast. Closing his mouth with his hands, his thinking became serious. TCH, DCH, DCH. In a place dominated by the violence of the flowery scent, what could be heard was the sound of Meili clicking her tongue. By gently moving her fingers and letting out this sound from her lips, she was stealing the attention of the courtesan bear standing in front of the dragon carriage. A gamble that robbed the breath of everyone witnessing it. He had been brought back yet again to the scene he had experienced just a few minutes ago, making it the second time. Are you kidding me? Subaru's brain kicked into high gear while trying to get the picture of the events that happened to him. He needed to switch his focus immediately. He had to forget that just a moment ago, countless witchbeasts were chasing after them with an outcome of bloodshed, and so, before that happened, he had to deal with the problem at hand. The problem that was in front of him right before his eyes. What would happen next? He could hear something that sounded much like someone calling a kitten. The actual situation was totally different from that cute imagery, but that thought was hindered by the smell of flowers. Smelly, sweet, persistent, annoying, itchy, painful, hot. Which one was the correct word to describe it? Subaru. The more he thought about it, the more it stressed his brain, but no concrete solutions came to mind. His brain could not keep up with the discrepancy between the current situation and the situation that he had been experiencing up until now. Subaru desperately tried to adapt to the present, then feeling a light push against his chest. Looking down, it was Beatrice's small body leaning on his chest. As Subaru completely embraced her against his chest, she looked up slightly to show that he should be gripping the reins instead of her. Perhaps she had caught what he had dropped during his immediate shock after returning by death. He remembered the last death. He remembered Beatrice's crying face and tears. Subaru. HK. Yes, that was it. That really was it. This made it the third time Subaru had reached this situation. Twice he had died here. He had no clue how he had died the first time, but the second time he could picture that death to some extent. But what he had suffered at the moment of death was not clear, feeling like his internal organs were melted after simmering in a pot. That feeling. No, that should not be the priority. Now the priority should be Meili. TCH, DCH, DCH, TCHHH. Just as Subaru's thoughts caught up to his second death, Meili successfully drew the attention of the courtesan bear. Following the clicking of her tongue and movement of her fingers, the witchbeast slowly diverted its gaze from the dragon carriage and was guided to its right side. There would be no problem if the courtesan bear just left in this manner. However, Subaru was aware that it would not be the case. Subaru, right next to the courtesan bear who was moving away, stood a ground dragon giant's breathing was going wild. The pressure of facing a witchbeast from so up close, and the scent of flowers that continued its violent, spread two kinds of pressure, tormented the calmness of the ground dragon, which would make that tense thread snap. If the ground dragon made a noise, the swarm of the agitated witch beasts would attack suddenly and simultaneously. If so, it would result in nothing but a repetition of the previous two deaths. Subaru. However, except for Subaru, no one could notice Giant's agitation. Even Julius, who held the reins, also had his attention diverted from the ground dragon unconsciously, concentrating on the threat of the monsters before them. Therefore, Subaru was the only one who could take measures. But how to deal with it? He was unable to speak. It was impossible to quickly approach and touch it. There was a big risk in beckoning Julius and making him calm it down. Before that, if he could not make a call right now, he would not be able to make it in time. What should he do? Subaru. Then, in the last seconds, Subaru closed his eyes. If nothing came to his mind in this moment, he would go full all or nothing and call upon Julius. He recalled the two previous deaths, the onslaught of the witch beasts and the light of the watchtower coming alive again inside his mind. At the moment of the second death, there was the fact that a crying Beatrice had clung on to him, pleading, "Don't leave me alone," which drove a deep thorn into Subaru's chest, and then he realized. Subaru, Biko, I love you one. Beatrice. HK. He hugged her small body from the back and whispered those words in her ear. Beatrice was surprised at the sudden expression of love, but the hand over her mouth did not allow her to shout. Instead, Subaru extended his hand towards Giant, to the front and to the side. The hand which had gently caressed and wiped Beatrice's tears just before his death. Invisible providence. Though as his mouth was too busy confessing his love with a whisper, the name of that technique was chanted only within his heart, unfortunately. Just then, in the center of Subaru's body, a different sensation from when the link with Beatrice drained his mana permeated from him, something dark being summoned, arousing a silent cry, asserting its gratitude at being summoned aloud, that which accomplished the lazy Natsuki Subaru's goals on his behalf, arrived the unseen hand that was not of this world. Subaru. With Subaru's chest as its pivot point, the black hand that had been created slowly manifested itself in the world. Of course, its existence could not be seen by anyone except for Subaru. As he was embracing Beatrice, the unseen hand just went through her, and it seemed like it did not make any unintended contact. While he admired that fact, he could feel that something in him was being drained away each second. Whether it was his soul or sanity, Subaru did not know. However, he could not afford to take too much time to avoid reaching out to Julius. The black magic stretched to Giant's neck, who seemed like it was about to roar at any moment. The palm slowly stroked its thick neck coated by bulky scales. The large ground dragon trembled from being touched by someone, but somehow its instincts probably felt that there was no hostility in the touch of the palm. And so, the ground dragon's rough breath calmed down, its body relaxing. Julius. Ha! Then, also noticing Giant's reaction, Julius pulled the reins and soothed the ground dragon in earnest. As expected from Julius, he skillfully handled the ground dragon, noticing its agitation, with what could have otherwise been devastating. Confirming that, Subaru immediately cut off the connection with the unseen hand. With the black palm deprived of freedom, it dissipated in an instant, fading away into the parched wind of the sand sea, as if nothing had happened. Subaru. Ha! Foo! After dodging that bullet, Subaru took a long breath of relief. At the same time, he felt like a dark black cloud was stuck in his chest, and he wanted to retch. Of course, things would not be so easy. That sense of loss was the price to pay for using the invisible providence, and it remained engraved in the soul. Thus, Subaru thought about the feeling of loss being gouged in his chest. Invisible providence, the cost of employing the unseen hand, the feeling of loss and breathlessness it caused, were certainly easier to deal with than before. The first time Subaru used the invisible providence had been when fighting Garfield back at Sanctuary. At that time, Subaru had unleashed his power in a feverish manner and was assaulted by a sense of loss and intoxication that caused a feeling like half his body was gone, causing his consciousness to wobble. Perhaps it was disgust for the opponent who had utilized that very same power before Subaru, and it was no excuse that the incident happened after Garfield had beaten him to a pulp in the first place. It was a strange ability, rather, authority, that endlessly intrigued Subaru with the dangers of using it, as well as the circumstances that made it available to him. Therefore, he had never thought to actively use this force until now. Subaru's invisible providence had none of the power or flexibility of the unseen hand originally wielded by that madman. At best, wiping away tears or stroking the head was all he could muster. To pay with the whittling down of his soul was a cost too prohibitive. With that in mind, he thought the only means was to meet it halfway. Subaru, it's not like I've gotten used to it. Shaken with a feeling of loss and disgust, Subaru felt more anxiety than relief. What Subaru believed was that it was always good to hold more cards in one's hands, but that did not mean that possessing multiple pairless jokers in Old Maid would do him any good too. Of course, it would serve as a powerful hand in games other than Old Maid Subaru. Beatrice, what have you been doing for a while now, I suppose? Subaru. Oh, what? As Subaru let out a small shriek amidst his worries, a grumpy voice suddenly appeared. Upon opening his eyes to see what was happening, he found his eyes meeting with Beatrice's own, staring at him. And that Beatrice looked quite unusual. Subaru. Biko, what happened to your head and dress? Beatrice. It's the result of Subaru being glued to Betty's hair and clothes all the time, in fact. Why do I have to suffer such a humiliation, I suppose? Subaru. Me. In front of Subaru, who was tilting his head cluelessly, a furious Beatrice was attempting to hide the anger in her voice. Her splendid drills were jumbled, and both the delicate dress and the white cloak to protect the dress from sand wind were arranged eccentrically and running at the forefront of fashion. It was a state-of-the-art pattern that no one had ever thought of. Beatrice, your lack of self-awareness is irritating, in fact. You were very worried, so I overlooked it, but then it went on and on and on and on and on. And on top of that, do you even remember saying those words of love, I suppose? Subaru. No, I remember that. I really mean it when I say I love you, Biko. Beatrice. HMPH. To those candid words, a red-faced Beatrice completely covered her head with her cloak. He really wished to admire that unfamiliar, cute appearance, but right now he could not play with Beatrice. As a result of Subaru's unspeakable efforts, Jian would not make a fuss and would attempt to resume the march of the dragon carriage by relying on Meili's ability. However, as Subaru went through the gulf opened between the courtesan bears, he brought Patrash close to the coachman's spot. Subaru, Julius, Meili, let's make a temporary retreat, things are bad. It was because of the two deaths that he proposed a rework in their strategy. Meili, I'm disappointed in you, Oni-san. It was only a bit tense. I didn't want to run away so soon. Ram. After all, Barusu is still Barusu. I thought that after becoming Emilia-sama's knight, he would be a little better. But I guess a person's character doesn't change that easily. Pulled out too soon 3. Subaru. There's no harm in just reinforcing a safety measure. After managing to turn back from the flower garden and returning to the meeting place which they had set up after breaking through sand time, Subaru was being stabbed with strict criticism for making the decision to withdraw. Meili, who had successfully tamed the courtesan bears and opened the way towards the tower, and then Ram, who had been stuck by the window in the dragon carriage, prepared for any emergency situation. Subaru, who had stopped the march of the dragon carriage and requested a face-to-face meeting on the sand, was shrinking as he was cornered about stopping their progress based on just his own opinion. Emilia, but I don't think that Subaru's judgment was wrong. Even if we got really far through the flower gardens, I think that it's still the same situation as a little while ago. If we did that, you wouldn't have been able to get out like we did now. Meili, one-san doubts my ability. You believe Oni-san more than me. Emilia, we've come this far. I believe in both of you, but my opinion is that I especially want to believe what Subaru says. Sorry. Subaru. It was Emilia-tan Magi Megami 5 that who fought against Meili's childish rebuttals while putting her heart into it. As if in prayer, Subaru brought his hands together, and beside him, Beatrice fixed her disorderly clothes and hair. Beatrice, so what do you intend to do after all, in fact? If the witch-beast girl's divine protection is not to be trusted, it's too reckless to pass through this flower garden, I suppose. If Bubby were here, it wouldn't have been difficult to annihilate a whole herd of witch-beasts, but that's not the case, in fact. Emilia, if only Puck were here, oh well. I guess I'll try my best. Subaru. I really want that to be the last resort. And even if you completely annihilate the courtesan bears here, I feel that other witch beasts will fill the gaps, and it'll become an infinite loop. What do you say, Maylie? With the flow being directed towards her, wearing a pout on her face, Maylie averted her face. The girl crouched down, putting her chin over her knees, displaying the attitude of a child, Maylie. What is it? Subaru. It's weird that the flower gardens would be a territory for only courtesan bears. To put it bluntly, if the courtesan bears weren't around, it'd be a home for other witch beasts now. Maylie, it may be right or it may be not right. Subaru, which is it? Maylie, yeah, what Oni-san said is right, but what are you gonna do? While affirming Subaru's point of view, Maylie questioned him back. Receiving her dissatisfied look, Subaru frowned and Julius shrugged his shoulders. Julius, I understand Miss Maylie's point. Subaru's worries are justified, but there is nothing to be gained just by fretting over unexpected situations. If we could predict what would happen and deal with it accordingly, we would not dub it unexpected. Subaru. Even so, just leaving it all in the hands of a divine protection and rushing in without thinking is a different thing. Or maybe I should say, that proposal would be very unlike you. That's more like Garfield's role. Julius. Naturally, I would never suggest such recklessness. We should decide what to do after a constructive discussion, whether we proceed or return, that is. Just like before entering the flower meadow, Julius said this, raising his two fingers. As Subaru snorted at the gesture, everyone began thinking about the situation. Ram, what if Barusu acted as a decoy to lure out the witch beasts? Then while they chase after him, we find a gap for us to break through. Subaru, united we stay. Ram and the others will be safe, and any nefarious insects can be kept away from Rem. It is a great idea. Subaru, I'll be devoured. Emilia, still, I'll work really hard to fight for everyone and such. Subaru. Emilia-tan comes to such unexpectedly meat-headed conclusions at these times. Emilia, what are you saying suddenly? I'm humiliated. Subaru. It's unusual to me. This isn't an unconditional compliment to Emilia-tan, okay? Julius, leave it to Miss Maylie's divine protection, and we will advance through the flower garden until we can know more. Once we have reached the limit, we shall launch a preemptive attack and rush to the watchtower. It is a powerful gamble. Subaru, I can't explain it, but it'll fail. I can't explain it, but I'm sure. Julius, you say this as if you possess an absolutely certain basis. Subaru, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It was tough to dismiss the progression strategy without touching on the forbidden subject of return by death. And during the strategy meeting that seemed somewhat lacking in progress, Subaru noticed something and tried his luck. Because he had to give first priority to Giant's shock, then afterward the retreat from the flower garden, he had forgotten to sort out the cause of those two deaths which had actually triggered his return in the first place. The first time around it had occurred too suddenly, and the second time around it was a mess, so it was not very clear to him, but the cause of both of Subaru's deaths was related to the fact that the tower in front had been glowing. Subaru, that tower glows, has anyone else seen that? Everyone. The watchtower glows. At Subaru's question, everyone tilted their heads with surprised faces. Subaru groaned at the poor response, and that no one saw it. It was somewhat natural. In honesty, Subaru had witnessed that light at more or less the same time of his death. If that light really possessed an intent to kill, then all those who laid their eyes upon it would not live to tell the tale. An attack that would materialize certain death, that was what he should regard it as. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun, you saw the tower glowing. Subaru. I don't think I'm mistaken about it. I think it might have shined. Anastasia. When was that? Subaru. When I was in the flower garden, I believe. He replied to Anastasia's inquiry in the form of another question. However, because the situation in the flower meadow meant that he could not speak out, it did not seem suspicious that he had kept quiet about the light at the tower. Since Subaru had seen the tower's light both times return by death was activated, it was possible that the taboo would be considered as violated. For a second he felt sorry that he was able to report the truth only in irregular bits. Subaru. If the tower lights up, doesn't that mean the Seijin the Tower-san was watching us? Anastasia. Not necessarily. It's nighttime too. It wouldn't be strange to use a light. Emilia. I see. If the sage has noticed us, it may be a good idea to let them know that we don't mean any harm. Except, since Subaru's argument had been blurry and ambiguous, Emilia's thoughts went in a completely different direction. Of course, it was a journey to seek friendly contact. If the cause of the light was indeed the sage, it was only natural that such an opinion would arise. But to Subaru, who was aware that the light was anything but friendly, this would be the same as running towards a cliff. Subaru, wait, let's try to sort out our information for now. And then let's decide whether or not to get in touch with the sage. Emilia, sort out our information. Subaru, yeah, organize, because you know it's all there. That light's not necessarily a sign of life from the sage. It's more, there's possibility of it being a dangerous thing like a searchlight, isn't there? Emilia, searchlight, Anastasia. In other words, Natsuki-kun's suspecting that the light he saw is like a defense mechanism set up by the sage. Subaru, exactly. While Emilia had a question mark hovering over her head because of the unknown Western characters used, Anastasia, or rather, Eridna, understood the true meaning of Subaru's words, and hearing that and pondering over it was Julius. The knight murmured, "Is that so?" under his breath, and Julius, "I do not know whether the sage has been alive for hundreds of years, or if it is merely exaggeration. Is it possible that the sage has left behind his legacy, still working as a device to protect the world?" Subaru. I didn't think so far ahead, but it's possible. Julius. If that is the case, it would assume for convenience that everyone approaching is one who schemes to resurrect the Witch of Envy, even the kingdom's envoys. It has been a long-standing mystery as to why the sage, who was supposed to be friendly towards the kingdom, would display such violent conduct as told in reports. Seemingly relieved, Julius spoke, spurring Subaru's admiration with a "so there's also this way of thinking." Indeed, it was plenty common to find defense systems having been prepared and left behind by great men in the past that, even after the death of their master, would still remain in place, driving away intruders. In a world where magical devices were rife, it was not so strange for such a system to exist. Subaru, if that's the case, I want you to give me a break because it means this trip will be a waste. Ram. With the sage dead, it is merely a matter of collecting any documents left by the sage. It's still too early to leave the world in despair, Barusu. Subaru. I'm not gonna let Nisama's bullying manner get to my head. If Julius's speculations were correct, the whole foundation of the journey would be undermined. But even against such a possibility, Ram's determination would not waver nor change, as one would expect. Anastasia, in any case, keeping watch for hundreds of years without rest. It may be possible, although it ain't realistic. Besides, I don't think there's such a need to be disappointed about whether Sage Shawler's dead or alive. Emilia, really? Why? Anastasia. It's not particularly surprising that they'd be alive even now if they're from a long-lived race. My echidna's birth itself was hundreds of years ago. Pulling out the white scarf from inside her robe, Anastasia smiled. In response to that, Emilia stared absent-mindedly and immediately touched her pendant, thinking of Puck. Emilia, oh, my Puck also lives a long time. I'm not losing to that echidna. Subaru, why are you competing with each other, Emilia-ten? Well, my Biko is quite the lowly granny too. Right, Beatrice. Do you think Betty will just laugh and answer that, I suppose? Disgusting, in fact. As Beatrice sneered with anger, Subaru shrugged. With the conversation having diverted from the main subject, Ram clapped her hands. Ram, the sage being dead or alive is irrelevant to the discussion. Leaving that aside, the problem is the true identity of the light that Barusu saw. Whether that is dangerous or just Barusu's delusion, we have to reach a conclusion. Subaru, it's about time our relationship develops to the point you don't doubt whether what I report is true or false, you know. Ram, it is not about deciding whether it is a lie or not. Ram will concede on this matter. If they did not reach a consensus, it was likely that there would not be any progress. In any case, the discussion ended up returning to the subject of the true identity of the light. Subaru, I think it's dangerous. At the very least, it's not friendly. Julius, and the basis is just intuition. Subaru, well, that's right. Julius, right, that's troublesome. The light of the watchtower Subaru was convinced that it was the cause of both of his deaths, but to convey that fact was a difficult task. So he thought it would be impossible to use intuition as his reason, but surprisingly Ram took that reply seriously. And not only Ram, but Emilia and Julius too. Subaru, Just based on my intuition. You don't have any more doubts about it. Emilia, if this were only a hunch, I'd think so, but it's Subaru's intuition, right? In that case, it makes more sense to think about it than to doubt it suddenly. Julius, do not be so self-deprecating. You've been through this kind of hopeless situation already, have you not? There is a certain kind of intuition that only works for such a person. To put it in other words, it is somewhat alike a rule of thumb. It is by no means something to make light of. Ram, like when field mice change their territory before heavy rain. Barusu's intuition cannot be fooled. Subaru, it's just stupid enough. Is that what you're saying? Like a reflex reaction to the poisonous remarks thrown his way, Subaru's shoulders relaxed a tad. Not being able to reveal the source of his information, even to those close to him, was an absurd reality. Subaru had come across the same situation many times, but each time he was saved by the concern and trust of the others around, in the same way, over and over again. Rem in the royal capital, Otto and Ram in Sanctuary, Emilia and Beatrice in the city of Prestella. They all believed in Subaru, in what he was. Subaru. There's no way to catch their attention in a friendly way. If you even make a loud voice, Bersan will come to welcome us before the sage does. Julius, that is something I wish to avoid. Then, the realistic means should be sending Emilia Sama's magic, or so it seems. While looking towards the watchtower, Julius stretched his right hand and closed one of his eyes. It was a gesture akin to a painter attempting to get a sense of distance. Then staying like that, silently thinking for a moment, Julius. Roughly, from here to the watchtower is around 10 kilometers. It is not a realistic range for Emilia Sama's magic, if produced from the front of the flower garden. Subaru, by the way, how far can you cast your magic, Emiliatan? Emilia, how far? Well, I haven't tried to measure it before, so I don't know. But I don't think it can reach the tower from here. It'll disappear before it hits. The silhouette of the watchtower at their current location was clearly closer than the silhouette visible before the sand time. In fact, on their trip through the field of flowers, they had come very close. Even so, the plan to aim at the tower from the edge of the flower garden was not practical. Subaru. If passage were granted by simply informing them of one's existence, Reinhard would be been able to get through. Being that guy, it's like. Couldn't he make a magical attack that could cover a distance of about 10 kilometers? Julius. There is no way of knowing that except asking him, but it is likely that Reinhard did not get through sand time when challenging this trial. We have only reached this far because Anastasia-sama because Echidna knew the way. Subaru. Got a point there. Ah, shit. Don't you know anything more? As the proposal was rejected, Subaru pointed to Eridna with a melancholic voice. Then, playing her part as Anastasia, Eridna appeared skillfully handling the muffler concealing her state, Echidna. I do not like you putting it like that. Just being able to claim the existence of a path to be found after sand time is an achievement that had yet to be accomplished. Should you not give me more credit? Subaru. We're the first to get here, is that it? Claiming to have the way there in memory, but you're actually a newspaper man on delivery duty with only a faint recollection. You're not doing your job. Echidna. Got a point there. Despite Subaru's theory being rude, Eridna did not attempt to refute it. The scarf kept silent, and that pondering attitude also passed on to Anastasia. Then, suddenly raising her face, Anastasia. That's right, but now looks like it'd be better to sum up the things we know at the moment. Subaru, the things we know so. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun's light of the tower, as well as its supposed danger, the witch beasts, flower garden present in front of the tower, the 3 sand times. Is there something else? The information that Anastasia listed had all been established so far. It was important to build a path and pave the way to conclusion. Subaru folded his arms and recalled the journey thus far and the dangers he had witnessed for a while. Subaru, now, this is the place that we came to after choosing to cross the sand time of the night. Then there's the fact that it's too much of a burden on the ground dragons to pass through that flower field. Also, I'm pretty sure Meili brought a witch beast alongside us without telling anyone. Meili. Subaru spoke while counting on his fingers, and Meili's shoulders hitched in a panic. Everyone's eyes turned to the little girl, having seen her blatant reaction. In response, Meili hurriedly shook her head and Meili, wow, wait. Yes, Oni-san is right, but how does Oni-san know that? Subaru, guesswork, it was just a trick question. Julius, still, it seems that Subaru's imagination was right. What will you do? Julius, in a quiet voice, questioned what should be done regarding Meili's betrayal. Hearing that attitude, Meili's face turned pale, but Subaru did not wish to make matters worse. Stopping Julius with his hand and fixing his eyes on Meili, Subaru, "Don't worry, I'm not talking about scolding her. I understand it's just your insurance. Still, it was just a suspicious factor. Meili, do you want me to let it go? Then you won't be angry. Subaru, there's no need to release it. If you think you need one, please keep it. If we're being surrounded or chased by a group of courtesan bears, it'd be a great help." Thinking he must be joking, Meili widened her eyes and just nodded. Just to be sure, Subaru stared back at Julius, who had yet to loosen his vigilant eyes. Subaru, "That's what children do. Let's give her a pass." Julius, "If that is the appropriate handling of a child growing up, then I shall do my utmost to do likewise. However, the girl's power is too strong to simply trust in her openly, even more so in the land of Ogria, which can be said to be the garden of witch-beasts. Subaru, even so, we're all sharing the same dragon carriage, so please get along." With that statement of Subaru's, Julius hesitated a bit and then ceased reaching for his sword. Then, instead of the silent Julius, Emilia raised her hand. "Emilia, so, Subaru, let's continue the talk from earlier." Subaru, yes, let's move on." Emilia, when it comes to passing through the flower garden, what do you plan to do? You want to try the same thing with another sand time and see if it goes to a different place? Subaru, that's one way, but there's something I'd like to try briefly. Emilia, something you'd like to try. Having no clue as to what Subaru was thinking, Emilia tilted her head in confusion. Copying that from Emilia, Subaru turned his eyes toward the edge of the flower meadow, the sea of flowers that filled the area up to the watchtower. Of course, it was not possible to see its end. Subaru, if the flower garden comes to an end somewhere, we won't have to worry about being targeted from all sides at least. It's worth a try checking whether there is an edge like that or not, right? Ah. And so, their plan had all the participants verifying the edge of the flower garden. Julius, if moving in separate groups, getting lost would be devastating. Besides, it would not be sensible to advance in the immediate vicinity of monsters without Miss Meili's assistance. Julius's point gained unanimous approval. Subaru also agreed on this and decided to give priority to safety rather than convenience alone. Subaru, well, I'd like to start departing soon, but everyone prepared to depart, getting on their respective dragon carriage or ground dragon, with the rule to always keep the watchtower's silhouette on their right side, and with the direction they were heading towards was to the left. The party would make sure they were heading north. However, whether the rules of east, west, north, and south still worked in the sand dunes was a different affair altogether. Subaru, thinking calmly about it, this whole place is also a strange case of space-time distortion. If by going through sand time you arrive here, it's somewhat similar to door crossing. Beatrice, I don't know what Subaru is trying to say, in fact. It's true that distorting space and making physical distance vague is one application of door crossing, I suppose. Betty set up Subaru into it once too, in fact. Subaru, you did to me. When? Beatrice. I'll never forget it. It was on our first encounter, I suppose. Subaru. First encounter. Oh, in Roswell's mansion, when I completed that infinite loop corridor in one try. I'm sorry about that. Even though it was so hard for you to prepare it, I'm sorry for tramping all over your hard work. Sorry. Beatrice, you seriously apologizing for it is seriously frustrating, in fact. Forget it, I suppose. Subaru, you reminded me. Beatrice, HMPH. That's it, in fact. Riding with him, Beatrice was getting somewhat angry, so Subaru had no choice but to take on the difficult task of handling the peculiar girl. For the time being, he held her in his arms and soothed her, commanding Patrash to walk towards the dragon carriage. And then, Subaru, are you ready there? Julius, without a problem. Now all we need is for Emilia-sama to perform her task. Emilia, that's right. Nodding to Julius, who had finished his preparations on the carriage's coach, Subaru looked up at the roof. Much like in their march into the flower garden, Emilia's position was still fixed on the roof of the dragon carriage. Subaru raised his hand to Emilia, who seemed enthusiastic while standing high, and asked her to create a landmark as she had before. Subaru, Emilia-tan, please here. For the time being, this is our base camp. Be as quiet as possible, like, so you don't disturb the witch beasts. Emilia, okay, understood. If I wake up a witch beast with this, all the trouble we went to being all quiet back then would be meaningless, right? So quietly, quietly. Subaru slowly moved his hand, gesturing to go slowly, and Emilia mimicked it while before their eyes, a tower of ice emerged from the sand. It seemed like they were right in their judgment that it would proceed quietly. In fact, the ice tower was built slowly and gently, so the usual tense sound in the air went unheard. A few parts had come out looking a bit weak, but it had a fine finish and seemed to be able to fulfill its role safely. Emilia, is it okay? Subaru, all right, no problems. As expected, Emilia-tan. Giving the anxious Emilia a big O and K, Subaru peeked in the direction of the flower beds. There were concerns regarding the witch beasts, namely if they would be able to sense mana activity, but fortunately, there was no sign of anything other than the sweet scent of nectar flowing from the flower gardens. Actually, it seemed quite dull. Subaru, even now I wonder, why are they pretending to be a flower garden? If they want to camouflage themselves, don't you think a desert is a strange place to do it? Beatrice, witch beasts aren't expected to have that much intelligence, I suppose. They're simple, can't do anything except what is carved into their instincts, and they think of nothing else, in fact. Animals are just like this, I suppose. Subaru, I see. Very interesting, Beatrice, held near his bosom, gave a bitter evaluation. Nodding at those words, Subaru diverted his gaze to the flower garden and aimed to give the order to their departure, and he noticed. At the edge of his field of vision that contained the flower garden, a change took place, somewhere different from the flower garden. The watchtower glowed. Subaru, Emilia. Immediately, Subaru raised his voice and called out to Emilia on the roof. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Emilia stiffened. But the effect of the light exceeded that. Subaru, HK. Making a violent, sharp sound, the ice tower took a direct hit from something and smashed it to pieces. The large, slender ice tower, its height 10 meters, was nothing but fragile. However, as if destroying a sandcastle, the attack broke the ice with ease and reduced it to mana. Again, he had not been able to see it, but he understood. Subaru, I knew that light was an attack, Beatrice. Subaru, next one is coming. While his body was bathed by fragments of shattered ice, Subaru turned his neck to Beatrice's call. Immediately after that, the watchtower shone again, as per his intuition. The light's next blow was aimed at Subaru. The light would approach at a speed that did not even allow them to blink, and it would target his vital points with its single blow. Its devastating power was already known to Subaru, who had died from it. Therefore, the moment his brain detected that it has been targeted by the light, death had already been determined. Subaru. The light attacked, aiming straight for Subaru's forehead. It was death itself, killing its prey without a sound, only leaving behind a skewing wind. Natsuki Subaru was once again about to be killed in cold blood, with no assistance possible. Subaru. Beatrice. I suppose. In this case, Natsuki Subaru was not the only one being aimed at. A pleasant sound echoed, and the attack that should have hit Subaru missed. The cause was simple. Subaru's strength surpassed that of the attack. Was one of the 3 original spells Subaru had developed with Beatrice. This particular one was absolute defense magic. During the activation of Subaru would not receive any interference from the outside world, being rendered unable to move. It was the result of applying all of Beatrice's yin magic skill and knowledge into manipulating time and space in a limited area around Subaru. Subaru. It's a bit weird realizing that the effect is similar to that asshole's Gua. The Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus, could stop the effect of time on his body by transferring his heart. Could be said to be a downsized version of that ability. However, there were no harmful side effects like one's heart stopping, so a person would become invincible as long as their mana was not exhausted. In this situation, though, it was nothing more than buying some time. Subaru. But just buying time. I've got important things to do. Beatrice. Hey, Subaru, what are you screaming for, in fact? Are you okay, I suppose? Behind Subaru, Beatrice's worried voice yelled as she used his body as a shield. It was like this because even though they were protected, sound and shock were still being transmitted. After EMM activation, the light of the watchtower seemed to wonder why Subaru was not dying even after being hit again and again, so it kept bombarding him with consecutive attacks. Subaru. Gah, gah, ah. Its rate of fire and the accuracy of its aim were both extraordinary. Although the pain and the force of the blow was one that Subaru's body did not suffer, unfortunately, it was human reflex to react with a yell upon being hit by something. Emilia. Subaru. Geez. Watching Subaru being showered by a concentrated attack, Emilia attempted to support him from atop the roof. Looking to protect Subaru from the watchtower's attack, a thick and enormous ice barrier was erected from the sandy ground. Perhaps the toughest defensive wall Emilia could create in an instant. It was well-intentioned, a shield from the attacks targeted at Subaru, but Emilia— No way, Julius. Even the ice walls do not stand a chance. Emilia let out a shriek and Julius a startled cry. As they could see, the ice wall was crushed in one shot. That unbelievable power was not the only reason. The ice wall was struck, but somehow weakened the light enough to avoid having it hit Subaru. Much of it rebounded and struck the sand, which kicked up a white smoke. Looking at it closely, the marks of the destruction of Emilia's ice wall showed that it had been melted rather than pierced. Emilia. Heat. Did the heat melt the ice? Julius. Something fell to the ground, a needle. Looking at the effects of the attack, Emilia and Julius simultaneously reached different conclusions. In the meantime, the assault resumed. Subaru was struck by a staggering number of attacks, and even though he was in an invincible state, it was exceeding their limit. Beatrice. Subaru. There's a problem, in fact. Subaru. I'm listening, but I can't. Beatrice. If things keep going the way they are, we'll be running out of mana very soon, I suppose. Subaru. Already. Beatrice. It's almost over, in fact. At Beatrice's cry, Subaru bit his molars while still under fire. Of course, what Beatrice meant to say was not, since mana is running out, you should supply more, I suppose. But since mana is running out, we should counterattack, I suppose. Subaru, can you do it? Beatrice. What a foolish question, I suppose. Beatrice did not answer his question by saying she could not. Hearing the response of his trusted partner, Subaru loosened his jaw, relieving his molars, and steeled himself. Subaru. The third one's incomplete. Let's go with the second one. Beatrice. I'm going to deactivate EMM right after it hits. There was no time. Subaru looked at Emilia. Emilia looked at him and nodded. There was no time to discuss concrete measures, but he believed it was conveyed. Subaru. Gwa. The light set off, and again Subaru suffered a direct hit. Because EMM had been activated, the attack would not reach him, it would be cancelled. Each of the original spells was a trump card that could only be used once a day. With the release of EMM, Subaru would lose its protective function against that light, and they would have to fight back before the next one arrived. Subaru. The light, as if it could read Subaru's actions, the next strike of light was even faster. Thus far, the speed, power, and frequency were obviously meant to finish off Subaru. Naturally, with Subaru's paper-thin defense, only one direct hit would be enough to send to the other side. And so Emilia. Stop, HK. A vortex of magical power was deployed in multiple manners in front of Subaru, creating walls of ice standing on the sand ground. This time, the defense was not limited to only one wall. Instead, 6 sheets of ice walls had been conjured at the same time. The light struck straight into those 6 lines of defense. It went through the first one without a hitch, the second one with ease, the third one like it was nothing. However, there was a slight resistance on the 4th sheet, and the 5th one could endure it for only a bit. By the 6th and last one, the speed of light was clearly dulled, but could still go through it. The light penetrated through the 6th ice wall and was about to pierce through the forehead of the defenseless Subaru. Just before it hit, a knight's sword drew a semicircle, catching the light that had lost its speed and cutting it down. Julius. Unfortunately, there will be a number of women who would grieve if he is hurt, rushing from the dragon carriage to this place and striking the light with a slash of his sword without minding the danger was Julius. Emilia's defense had weakened it, and Julius had stopped it. Even though he was slightly jealous of that combined strike, Subaru's preparation was complete. Subaru. Let's go. The second. Absolute invalidation magic, EMT. Lifting the hood that protected him from the sand, Subaru opened his mouth wide and chanted. Then, hiding behind Subaru's back, Beatrice drained mana from Subaru and multiplied it with her own magical power to cast new magic. Subaru. In the next moment, a light expanded around Subaru and Beatrice, forming a spherical field of about 10 meters, also encompassing the dragon carriage. The result was the equivalent of having wrapped themselves in a transparent, invisible sphere of light. However, the effect was tremendous. Julius. This is. In front of the astonished Julius, the watchtower once again radiated light. Noticing it at the corner of his eyes and immediately grabbing hold of his sword the next second, he opened his eyes wide. The light went straight ahead, aiming directly for Subaru, but the moment it entered the field, it simply lost all its momentum. The overwhelming speed that seemingly surpassed even bullets disappeared, and the only thing remaining after it had lost its velocity and power was a strange white object, both long and slender. It was easily brought down by a swing of Julius's sword, falling on the sand and scattering away. Subaru. A needle, huh? Julius. Something like that. No, more than that, Subaru, this magic. Subaru. Wait. There are heaps of things I want to talk about, but for now we have to withdraw. Get in the dragon carriage right away. Let's get out of here. We can't take too long. Julius. Understood. Let's hurry. With a call of urgency, Julius jumped into the dragon carriage, taking back his questions. He took the reins immediately, and the dragon carriage turned its front towards the sand time. It would be a suicidal act to go towards the watchtower now. This was the right decision. There was no choice but to believe it. Subaru. Let's go. Don't get too far from me. Stay within the light. Emilia, wow, Subaru, wow. Even though there's so many lights being fired, clinging on to the roof of the running dragon carriage, Emilia watched Subaru with astonishment. It seemed like even though it had no effect, the light continued to target Subaru. But no matter how many attacks it launched, the light would simply lose its power as soon as it entered the EMT field and fall into the sand as was. The invalidation is absolute. Julius. At any rate, it is a terrific power. Is this yours and Beatrice Sama's trump card of some sort? Subaru. One of the trump cards. I'm not going to spoil it. For now, our priority should probably be getting away from the watchtower. No, definitely. Julius. I believe it is an application of yin magic, invalidating the effects of mana within the range. If that is the case, it is the natural enemy of mages. No, you are a formidable opponent for anyone who uses mana to aid their skills. Subaru. I would say it only seems to give a relative advantage. It doesn't make me stronger. I'll still lose in a fair fight against a strong guy. This is the ability that I developed thinking of when I'll give Rose-Kai a black eye. It seemed Julius had genuinely praised him, so he felt a little better. Of course, escaping from the attack of the watchtower also brought him relief, but in any case, it was nothing more than letting his guard down. However, it was probably impossible to predict what letting his guard down would bring right now, even for Subaru, so no one could be blamed. Emilia. Subaru. Are we going back to the dunes in front of the flower garden like this? Subaru. For just a short time, but yeah. We need to polish and refine our countermeasures anyhow, while voicing such voice, on their retreat to the swirling sandy breeze of sand time on the moment the EMT field touched it, the world broke. Subaru. Ha. Beatrice. Oh no, I suppose. Until then, Beatrice had been clinging to his body with relief at getting through the attacks. Right in front of her eyes, the view of the nightly sand dunes was torn apart, causing her voice to tremble. Beatrice. The distortion of space is invalidated by EMT, in fact. Subaru. Beatrice. It's like you said, I suppose. The distortion here is similar to Betty's door crossing in that house. In other words, the distorted space will return to its original state. Subaru, what does that mean? Subaru's question did not reach its end. Only the feeling of Beatrice clinging to him remained. Just like that, the world was torn and unraveled like paper, coming apart, and the crack in space swallowed up Patrash with Subaru and Beatrice, and the dragon carriage with Emilia and the others. Subaru. Not good. Emilia. Subaru, thrown into the darkness, Subaru cried out. The effect of gravity lost its hold on him. He could not tell top from bottom, from left from right. He did not know where the dragon carriage was, but he could hear Emilia's voice echoing in response to Subaru's cry. Subaru. This is bad. Before he could say it, he was thrown out into the other side of the broken space. The boundary between the flower field and the sand sea was crumpled and broken, and it was seen that a small group had been swallowed in it. From far, very far away, witnessing that, a shadow wriggled inside the tower. It walked away from the window, stepped onto the cobblestones, and went down a spiral staircase. Its steps were slow, but gradually became faster and more impatient. Shadow found him, and as if it had not spoken in many years, let out a musky murmur, except no one who heard it would be mistaken that it sounded absolutely delighted. Shadow found him. That much was certain. Translation notes. 1. Much like in Arc 5, Chapter 1, this is yet another Aishitaru. Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The granddaddy of I love yous. Important to note that it is not strictly used in the romantic sense before you start getting any weird ideas. 2. Old Maid is a card game from the Victorian era in which players must discard any pairs they have in their hand. The last player left with a card without a pair is the loser. For more information, see here. 3. So, a fun fact. The literal translation for the Japanese here is Chinese letter, which literally means premature ejaculation. But it doesn't translate to English all that well, so the subtly sexual, pulled out too soon translation is frankly hilarious. 4. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese symbol, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese symbol, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Translated as Emiliatan is seriously a goddess. Arc 6, Chapter 13, Ridicule of the Sands. Translation by Mahabrabin, proofread by Archbishop. Space distorted, the world broke, and they fell straight into the rift in reality that resulted. As if it was made of fragile, thin paper, the world was easily torn apart. Swallowed by the distorted space, Subaru's eardrums heard no sound, a stark contrast to the magnificent visuals around him. He only heard a voice screaming, as if someone were calling him. Even that voice faded away as well, and before long he could not hear it. The feeling of someone holding his chest also disappeared, and the fingers pulling onto him detached, drifting away from him. With no one around, abandoned in this empty place, it seemed like he had become completely alone. While being tormented by such loneliness and sadness, Subaru's consciousness began slowly emerging. And then, how long are you going to sleep? Get up, lazy Barusu. Subaru. Ah. Feeling something sharp poking at his side, Subaru got up screaming in pain at the shock. Having jumped up reflexively, the sand clinging onto his body fell to the ground. Coughing, he spat out dirt which had gotten into his mouth. Subaru. Ach, thur, pithu. Ha, what happened? Rubbing his eyes, he checked his surroundings as he rose to his feet. With shaky knees and a poor foothold, he got up comically. Beneath his feet, a sea of fine grains of sand yet remained. As his consciousness returned, Subaru could determine that this was an extension of the Ogria sand dunes. However, the view around him was not clear, because it was dark, far too dark. Amidst a darkness where gazing at his own hands was not possible, Subaru's eyes caught the presence of a small artificial light. You can sleep so well in such an emergency. It is amazing. No words. A stern voice hit him, and the owner of the light snorted. That which emitted the light was a type of magic stone. Processed lagmite ore had been fashioned into a tool like a lantern. Looking at the face illuminated by the light, Subaru raised his eyebrows. Subaru. Ram, is that you? Ram. Who else can you see? Rem. I did not expect such a lame answer. Subaru. You and Rem look alike, but it oozes from that inside that you're not her. In response to Ram, who seemed harsher than usual, Subaru gives a bitter reply. Receiving the lantern from her, he looked around the area, illuminating it. Subaru, this place, where is it? What happened? Ram also wants to know the whereabouts of this place. As for what happened, it is 3 times worse than what Barusu can imagine. Subaru, does that mean you expect me to be an optimist? Do you look down on pessimists? Ram, in this case, I wonder which is better. That reply was probably accompanied by a shrug. Even with her right next to him, it was hard to tell Ram's appearance in the darkness, as the space illuminated by the light was awfully large. It seemed that they were in some sort of hollow space. There was a slightly tall ceiling overhead, joined with walls that indicated the extent of its depth. Subaru, can't feel any air flow, can't see the sky. You mean we were sent somewhere? Ram, If Beatrice-sama's words before we were separated are true, the space distortion is the cause. Subaru. Separated. That's right, separated. Where are the others? While listening to Ram's disinterested and emotionless demeanor, his understanding caught up with reality. Subaru moved the light from right to left, seeking figures other than Ram's in their surroundings. However, as he searched the illuminated space, the light was not reflected by the silhouettes he so desperately wanted to see. Ram, as you can see, we were separated. Barusu's magic nullified the watchtower's deception. The result is not clear, but maybe instead of going into the right path, we were trapped in a distorted spacetime where we will wander forever. Subaru, what are you saying? Why are you so calm? This combination of us two, it's totally random. With Ram's calm explanation, Subaru's face turned pale, and so he raised his voice. Beatrice's cries, space breaking apart right before his eyes. He was instantly reminded of it. The rift had swallowed the entire party consisting of Subaru and the others and dragged them into another space. At that time, Subaru and Ram were both traveling along, but they should have been in different groups. Subaru was riding Patrash, and Ram was in the dragon carriage. Ram. It seems that this separation did not take into account who was in contact with who to determine who accompanies who. At the moment we entered the rift, Ram should have been hugging Rem, but it turned out like this. Subaru, I was also supposed to be clinging to Biko. And yet I can't find her, I can't see her. No way, there's only Ram here with me. What kind of grouping is this? If the condition of that separation was not contact, then was there any other reason? Their group was composed of 8 people. There was no particular common feature that only Subaru and Ram shared. Again, was the grouping completely random? Subaru. No, I'll postpone guessing the conditions for now. More than that, we have to hurry and join up with everyone. No, there's something even more important. Ram, Subaru. You and I are too, so it's still good. If any of the others who were separated are with someone else, there's still hope. But if there's someone who's alone, and if that's Rem, that's awful. Emilia and Julius, the only 2 people responsible for making up the fighting power in this party, were of no concern. Meili and Beatrice could also manage to get by alone with their respective abilities. As for Anastasia, or rather Eridna, probably there was her trump card that had been used to fight back against lust. Although less honorable than other ones, Subaru and Ram's combination was still manageable. But Rem was a different story. Unlike the others, Rem was unable to perform any independent actions by herself. Even if someone was alongside her, protecting the perpetually sleeping girl would turn any kind of undertaking into a next to impossible task. And the worst of all, if Rem were to be completely isolated from the others, then death would be the only thing awaiting her in this lonely sand sea. Subaru. It's important for us to meet up with everyone else, but the top priority is securing Rem. I can't leave her in such a lonely place. That's the one thing that's absolutely not good. It absolutely cannot. Ram, Barusu, Subaru, because I said I'd bring you here. I thought that you might be able to wake up if you meet the sage, so I did that. It's useless. Absolutely shit, just Ram, Barusu, calm down. Even I will lose it now, Subaru. Why are you telling me to calm down? Are not you worried because Rem is missing from your memories? Ram, HK, there is no such thing. Imagining the worst possibility, Subaru started mumbling desperately about the future and enumerating his regrets. Hearing Subaru speak, Ram could not stand it and exploded. She grabbed the confused Subaru by his collar and pressed him hard against the sand wall behind him. Ram, do you think you are the only one who cares about Rem? Do not push it too far, Barusu. Even without my true feelings, Ram is still Rem's older sister. Do not make a fool of me. Subaru, Ram. I can still slightly feel my connection with her, so at least for now she is safe. That much is certain, so settle down for the time being. It was not as if that face expressed any emotion. However, seeing the unbearable unease and distress in her eyes as she tried to appear calm, Subaru loosened the tension in his shoulders. Seeing that, Ram also moved her hands. Released from being pushed on the wall, Subaru looked down in shame. Subaru, my bad, I'm sorry. Really, I was the worst idiot right now. Ram, that's just as usual. If Barusu starts reflecting on his life, it'll take a whole day. Stop wasting our time. Subaru, my bad. Experiencing Ram's sharp tongue and emotional testimony, Subaru finally let out a single apology. Then he slapped his cheeks with all his strength, regaining his fighting spirit. Although Ram had assured him that Rem was safe, the fear of her being alone could not be dispelled. Their situation would not change if they did not reunite with the others soon. Subaru, anyway, let's rush this reunion. Ram, can't you use your connection with Rem to work out her location? Ram, it's difficult. That girl is asleep, so the only thing transmitted is her heartbeat. There is another means, clairvoyance, but that's not too reliable. Subaru, why? Ram, these sand dunes, it's full of witch beasts, and there are almost no ordinary animals or plants around. Clairvoyance is not able to borrow their sights if their wavelength does not match with Ram's. It does not synchronize with the witch beasts. At this time, Ram is only able to borrow the eyes from Barusu's ground dragon. Subaru, Patrash. No, that should be enough. I want to check if Patrash and Giant are with someone. It'd be helpful if they were with everyone from the dragon carriage. Ram, that would not be very useful. Subaru felt frustrated at Ram's disinterested attitude, tilting his head in thought. Now was the time to collect as much information as they could to get reunited again, and yet he was unable to understand why Ram was hesitating here. However, before he could touch on what she had truly meant, the answer appeared in front of them both. Subaru. What had suddenly passed by in the corner of his eyes was a light different from the lantern he was holding. Immediately shivers ran through Subaru's body, as he had had a bad experience with light moving through the edge of his sight. But the light that appeared was shaken by a gentle movement, totally different from that. The light gradually came closer, and slowly the figure became clearer. Ramsan and Natsuki-kun, it seems that your discussion's over. Subaru, Anastasia and Patrash. Hearing the familiar Kararagi dialect, Subaru's head slightly lifted in surprise. In front of him, holding a lantern apart from the one held by Subaru and riding Patrash's back, was Anastasia. In response to Anastasia's question, Ram bowed while lifting the hem of her robe on the spot. Ram, thank you for your consideration, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, how are the surroundings? Anastasia, I just checked all the way back, but I couldn't find anyone else. Only the three of us are out here, and this sort of girl. Ram, is that so? Anastasia, gotta keep your spirits up. Might not be much comfort, though. Ram, thank you for your concern. Oh, I see. I shall do so. To Anastasia on top of the dragon, Ram responded politely. From the course of the conversation, Subaru vaguely understood that Anastasia had been searching around. But that was the extent of his satisfaction, for the lack of explanation left him displeased. Subaru, hey Ram, weren't you and I the only ones here? What does this mean? Can you explain? Ram, I do not remember telling you that Ram and Barusu were alone. Barusu was the one who made that rash judgment of his own accord. Unsightly. Subaru, it'd be much more endearing if you said you were so worried about Rem you failed to mention it, Nisama. Ram. Hearing Subaru, Ram snorted her nose with her usual tone. Feeling relieved with that attitude, Subaru then walked towards Anastasia. Subaru, regardless of any deception, it's good news that Anastasia is safe. I'm relieved. Anastasia, aren't you confusing this deception of yours with a misunderstanding? I'd be relieved to learn that I'm not alone. Besides, Natsuki-kun's ground dragon, Patrash-chan, was very helpful, a very good girl. Stepping on the saddle, Anastasia carefully attempted to get off Patrash, and Patrash immediately crouched down to help her descent. As expected, she was a proper ground dragon, a handsome ground dragon, a female, however. Subaru, no one else is hiding, right? It's genuinely just the four of us, Anastasia. Including Patrash-chan, there's no doubt that it's the four of us. Emilia-san and Julius have no reason not to come forth, but I don't know about Meili-chan. Subaru, she might have taken advantage of the commotion to run away. You don't have to say it. Picturing the girl with braided hair in his mind, Subaru thought about Meili's options. Just before being separated, Meili's secret insurance in having a witch beast accompanying them had been exposed by Subaru. Subaru, who had returned by death, actually knew that Meili's witch beast served to protect the dragon carriage, both from the watchtower and flocks of attacking courtesan bears. However, since that was an event that had not occurred in this loop, essentially, the only one who knew Meili's reason for having the sand earthworm follow them was the girl herself. In this particular situation, having Meili escape the group and try to leave the sand dunes alone would not be strange. Subaru, But she won't do that. That's what I want to believe. Anastasia, expectations, or should it be trust? Subaru, make what you will of it. Leaving that aside, how are the surroundings? Setting aside his stance on Meili, Subaru asked Anastasia to be briefed on her inspection. She put her hands in the sleeves of the robe and tilted her head, saying, "'Bout that, huh?" Anastasia, judging from what I saw, we're certainly in the sand dunes, but mayhaps this place could be underground. Subaru, underground? How could there be an underground in the sand dunes? Anastasia, under the sand of the dunes. A cave, more of a cavity, so to speak, but the temperature's obviously lower than above ground, and the air's also feeling kinda heavy. Subaru nodded as the girl swung her robe in an appealing gesture, joining the front parts to keep out the cold. Certainly, the atmosphere here felt far colder than in the earlier setting. Considering the space had a tall ceiling with the sky left unseen, it was a suitable guess. Subaru, underneath the dunes. I've got a bad feeling about this. I pray that this isn't a sand earthworm's lair. Anastasia. That's. It was a plausible scenario. In fact, they had witnessed the existence of sand earthworms inhabiting the ground, and given the enormity of the individual used by Meili, this cavity was just large enough for it to be possible. Considering the ecology of the eyeless sand earthworms, this dark space devoid of any light would be a perfect match for them. Subaru. I mean, this team seriously lacks combat power, me, Ram and Anastasia. Is this a special front of non-combatants? Ram, Emilia Sama's own knight, proudly describing himself as a non-combatant. How hopeless. Subaru. I'm just stating the reality. Without Beatrice, I can't be so conceited as to rely on my whip skills alone. In terms of everyone's self-defense measures, this really was a group that lacked fighting power. Ram had restraints of her own, and Subaru lacked Beatrice, to name a few. Ram. By the way, what about Beatrice Sama? Do you feel any connection relating to your contract? Subaru, unfortunately my Mbiko's heart are strongly tied, but not in a realistic sense. No, Beatrice told me before that she could feel me, but I can't. Ram, useless. Subaru, shut up. As Ram sighed and looked away, Subaru discreetly zoomed his face closer to Anastasia. As he murmured towards her calm profile, Subaru, so can you fight? What do you say? Anastasia, if it comes to it, of course I will fight no matter what, but it will shorten Anna's life. I would prefer avoiding it as much as possible. I will be relying on you guys. Subaru, those expectations probably won't be met. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad. For a moment, Subaru snorted at Anastasia, who appeared as echidna. Then, looking at Patrash, who quietly waited for instructions, Subaru stroked the tip of her nose with his palm. The jet-black dragon kept silent, and leaning forward, nuzzled Subaru with her hard scales. Subaru, it hurts, but... Relief. Emilia and Beatrice aren't here, but I'm relieved to have you, except it still doesn't make a complete group reunion. Ram, Barusu. As he was sharing his anxieties with Patrash, as Ram was beckoning him, he looked back at her. Then Ram crossed her arms while facing Subaru and jerked her chin towards Anastasia. Ram, we cannot stand here forever. Let's move to meet up with the others. Fortunately, thanks to Anastasia, we have light. We will be moving onwards. Subaru. Oh. I didn't know that the light was brought by Anastasia. Anastasia. Just before the dragon carriage was swallowed, I could only grab the emergency bag that was prepared by Natsuki-kun. Thanks to you, I was able to bring in the light, a knife, and some emergency food. Anastasia pointed at Patrash, where a small emergency bag was hanging on the saddle. It was the equipment that Subaru had prepared for the dragon carriage as a literal emergency kit. Even if an opportunity did not occur in which its use was necessary, he felt relieved that he had thought of it. Subaru, you shouldn't make fun of the wit I have in hand, after all. From now on, let's not forget to check the emergency door at any place we stay in for the first time. Ram, jokes aside, it is Barusu's credit, so a light will be given to you as a reward, so go ahead and lead the way. Subaru, who or Tilda, this is a reward. Passing him the lantern, both Ram and Anastasia got on Patrash's back. This scene, regardless of how anyone saw it, put Subaru in the position of a servant. Anastasia. As a matter of fact, 3 people'd easily fit. There'd be plenty of room if Ram-san and I cramp in, wouldn't it? Ram. Please stop there, Anastasia-sama. You can imagine Barusu would happily try to touch our bodies were he to be so close to them as to be able to touch them. Subaru. Off you go imagining stuff without a reason to, but if you want to be like that, I'll imagine a lot more than that. Don't mess with me. I'll give you a taste of puberty." Raising his middle finger, he argued back, prompting a wry smile from Anastasia. Ram reacted as usual as Subaru continued walking into the cave with a lantern in his hand. Subaru and Ram's light skirmish made it seem like they had forgotten the circumstances, but it surely was a way to hide the anxiety in each respective heart and brought just a bit of relief to their minds. Perhaps they had both realized it, but they kept quiet. Although walking was a struggle, Subaru and the others were advancing through the large cave in the sand. As expected, Patrash was used to it, and there would not be any problem with her movement even if 2 heavy stones were to be put upon her back. Subaru had learned the technique for walking in the desert these past few days and was able to proceed without much difficulty, albeit there was the feeling of sand entering his boots. Subaru, the wind, I can kinda feel it and also can't. Ram, I feel it. But given how thin this wind is, it's still a long way from being connected to above ground. Along the way, wetting his finger on his tongue, Subaru tried to examine the airflow, but it was not quite clear. On the other hand, with the wind-sensitive Ram feeling it out, she concluded that the exit was still far ahead. The way to this exit was what he wanted to give priority to, looking to meet up with his companions. Unfortunately, though, there was no indication that the signs of wind would be very reliable. Ram, Emilia Sama and Julia Sama should not get lost due to the guidance of the micro-spirits, and that is why I suspect that there is malicious intent in the selection of this grouping. Subaru. Well, it's quite useful to be guided by a micro-spirit. Damn, in my case, Biko's so strong that she keeps the micro-spirits away. She's far beyond their capacity. What became clear was that Emilia and Julius had advantages outside the battlefield as well. When setting out to look for a lost member, the search may not go as smoothly if they are left to do whatever they feel. They could only try not to overlook anything around them as much as possible while proceeding. Anastasia. Before Natsuki-kan woke up, Ramsan seemed considerably shaken. She could not find Remsan, but seems to be hiding it behind her attitude now. Subaru. Is that so? Secretly, Anastasia shared this anecdote, which made his fight with Ram after waking up feeling more and more awkward. Subaru had spent the past year alongside Ram after she had the memories of her sister completely erased. Any connection those two previously had must have left behind some remains after being wiped. If no one else, Subaru at least had to believe so. Anastasia. Well, it is not fun seeing you huddled up all gloomy and miserable like that, so why not look ahead if you are so down about it? If you do not, you might miss something important. Subaru. Don't throw me off like that. You stop giving me those nice words. You're taking after your creator, enticing people like that. Anastasia. Sooner or later, I wish you would start thinking of me separately from my creator. Girls will not like you if you are so insistent. This is something I have picked up with time. Subaru. I don't know any other approach. I'll keep it in a corner of my mind. The tongue-in-cheek talkative exchange seemed to distract from the impatience and anxiety of not making any progress. In the midst of that conversation, the party advanced through the large cave. Nothing really changed about the sand path and the sand walls while walking along that path. There were a few things to think about. That was Subaru. Even though I said to be wary that this might be a witch-beast nest, we have yet to run into a witch-beast. Ram. That is what Ram is concerned about. Kicking the sand under his feet, Subaru grumbled at Ram as she expressed a similar opinion. They continued into the large cave, and soon an hour had already passed. With no one and nothing around, their anxiety, impatience, and bad premonitions continued to grow. Of course, not having enemies show up was a welcome situation, but the extensive silence could not be of any help in wiping out the bad feelings regarding this place. It was much like being detached from the whole world. Subaru. No way. We couldn't have been swallowed by a hyperspace that does not connect to anywhere, right? Anastasia. Well then, would you tell me where the wind we're relying on's coming from? Do you think it's the heavy breathing of an unusually big and ferocious witch-beast who owns this cave? Subaru. That's not even funny, it's rather scary. In fact, it would not be surprising if that happened. They had already seen it with their own eyes that even the world could be broken apart. Whatever this rift was connected to, it would not be worth a surprise. Ram. Regardless of the maliciousness of this selection, it is hard to believe that whoever set it up had considered it could be broken. We were not aiming for such a thing with the negation spell. It was just a coincidence. Subaru, what do you mean precisely? Ram. It is useless to imagine the worst scenario that this road, as it is connected to a witch beast's stomach. Look, observe. The lack of progress was leading to pessimistic theories, which Ram rationally rejected. Then, at the end of the explanation, she urged Subaru to look ahead, him having stopped. Following her indication, Subaru held out the lantern to look forward. Then the illuminated passage of the cavity became narrow in front of their eyes. Subaru. It's a fork. Anastasia, right or left, we gotta make a choice. What do we do? Subaru. From what I know, Kurapika said to choose right when the time called for it. One, Anastasia. Who's that? Looking at it in practical terms, he remembered hearing that people tended to unconsciously choose to proceed left when they got lost. Perhaps it had to do with dominance, such as the dominant hand, dominant leg, and other complicated factors like those. That was said to be one way of thinking about it. For that reason, Subaru wanted to follow the theory of an intellectual character he once knew and chose the right path which he thought was correct. But Ram. So, Barusu, which way do you want to go? Subaru. Honestly speaking, left. Ram. What happened to Kurapika? Anastasia. Who's that? Subaru replied. Ram asked question after question, and Anastasia just poked fun. If the words were taken at face value, then the exchange could be interpreted as such. But in reality, the three people who exchanged words had a stiff expression and worrisome looks on their faces. On top of that, even Patrash, unable to speak, was staring at the right path with stern eyes. The cause was the overwhelming negativity they were feeling from the right path. Abstractly speaking, they felt a detestable premonition. If more words were to be used, what they felt was more like dread. Their instincts were ringing the alarm bell. Selecting the right path would be deadly. Subaru, the right, I think it's dangerous. I have a feeling it's not going to be pleasant. Ram, surprisingly, I agree with Barusu. What do you think, Anastasia-sama? Anastasia. If done the Kararagi way, majority wins by the support of 2 votes. Besides, I'm honestly lacking the courage to choose the right side. As no sleeves would swing, Anastasia made the gesture of swinging both hands as the answer for everyone. Subaru was not the only one. Ram and Anastasia both felt a strange sensation from the right path. Patrash did as well. Therefore, the right road could not be chosen. Subaru. Then left it is, that also feels like choosing a terrible option, though. Ram. So, turning back, there is nothing to gain in such a manner. Subaru, there's nothing to lose, that's what you're saying. I might just be overly negative. As Subaru failed to make a decision, Ram and Anastasia seemed ready to jump in. Reluctantly shrugging his shoulders, Subaru stepped forth, walking in front of Patrash, straight towards the road on the left. Despite his hesitation, by proceeding in that direction, the path on the right would deviate greatly from the large cavity. He found that the pressure that he felt through the walls of sand kept disappearing further and further, and the stiffness in his shoulders was naturally released. Ram, what an unpleasant place. She felt the same thing, and as he heard Ram murmuring, Subaru agreed in silence. At this crossroads, the right path caused overwhelming negative thoughts. They chose the left road out of something like instinct to avoid the other, but there was one more reason. Inside his chest, Subaru felt the presence of something shouting in joy towards the right path. It would be dreadful to obey what it declared. It was also undeniably a major factor as to why Subaru did not opt for that road. Team non-combatant traipsed through the cave, and a few more hours passed after that fork. Subaru, Anastasia, Ram. As they slowly advanced their search in the great cavern, the number of words spoken between the three dropped drastically. With their fatigue, and not to mention the darkness, any sense of time was fuzzy, but what was truly wearing down their spirit along the walk was silence. In fact, Subaru felt like several hours had passed, but he did not know if that was true. There was the possibility that they had utilized the time better than they thought, or even that they had completely squandered it. What they knew for sure was that there was no progress, no more than that. Subaru. At that split, I wonder if we should have gone right. Ram, after that much silence, you can only think to complain. Stop it. It's shameful. Murmuring, he moved his dry lips to complain, and Ram bitterly delivered a stab. However, her poison also lacked ambition. Not being able to find anything, it caused her to also be slightly dominated by anxiety. Although the foothold along that path of sand was shoddy, there was some confidence that they had already walked for a few kilometers. So with no end to the cave in sight, it could not be helped that they would be swept over by a bad feeling. It was natural that one would doubt that the wrong choice had been made. Even more, if they reached a dead end, they would give up and turn back. Subaru, the barrage of lights above ground, what do you think it was? Subaru changed the direction of the topic, for fear that the negative conversation would continue as it was. The topic that turned up was the light of the watchtower that had triggered this situation in the first place, the defense mechanism of the dunes, which was believed to have been prepared by the sage. Ram, it was a needle. Subaru, a needle. To that question, Ram responded curtly. She spilled a sigh at Subaru's follow-up question and gently stroked her pink hair. Ram, I do not know its principle in detail, but long and narrow needles enchanted with magic were being fired. The needles carried high heat, probably the effect of firing magic, but the needle itself seemed to be of special manufacture. As it was repelled and fell on the sand, it disintegrated and disappeared. Subaru, you got such a good glance at it during all that uproar. Ram, a quick glance would tell you that much. Without a doubt, it seemed Ram's observation power was not as ordinary as she claimed it to be. In fact, with Subaru just staring at her, Anastasia shook her head in amazement. In Ram's case, she was aware of her own talents, but was still speaking sarcastically. Despite that, it was quite the analysis. Subaru, what do you think was the purpose? Ram, kill those approaching the watchtower. It is a mystery why it relentlessly aimed at Barusu. It's standard practice to take down the weaker enemies first, so that might be it. Subaru, crap, I can't deny it. It would be only natural to arrive at the same conclusion when taking a bird's-eye look at it. Nonetheless, thanks to that, there had been no casualties among those of the party. The conclusion to be reached here was that it was good to have a weak Subaru donning invincible magic. But in that case, Subaru, it means a friendly encounter with the sage would be difficult. Anastasia, I think it's premature to say so. Looking at it from their point of view, they didn't know who we were nor what we wanted, right? There's a chance for a discussion to occur. It's what I think. Ram, at worst, our business is with the sage's knowledge, and not their personality. If they do not speak, you can just tie them up and make them taste an adequate level of pain until they do. Subaru, Nisama, was that your villainous side talking? Ram, if there is something you want, take measures. This is not mere child's play. Ram remained strangely calm in the face of Subaru's astonishment. Just hearing those statements, he felt he was being reminded of how innocent and shallow his own resolutions were. Regardless of whether it was actually put into practice, there was no doubt that Ram was prepared for it. That was not but proof that she was serious about Rem's Subaru. To touch Ram's resolve, Subaru would be required to make some decisions regarding his own resolutions. He had not thought of getting his hands dirty for Rem. Rem was not to be blamed for that either. What he had to do was to be prepared to reap the results. When confronted with the existence of the sage, no matter what kind of opponent that is, he must be absolutely determined, he must be resolved to that degree. Patrash. Subaru. Patrash. At the same time Subaru bit his lips with those thoughts, Patrash held her breath. The ground dragon was glaring at the path with squinted eyes and neighed a little. Having noticed that stare, Subaru also stopped his feet and returned to soothe the ground dragon. He stroked the back of her neck and called out, "What's wrong?" "Subaru, did you see something?" "What, Ram? The reason would be this." On Patrash's behalf spoke Ram, interrupting Subaru. Anastasia frowned and looked at the passage, imitating Patrash. Of course, nothing could be seen anything within the extent of that darkness, but a different feeling was being stimulated rather than sight seeping into their nasal orifices was a smell of something burning. Anastasia, don't you think it smells like fire? Ram, I cannot think of anything else, but I do not think something like a kitchen could possibly be here. Subaru, if this is fire, the reason for this smell is civilized people, right? Ram and Anastasia. At Subaru's clinging question, neither Ram nor Anastasia could just easily nod. He could also understand the girl's judgment. but the smell that was drifting was clearly a scent of something supposedly burning. Ram said it was something like cooking. The aroma wafting through the air was similar enough. A bonfire or a stew for a meal. If that was the case, Subaru, do you think there's a possibility of that being Emilia and the others? Anastasia, assuming they were sent to the same place, there's enough possibility. Nevertheless, whether it's rational or unwise to use fire in such situation, I'd leave that judgment up to the others. Subaru. Even if discussed here, the answer regarding who ate ahead of the road would not arrive. The idea of beckoning and checking the intents of the other party came to mind, but Anastasia, even if they're at the end of the path, it doesn't mean they're friendly. Supposing it was not Emilia and the others, could it be the sage? It was hard to believe that the sage who should be in the watchtower would come down, but it was not unlikely. In that case, if the sage continued to be hostile, a corresponding assault was also to be expected. Subaru, hide the light and move forward. What I mean is, if they're using fire, then there's light on their side. We at least should hide. Anastasia, it's strange to keep speculating about it. So gotta check what's the cause, so I think it's a reasonable idea. Anastasia nodded to Subaru's proposal, and after that Ram also quietly agreed with it. When the lights of the two lanterns were turned off, the party went back to the path where the smell of fire was drifting from, relying only on Subaru's light. Ram, Barusu. Subaru, what? Ram, if anything happens to you, we will leave you here and run away. Try not to hold a grudge. Subaru, if you do that, I'll curse you. Ram's words were those of encouragement, perhaps because she knew he would be fearful. In the light held by Subaru, Ram slightly loosened her lips, and Subaru went straight through the passage. Feeling Patrash's breath behind him, the scent of the fire gradually grew more intense. Subaru, it's the light. Beyond the passage, he found a slightly shimmering red light. Subaru immediately darkened his own light and instructed the three behind him to be silent. Then he squatted down and stepped on the sand stealthily to confirm the existence of the light. One step, two steps as he moved forward, he could see that the light was on the other side of a corner. The passage was slightly bent to the left, and the fire was just beyond there. Subaru, quietly reaching the bend, he took a peek of the other side ever so slightly while leaning against the wall. At that moment, a wind carrying a slight heat tickled Subaru's forehead, and he unintentionally closed his eyes. Immediately after, Subaru's footing dug into the soil unexpectedly, the sand slid, and his body rolled down. Subaru, wah! Incapable of withstanding that surprise, Subaru forgot to hold on and rolled down the slope. The fine particles of sand were hard to grab onto, and so he slid all the way down to the bottom. Plunging headfirst into a pile of sand after rolling down a steep incline of about 10 meters of height, Subaru again spat out sand and raised his body. Subaru, ugh, again sand, no, that then. Subaru shook his head and looked around. With a shock, he had dropped his lantern. As it was nearby, he started searching for it, stretching his hand, and he touched something hard. For an instant, he thought he had found the lantern, but it felt different compared to the hardness what he had held. The surface was crisp and pleasant to touch, like a wooden stick. Despite its thickness and length, he judged it light when lifting it up. Subaru, what is it? In that pitch-black darkness, even getting closer to it and straining his eyes would not relay to him its identity. Smelling it timidly, the smell of charcoal was felt. Subaru. The very next moment after he thought that, a light appeared behind him suddenly. The wisps that appeared in the background were red, shimmering, and primitive, and they were called flames. Then, as the flames began to light up the world, Subaru saw the true identity of the thing he had grabbed. Probably, it was a creature's foot. Something that had once been an animal, burned until it turned into charred remains. And around the place where Subaru was sitting, the remnants of former creatures that had become lumps of charcoal were scattered. Subaru had slipped right into the middle of countless, burned, dead bodies. Subaru. Oh, ah. Throwing away the charred waste in his hand, Subaru aimed to retreat. However, a terrible flame existed at his rear, and his neck was burned by the heat wave, and this time he fell down just on his face. And finally, he turned back and looked at it directly. Keishig. Subaru was thrown out of reality, facing a tremendous roar from his front. Why were all the witch beasts' roars so disgusting as to irritate human beings to the limit of their disgust? With such a high-pitched roar, it was like countless babies were crying all at once. It was a blasphemous creature that Subaru had never seen. It burned red in a place full of burned bodies. It truly was a witch beast. But the color of its fur was different from what he had seen in the past. As far as Subaru knew, all the witch beasts were distorted and ugly, but they were often in a form such that they bore a resemblance to an existing creature somehow. That applied all the same for the white whale or the great rabbit. For all cases, there was a basic foundation of an animal. However, this time, he did not wish to apply the same concept to the witch-beast that existed in front of him. Witch-beast, Keishiyig, the witch-beast once again cried out. At first glance, some similarities could be found with a horse. Thin but strong legs of a quadruped that existed to charge over the earth. It was the same as a horse, in that it possessed a trunk supported by its 4 legs and a long tail swaying from its rear. However, there was a human torso in the part where the horse's neck should normally be, leading to the head. Compounding on the 4 legs, the human torso possessed 2 further arms, and there was no head above the neck of the human torso. As from the neck to the top, a horn protruded. It was the mark of a witch beast, a mark that branded it as something decisively different from other animals. In place of its head, a horn grew. It possessed a head knot. But if that were the case, where was the mouth from which its cry was raised? From the chest till the belly of the human torso was a vertical gash, and inside the oral cavity were fully grown fangs aligned horizontally, asserting their existence. Subaru, a monster. Even calling it a witch beast was somewhat absurd. Rather, it was a blasphemy of life. To Subaru's knowledge, it was close to a creature of fantasy called Centaur, half man and half horse, but that was a distorted figure, as if its production had been abandoned halfway. From the backside of the human torso of the centaur grew a mane of flame torso, searing the sand cave with incredible power, red light urging forth. Considering the strength of that blaze, who had created all the charred carcasses that lay around the place, became clear. Using fire meant civilized people or whatever. It had been a mistake to embrace such expectations. Subaru. The arms of the human part of the centaur were that of a human with 5 fingers. The legs of the horse part of the centaur were that of a horse, with hoofs having been formed. The figure was about 6 or 7 meters long, just about the right size to pass through the cavern, that was to say, the master of the cavern was this being in front of him, Subaru. It was a trap. Holding his breath, Subaru despaired. There was nothing he could do. He quickly turned his hand to the back of his waist and grabbed the handle of the whip, but he did not believe he could do anything with it. And to that breathless Subaru, the centaur tilted his eyeless head. From its mouth was hurled a bellow inciting fear. Witch beast, Keishiyig. At that moment, Subaru moved to create a gap. He turned around on the sand, roughly kicked one of the charcoal debris onto the centaur. Having been cooked to a crisp on the inside, the corpses had no power to them even if they connected. But still, it was good to be in control. Clinging to the steep slope, he attempted to return to the upper passage. He would go back the road he came, but he did not mind it. The problem was, how far this centaur was going to give chase was unknown. Given that it burnt its prey in this manner, it was dubious whether it had an appetite. Of course, this was not necessarily a good thing, as he had heard that witch beasts possessed an instinct to hurt and murder human beings. Still, if there was a possibility that the situation to look up for a little bit, it would Subaru. Kafu. While thinking so much about it, Subaru noticed that his body was not trembling. Trying and creating a diversion by kicking a piece of charred debris and climbing the steep sand slope and turning back and reaching out to his whip, Subaru could do none of this. Because before he could get to it, the breath of the witch beast burned Subaru. Subaru. Ah! As soon as the conception reached that his whole body was being burnt, Subaru screamed in pain and suffering. However, perhaps because his throat was being burnt, his lungs were having their oxygen burnt, not a bit of his voice could be raised. Where the burned skin formed bubbles, they swelled and burst instantly. The fluids that had flown inside the body, which he had never seen before, instantly evaporated, his blood actually boiling. Subaru. Never mind rolling over on the ground in this suffering. The muscles and fat had been burnt, melted, and charcoaled. The pain disappeared to a place far away, and Subaru experienced an illusion of being drowned in flames. Burned. Yes, burned. He had read somewhere about burns in depth. He had learned that there were several stages of burns, and that once the third stage was reached, the scars would remain, and a skin graft would be necessary. He also had learned that if 30% of a person's body were burnt, breathing would be made difficult, leading to death. Subaru. Body hair burnt till the follicule, eardrum and brain matter alike melted and flowed out the earlobe. Lips and gums evaporated, exposing the teeth, and the tongue was gulped by the suffering of the heat wave. It did not matter. He had already drowned. These burns, could they be healed? Even though he was not confident regarding his face, if it got burnt, would they like him less? Emilia Beatrice Rem. Rusu. Burning, his field of vision was burning. Everything was burning, turning red and going white. Blood was eradicated by the tremendous heat. The eyelids melted away, the fluids of the eyeballs evaporated. It turned white and cloudy, and nothing could be seen. He had just heard something. He had heard someone calling. He had heard babies crying. Someone came down beside him. Idiot. Why had they? They had said they would run away. Why had they come down here? But going down, what did that mean? Moreover, what was left or right? A horse, a human, different, heart. It melted, it burned, sleepiness. Melted and disappeared. How long are you going to sleep? Get up, lazy Barusu. Subaru. Guara. Subaru was pulled back to reality with a sharp poke, his limbs unable to move, and his scorched thoughts crumbled away. Suddenly raising his body, Subaru wiped cold sweat from his sand-laden forehead. Subaru, AOA. Looking around. Dark, he was unable to see anything. There was something that evoked fear just a few seconds ago. Subaru, hit. Ram, I am stunned. How can you be frightened from mere darkness? You are not a child. Subaru, ah. Cowering, this small Subaru's eyes widened at the sound of that voice. Her face illuminated by the lantern she herself carried, from Ram spilled a slight exhale. Then she quietly knelt down on the spot and stroked Subaru's cheeks with her hand. Ram, what a pitiful face. Subaru, has my face melted? Ram, except in front of Emilia-sama, I have never seen such a pitiful sight. The heat of the palm touching the cheek was so warm, but it was not even close compared to what Subaru had just experienced. Thanks to that feeling, thanks to the sensation of flames and the warmth of another, Subaru understood. Again, he had returned by death. And here was another save point, different from that of the two deaths he had met in the sand dunes. So it had been said that to conquer the labyrinth of sand one had to put their very lives at stake. He felt like the cold sand flowing on the sand sea was silently ridiculing the scorched Subaru, watching. Translation note. 1. Hunter x Hunter reference. Arc 6, Chapter 14. Faith built atop the sand. Translated by, Ice Contributions by, Erifuru proofread by, Grace Dazim Fan Art Source Arena 442. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English. Japanese web novel source. The warmth coming off from Ram's palm contrasted with the scorn of the cold sand. Both of those were the realities which Natsuki Subaru was faced with now. That was the present that he should accept. Subaru, Ram. Ram, what? Subaru, your fingers sure do feel nice and smooth. It's as BBUBA. Ram, this Barusu sure pushes his luck, doesn't he? Subaru, will you ever stop using people's nicknames as curses? Subaru voiced out his complaints with tears in his eyes after having had his cheeks slapped in recompense for his careless remark. However, Ram, who held a lantern in her hand, did not reply to him. Instead, she hurriedly moved off, keeping her distance away from him. It was something cold from her, even though up until now she had shown him a kindness which was seldom seen. Though if things stayed like this, since Subaru would be unable to even have an awkward conversation about it. Part of his true intention had been to go back to how they usually interacted. Subaru, right here, we're Ram. It's pitch black absolutely everywhere. You remember the crevices opening up in the sand sea, and our dragon carriages being swallowed up by them, I presume. I don't want to have to explain more than that. Subaru, no, I'm fine with hearing just that. I get it. Ram. K. Subaru received an outline of the current situation from Ram as he took a deep breath. He understood that he had returned by death, and that his returned by death point had been changed already. Subaru had met death 3 times in these sand dunes with this. Twice he had been killed above ground by the flashes of light, which had likely been fired from the watchtower. However, this third time was far different to the other two. He had died from being attacked by a monster at the underground. He could barely keep his body from shaking as he recalled the manner of his death that he'd experienced just a minute ago. Subaru, I never thought I'd die like that. The manner in which Subaru had died now was what you would call a fiery death. His whole body had been scorched by crimson flames, and he had been burnt to death still without understanding everything that was going on. It was hard to forget that his whole body had been licked by red-hot tongues, and that every part of him had melted rather than burnt. He knew from knowledge that the human body was a lump of fat. However, was it really something that melted away so easily and runnily like that? That his burnt remains were tragic was something which he would indeed agree with. Ram, Barusu, have you calmed down yet? If you've settled down, we need to talk. Subaru, yeah, I'm okay. Is it just me and you here? Ram, if that was the case, Barusu, I would be ditching you and running away for my own safety. Since I haven't, well, you understand what that means, don't you? Subaru, did you just show a part two to the kindness you seldom show? Ram, you sure do say a lot of disrespectful things towards the bundle of love and compassion which is me, don't you? She came back whilst you were spouting out nonsense. Looking to his left at the lantern, and then looking at where it was pointing from Ram's right, he saw the glow of a lamplight approaching from deeper within the cave. The lantern was swaying back and forth at around head height, and just as he expected, the source of light was held by Anastasia, who was riding Patrash. Anastasia, Ramsan Natsuki-kun, seems your conversation's finished, right? Subaru, Anastasia, Patrash, is that you? Anastasia, who was riding on Patrash, spoke out the same greeting as she had before as she flashed him a grim. And to those words, Ram pinched the hem of her skirt like before and bowed. Ram, thank you for your thoughtfulness, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, what do the surroundings look like? Anastasia, I Zeus went to look a little further inside, but I couldn't find any of the other young'uns. It's Zeus, the three of us who were hurled down around here. And this young'un-looking one. Ram, I see. Anastasia, you gotta keep your chin up, though mayhaps that in itself ain't gonna be of any use to us. Ram, thank you for your concern. Indeed, I understand. I'll make sure to do so. Anastasia voiced her apprehensions from Dragonback, to which Ram replied in the likeness of how she would usually speak, different to how she spoke to Subaru. Anastasia's face was clearly visible this time, since Ram was the one holding the lantern. Everything Anastasia had said was exactly the same as last time. The fact that Ram was upset at being separated from Rem was clearly shown from her face in profile, in which the slight exhaustion therein could be seen. TL note, in the Japanese it certainly is, but I may have translated things differently to chapter 13, since that chapter had a different translator. Subaru. So for now, the only ones that were able to join up is just us four. Pretty damn awful that we have no fighting strength. Anastasia, we ain't as scattered as we thought, eh, Natsuki-kun? What special good luck charm did you even get Ramsan to cast us? Ram, unfortunately, nothing would happen even if it has to decide between just me and Barusu. Only Barusu would end up dead when he would be found the next day. Subaru, what do you mean? Do you mean like the werewolf in a game of werewolf? Scary. Their comments were not meant as a show of bravado, but rather Anastasia and Ram exchanged words in such a way as to calm Subaru, who had just woken up. Though his grasp of the situation was quick since it was the second time around, they were still in a place where it paid dividends in getting a move on immediately, even now. Subaru, Ram, just to make sure, you don't know where Rem is using your synthesia, right? Ram, that's correct, it's no use. Since I feel the link, I have no doubt that at least she's alive. But I don't know any more than that. All we can do is pray that she's not alone. Subaru, given that my everyday deeds are tied to fortune and misfortune, Rem's deeds will just be good ones. Make no mistake in that. I absolutely believe in her safety. If this theory was right, it was entirely because of his own deeds that he was going through an absurd amount of suffering and death. He wanted to go and close his eyes to that. Subaru on top of that. Subaru absolutely couldn't let Ram and Anastasia know. That was his greatest anxiety. It seemed like everyone he wanted to save had been scattered away from him, thanks to his return by death point having been updated. It was just like when he couldn't use his return by death to get Rem's name back. What if tragedy had struck his companions due to his return by death? Updating now. Subaru, I absolutely won't allow that. For those who weren't here. Emilia, Beatrice, Julius, Maylie, and Rem. He prayed that nothing disastrous had happened to them. Natsuki Subaru prayed that they weren't hurt, even if they weren't in his reach. Ram, Barusu. You connected with Beatrice Sama. Subaru, I've tried, but it's no good. As long as there's a path between us, Biko herself should be able to sense me. But even if I try to call her, the connection is pretty weak. Anastasia might be due to the miasma. Even spirits can't keep their breath held long, even my echidnas grumbling every so often. It was Zeus, Emilia-san, who was fine tied. Subaru, I guess it was the same for you as well, eh, Biko? Beatrice, stout-hearted as she was, probably wouldn't let out any complaints even if she was in a bad state. Were that to happen, Subaru would have absolutely noticed it. Beatrice being in a bad state would influence everyone else's safety as well. When they safely reunited, he'd have to tell her off. Subaru, that's why, for that too, we need to rejoin with the other guys. Let's go deeper into the cave. It was likely that they'd come across the monster, which had burned him once again if they went towards its depths. But even so, there was no other way but to go forward. So to reunite with his precious companions as well, there was no other way but to go forward. Anastasia, you're the only one walking, Natsuki-kan. Ain't your footing getting worse? Subaru, I'm fine. Do take care though, since Patrash won't welcome anyone with open arms except me. Every time it seems like she's about to bite off one of Biko's drill curls. Anastasia, ahaha, what a great joke. Patrash-chan is a good girl, she wouldn't do that. Ain't that right? Patrash. Patrash gave a quick grunt at Subaru, who was leading them with his lantern whilst they made their way deeper into the cave. Her grunt was the sort she made when she had no complaints. Patrash was still a hard worker, even in spite of her carrying other people who weren't Subaru, since she knew it was an emergency. As expected, she was a woman worthy of being part of the Emilia camp. Having placed Ram and Anastasia on Patrash, Subaru was the only who traversed the maze of sand on foot. They followed the same way as last time, with the four of them moving forward towards the depths of the cave. They may have left dozens of minutes earlier than last time, but since he didn't know when that monster would appear down here, it'd all be down to nothing more than a margin of error. Subaru, its lair is way over there. Maybe it's its feeding ground or its playground. What couldn't be called feed was the sheer amount of burnt corpses which had littered that area. The charred corpse which Subaru had accidentally grabbed had probably been an animal's from its shape. It seemed like he'd grabbed the hind leg of a four-legged creature, but there weren't any indications that it had been eaten. The amount of charred corpses over there had been countless. He could even have appreciated its cuisine as being simply gourmet witchbeast if it was using fire to just prepare its meal. However, it merely burnt its prey and left their corpses behind untouched. That monster possessed a cruel nature that delighted itself in burning its prey to death. It made sense that it had a way to capture it and a place to burn it. It was a grotesque figure, munitioned with abnormal amounts of heat. Subaru also feared the witchbeast itself, which existed with a wrong form as a living creature, at the same time as he recalled the moment he had burned to death. Anastasia, from what I can see, we should still be in the sand dunes around here, but maybe underneath it. What do you think, Natsuki-kan? Subaru, Anastasia, Natsuki-kan. Subaru, eh? That's right. I think so too. Ram, did you actually hear what she said? You're being rude if you think that response adequate. Ram swiftly exposed Subaru's mindless agreement. However, Subaru hastily shook his hands and head in denial. Subaru, no way, I heard everything properly. And what's more is that I'm sticking with my stance of absolute agreement. Ram, really, when you take off your bra when you go to bed, your breasts don't sag an inch, is that what you're saying? You're affirming it. Disgusting. TL note. Roughly in Japanese, that's what Ram is saying. She's basically calling Subaru a bullshitter with this colorful anecdote. Subaru, isn't the way you're bringing that up to me disgusting? Or rather, it's not like what she's saying, don't you agree with me? Subaru, in a state of disbelief, turned towards Anastasia for help. She gave him a wry smile and then spoke out saying, you shouldn't worry, Anastasia. Ramsam was messin' about Zeus now. I darn think it's proper to speak like this in this terrible situation. Subaru, why yeah, that's right. I was in a hurry, And in the first place, neither Ram or Anastasia's breasts would sag, nor do they have enough to even notice. Anastasia, whoopsie, sorry, Natsuki-kan. My hand slipped. Subaru, why the past tense and why so hot? Her lantern was pressed to the nape of his neck, and the heat coming off from its magical orb burnt his neck. With the sensation of his fiery death resuscitated within him, he shuddered and rolled down onto the cold sand, shouting and screaming as he relieved himself from the pain. And as he did so, still collapsed with the back of his body lying on top of the sand, he glared at the two of them on Dragonback. Subaru, I isn't that cruel doing that all of a sudden. I would have liked at least a chance to explain. Anastasia, you can't go criticizing people's physical characteristics and then showing contempt for M. You absolutely can't do that unless you're masochistic. If this was Kararagi, you'd lose all your reputation and become broke. Don't you agree, Ramson? Ram, I don't mind. Besides, Rems are bigger, so we keep the balance between us. It's no issue for me. If he went and spoke out on their beautiful sisterly love which complemented each other, he'd once again provoke their ire. Thus he kept quiet. Subaru grimaced, his nape tingled in slight pain. He stood up and coughed, brushing away sand. Subaru, anyways, let's get down to business. We're underground here, that's what you said, right? Anastasia, what? You actually heard me. That's right, I think so. The reason why is cause the air is heavier than above ground, and the temperature is lower. Don't you agree? Ram, underneath the sand dunes. We'll have to pray that this isn't a sandworm's burrow. Subaru. It could also be worse than that. Anastasia pulled her robe in tighter, appealing to the chill, a gesture which Ram followed suit in. Subaru subtly weaved in the reality of the situation while he agreed with their opinions. Of course, even if there were sandworms here, it would be a Herculean task to beat them back with the meager fighting strength they had available amongst them. Even so, sandworms were still better as they somewhat had a strategy to deal with them. That witch-beast, which for now he'd call a centaur for convenience, was something which Subaru had no idea of how to deal with in battle. He had come across it and been immediately burnt on the spot. He was sure he'd meet the same manner of death if he bumped into it like last time. Subaru, practically, it's likely we'll come across witch-beasts other than the sandworms. Even though they're witch-beasts which roam these sand dunes, I think it's a good idea if we came up with a plan for them for later. Ram, yes. Nonetheless, I can only say that I just know what I heard Maylie speaking about on the way here, and other than that, perhaps how a typical witch-beast lives. Anastasia, the witch-beasts of the Ogria sand dunes are far more aggressive due to the effects of the miasma, and there are also witch-beasts that shouldn't be living here in the first place. Even so, knowing is better than not knowing. When Subaru put out his suggestion, Ram and Anastasia both nodded in agreement. As a result, they talked about the witch beasts whilst they continued their search forward into the depths of the cave. Ram, sandworms stand out due to their stench and ugliness, but in contrast to their aggressive nature, their bodies aren't that strong. Even if their bodies are large, my magic can kill them easily. If anything, your whip may actually be useful, Barusu. Subaru, seriously, my whip would damage them. Anastasia, it said they tend to be cowardly, and if they feel pain, it'd seem like they'd back away. It'd depend on the type of pain they'd feel, but at least the chance ain't zero, wouldn't you think? Ram, I don't want to come across a Banasi if possible. Subaru, is that a vicious witch beast despite it having the name of a rodent? Anastasia, nah, it ain't got any fighting strength. Boot, it fights dirty. Puffs itself up until its body goes kapow, blowing up anyone near it. And with that, its blood and guts will shower its enemy. Subaru. Then is its blood poisonous or something? Ram, it's not like that. It's just pestering. But once one of them does that and their stench pours out, other Banasi flock over and do the same thing. You end up becoming smeared in blood. Subaru, scary. TL note. Chinese letter is the kanji for Banasi, which is a term used for opossums. I am guessing TAPPEI gave these kanji special furigana when they were introduced, as that's how it's written on the wikia. But that is why Subaru mentions the word rodent. As expected, there were a lot of witch beasts which were unfamiliar to him, and there were many things which made him want to frown when listening to their composition. After they finished their discussion on those witch beasts, Subaru felt like the time had come and chose the topic. Subaru, so, the next one is about a witch beast I saw in the distance back at the sand dunes. Do you know about a witch beast which has a human body attached to the body of a horse that spouts flames from its back? Ram and Anastasia Subaru told them about the centaur, keeping in tune with the discussion which they'd had so far regarding the mode of life of witch beasts. It was a distinct witch beast. Even if this witch beast was one of the more aggressive varieties which were native to these sand dunes, if there was an origin to it, he should be able to make a breakthrough on it. It'd be ideal if there were weak points to it which were easy to understand, such as being weak to water due to its fire. Anastasia, sorry, but I ain't got a clue. What about you, Ramson? Ram, I'm sorry as well, but this witch beast invites only revulsion even in just listening to this. Subaru, you both don't know, huh? However, he only got those answers from both of them. It seemed that neither of them had any knowledge of the centaur, or a different kind of them with those abnormal characteristics. But that was the witch beast they'd likely first come across. He didn't want to give up on finding a breakthrough with only the answers he'd received now. Subaru, you really don't know. Like, part of Patrash's head becoming a human body, and two arms sticking out from there, and a mouth stretching vertically across part of its body. And finally, a horn growing from its neck of its human body instead of a head. Anastasia, what the hell? That's so gross. Ram, honestly, that's so off-putting. The more details he put into his explanation, the more he put off the women. Seeing even Patrash's face looking disgusted after she received Subaru's semblance of an explanation, Subaru dropped his shoulders in defeat. It genuinely seemed like they all had no clue about it. Ram, if you happened to catch a glimpse of a witch beast like that in the first place, you needed to report it back then. Why did you let such a seemingly dangerous witch beast go by? Subaru, no, that's not. It's because it was night time. Maybe it was because Meili's divine protection was active, so I just saw it in the distance not approaching us from all the way over there. It was like when you were being treated by a Miliatan inside of the dragon carriage. Ram, disgusting. Subaru, so that's all you're gonna be saying. Subaru was discouraged by the lack of a response as he fumbled around for a suitable excuse. With it ending up like this, they had no means capable of striking first against the centaur. All he could do was search for a plan to avoid meeting the real thing whilst he spelled out its danger in anticipation. Subaru, for now I'll call it a centaur, but I reckon it's a really dangerous thing. A mane grew from the back of its human body, and it was burning like fire. It had quite a tenacious look to it. I don't know how since it didn't have a face, but that's the feeling it gave off, so it's likely that if we don't take care, it'll come and chase us. Ram, then why did you ignore it? Do you have a death wish? Subaru, I think there were misleading words in the explanation right now as well. He couldn't deny that his explanation had become fairly absurd in wanting to let them know of the danger. However, by telling them this as a precaution, the girls would likely be able to keep themselves on guard for danger in regards to an encounter with an actual centaur. That's all he had managed. He hadn't managed to tell them about when he had really met the centaur, and they had no countermeasures against it. Subaru thought about a more fundamental approach as well. That was Anastasia. Natsuki-kan, Ramson. Can you stop the chatter for just a mo? Anastasia said that, and motioned for Patrash to stop. The clever earth dragon had stopped before she had been told to, but she drooped her head as if she understood what Anastasia meant. And then Anastasia held out her lantern in front of her and said, Anastasia, there's a fork, and the road before his eyes was the first part of his plan to avoid meeting the centaur. As before, a dread hung in the air at the fork, enough to make one grimace, and that dread came clearly flowing in from the right path. Anastasia, left or right, which way do you want to go? Subaru, if we follow Kurapika's theory, going to the right is the correct option. Anastasia, who's that? TL note. Kurapika is a character from HXH. I haven't watched that anime, so I don't know exactly what the reference is, but it's easy enough to figure out what it means. As before, Subaru's knowledge was nothing but foreign in this other world. Subaru had already experienced it with his body, so his words weren't unsubstantiated. Subaru, in times like these, people tend to unconsciously want to pick the left side. Though various factors are at play like one's dominant hand or eye, ethology has shown actual evidence of that, especially when there are no additional conditions attached. Ram, ethology, what a smart word came out of your mouth. However, are you ignoring this horrible presentiment which you can feel coming from the right path? Isn't this a condition? Whether it would be correct or not to take the right path this time, they had to take it. Having deemed so, Subaru would have to try and persuade the others with logic. However, he felt a strong feeling of aversion to the horrible sensation that was drifting in from the right path. If they could, both Ram and Anastasia didn't want to take the right path. He could see that from the look in their eyes. Persuading them and making them take the right path was what Subaru had to do. He wouldn't let them go towards their death so easily after getting the chance from returning by death. Subaru, it's true that a blatantly horrible atmosphere is coming from the right, but I think it's just a little too blatant. It's as if it's saying, don't come here, right? Ram. Subaru, it's exactly like the mechanism which breaks through that sand time and the flower garden of witch beasts before the watchtower. They're far too intricate to be something that cropped up naturally. Didn't you think so? Anastasia. In other words, Natsuki-kan, you want to say that the sand time, the flower garden, and this cave as well are things of artifice. In contrast to Ram, who had sunk into silence, Anastasia followed what Subaru had been trying to say. Subaru cracked his fingers at hearing her response and voiced his agreement with a "that's right." Subaru, they've set a bunch of traps since they want to keep us away. Why haven't we come across a single witch beast here in nearly an hour if this wasn't something artificial? We all seem to agree that this is part of the Ogria sand dunes. And though Meili's not here, we haven't encountered any witch beast lairs. That's unnatural. Ram, so here we're in a place where someone's hand. No, where the sage's hand came into play. Subaru, with that, we know that the sage's personality isn't very pleasant. Ram, although it was an opinion which was half-coated in truth, Subaru admired that even if he spoke himself, it didn't mean that he hadn't been able to sound persuasive. In fact, when he looked back on the journey through the Ogria sand dunes up until now, there had been many things set which could certainly be called traps that were there to impede their journey towards the watchtower. It could even be called a trial. And it was a fact as well that they hadn't come across any witch beasts yet in this cave. Of course, Subaru's thoughts were incorrect in the end, as he knew that they would come across the centaur at the end. However, no, perhaps that centaur was the last god. There was a chance that its presence was a mechanism that denoted a last show of strength to those who came to enter the watchtower. In that case, he just had no way to express the malice in their choice of guardian. However, Ram, there's certainly logic even in Barusu's point. Subaru, seriously. Anastasia, why are you acting so surprised? It's strange. Subaru instinctively reacted with surprise at Ram's words, who had sunk into pensive silence. And after that, Anastasia, who had seen that response, gave a wry smile and lifted up the pom-poms on her hat with both of her hands. Anastasia, to tell you the truth, I really don't want Tar go to the right. But now that you said that our opinions have been induced, Tar form up, pick the left. I don't want Tar go with it anymore. Subaru, that's an opinion that doesn't seem like you, who lived by your do-or-die intuition. You sure have been swept away. Anastasia, are you Zeus, saying, even I'll do it if your opinion becomes approved? The wry smile on her face grew deeper, which as a matter of fact probably indicated that Eridna was unable to imitate the vital point that had been Anastasia's do-or-die intuition. This was a last resort for her too. She should have had a difficult time deciding whether or not to get on board with Subaru's point. Subaru, so what about you, Ram? Ram, Ites, as I said. I can understand Barusu's point too, considering how things went in the sand dunes up until here. We can just agree that apart from the sage's wicked disposition, there's also the harsh environments that those who can't reach the watchtower are subject to one after the other. That's why it's obvious that someone has meddled. Subaru, I sure don't agree with calling them natural things. Ram, so, although I don't fully agree with your point, Barusu, it doesn't mean that I don't agree with some parts of it. With that said, there's no hesitation in checking the right path. Subaru, what do you mean? Anastasia, it's annoying for her to do what Natsuki-kun says, but she's going to go along with it, is what she's saying. Anastasia politely interpreted what Ram had meant to say. In fact, it seemed like it was the correct interpretation considering that Ram didn't correct any of it. In short, it meant that both Ram and Anastasia had accepted Subaru's cajolery. Subaru, all right. Excellent, muchas gracias. I won't make either of you regret it. TL note. Subaru actually says thank you in English. Decided to use Spanish to mark the difference in language here, considering this is an English translation. Ram, I will take at least some share of the responsibility in my choice. Don't you go trying to carry my share of the burden on your back as you please. Focus your useless resourcefulness only on Rem, Anastasia. If you make me regret it, I'm gonna let you take the responsibility for it. If that happens, we'll have to consult with the abacus for how much it's gonna be, don't you think? Subaru, both of you are so damn scathing. His delight was short-lived, and his speech in which he had taken responsibility for the choice was quickly assailed by the both of them. Although he didn't know how serious Eridna's trace of Anastasia was, Eridna was putting in great efforts so that things wouldn't end up in regret. Only that feeling was genuine. Subaru, plus, it's not like the obstacles end with just their persuasion. Indeed, that was right. In the end, all Subaru had got was the right to make a challenge. The challenge against the real hurdles started from here on out. The fork in the road awaited their decision as it exuded an overwhelming negative atmosphere out. They were going to take the right path where the air lay thick and visible, ever worsening. If this was a trial which the sage had prepared, he wondered what they were thinking by opting to make this path its start. Subaru, if he's waiting for us beyond this point, then let's give him as much of a surprise as possible. I'm gonna slap his face and make him apologize over and over, and after that, I'm gonna make him find Emilia and the others. TL note. No gender pronouns are included when talking about the sage. A more accurate TL would be using they. But if I am recalling correctly, Subaru presumes the sage is a male at this point in the story. Determining that, Subaru turned towards the right path and brandished his lantern there, having declared that. And then Ram gave a soft sigh. Behind Subaru's back, Ram, I agree with you, but there's still a chance that Emilia Sama, along with everyone else, will make it to the watchtower before us. Subaru, honestly, wasn't this a good spot to show off? Subaru, whose spirit was being strained even before the challenge began, voiced out his disgruntlement. After those exchanges, the three of them and their Earth Dragon, the group of four, went into the right path. He still had a bad feeling, even now. That feeling seemed to make even the sand underneath his feet feel different. Whilst tasting this discomfort, Subaru wiped the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead and grinned at Patrash. Subaru, come to think of it, I was wrong to decide which way to take without hearing your opinion. Patrash, Subaru, where you're going is the road I will take. And whatever road it is, no matter how harsh, you'll believe in me since I always weather through. Hey, you're way too handsome. I'm falling in love. TL note. When Subaru is pretending to speak for Patrash, he's using Chinese letter as Patrash's personal pronoun, whilst using his usual Chinese letter to refer to himself. Ram. He's being nonsensical, but he doesn't seem to be doing it by mistake, so he's being sinful, don't you think? What good do you see in him? Ram muttered that out as if she were shocked when she saw Subaru rambling on about Patrash's feelings as if he was her, whilst she remained taciturn. Though Patrash would usually immediately rebuff such talk, right now she had remained composed as if he hadn't said anything wrong. Or she had thought it foolish to waste strength doing that, so she was saving it for until they reached a safer place. One of the two, likely the latter. Subaru, even if so, can you go easy on me if possible? Patrash, letter 3-1 Subaru, was that a voice of denial just now? Despite having chosen silence until now, she abruptly let off an impatient bark of denial at what he'd said. But then, having the mettle to first of all escape safely from here before berating him was quite the good thing, because that meant Patrash believed that they could get out of here safely. They kept on walking without any change, with Subaru at the head and Patrash at the back. The lantern's light illuminated the way several meters ahead. Making sure to tread carefully, their exploration continued. Their pace, however, had definitely slowed down compared to their way here. It was even slower than when they'd taken the left road before he had returned by death. The reason why was simple. Subaru, my body, is so heavy. It wasn't that his weight had increased, or that an invisible yakai had climbed onto his back. And in practice, it definitely wasn't any sort of issue that affected his actual corporeal self. TL note, https://n, Wikipedia. org/wiki/y%c5%8 roughly spectre, but I wanted to keep it like in the Japanese. That both his body was heavy and his feet unmoving was entirely a mental problem. Sure enough, The right path was brimming with a negative sensation that had caused his feet to seize up. He hoped this was one of the sage's detestable trials, and that if they came out of the forked road, they'd find a safe spot awaiting them ahead of these hopes. He didn't hold a single one. But unfortunately, even those hopes were fleeting and quickly turned. Rather, his negative thoughts, which felt like a curse, grew ever stronger. Subaru, gulping down some saliva, still keeping his silence, Subaru took a step forward so to move his leaden feet from the sand. His feet were frozen in place. He wouldn't move. Even if in his heart, Subaru knew just how weak and fragile he was, he shouldn't have felt like cowering in this passageway of sand, where nothing had happened yet. Indeed, he felt no fear at heart, and even his head felt clear. Just his limbs didn't try to move in line with that purpose. His flesh and body only were acting against his reason and the course of his soul. His body instinctually rejected it and tried to stop him from moving forward. It cost Subaru twice as much time, strength, and willpower to move forward, and even he couldn't help but feel tired. Subaru, fool, can I really whine this much? Violently shaking his head, Subaru tried to forget the feeling of tiredness that ladened his body. Choosing the right path had been no one but Subaru's decision. Even though it had been, he couldn't permit himself to try and whine, or such, before the two behind him did. Subaru, well, this walk sure may be a little difficult, but it's no big deal. Surprisingly, our goal may be getting closer. Ram, Barusu Subaru, oh, what's up? Ram, shut up. Subaru, uh-oh. His attempt at trying to drive away his whining with a show of bravado was shot down by Ram's curt toxicity. Their pace had fallen drastically, and their fear of the surroundings had also only increased. It seemed like probably even Ram was being taxed mentally. That her words were more toxic and curter than usual was proof of that. Subaru, I get what you're feeling, but I think I suck at walking in silence. Ram, are you walking to enjoy yourself? Remember why we're doing this. Subaru, well, no, but like Ram, be silent and walk. An unapproachable, obstinate attitude. Of course, though Ram's opinion was correct, Subaru had a point as well. Right now, the weight of his body was pulling into sync with the weight on his mind. In other words, it had become a vicious circle where the heavier his mood got, the heavier his body became. He wanted to take their minds off it a bit so that things wouldn't end up like that. Keeping on guard was important, as well as wanting to show some consideration, but he wanted them to show that they'd understood that and taken it on board. Or rather, Ram especially should take it on board. She always showed consideration. Still, she might be really struggling. Subaru, do you reckon we should move faster? Ram. Subaru, Ram. Subaru called out, trying to determine how urgent the conditions had got, but Ram didn't bother to reply to his words at all. The light from the two lanterns, one of which was illuminating the path ahead of Subaru, and the other which was illuminating their surroundings from Patrash's neck, didn't allow the particulars of Ram's expression to be seen. With her hood pulled over her head, Ram cast her eyes down to look at Anastasia's back. Her face wasn't visible. Subaru, Ram. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, is that quite enough? Subaru. Stopping in his tracks, Subaru turned his head around to try and look at her expression. But Ram, stubborn as she was, didn't let him see her face, and on top of that, Anastasia had defended her. Seeing Subaru's lips bend in frustration, Anastasia scratched her cheek, with a troubled expression adorning her face. Anastasia, I hadn't mentioned it, but Ramsan was considerably flustered after she woke up in the underground. Her composure seemed to have come back because of how plucky she is, but I guess it still looks like she hasn't fully regained it. Subaru. You're saying too much. Anastasia, look, will you leave this, Tommy? While Anastasia had put some consideration to Ram's feelings, her words lacked in it. Having just had her hidden innermost thoughts divulged, Ram gritting her teeth could be heard all around them, but Anastasia took no notice of it. She raised one of her small hands and pointed it in front of her so that Subaru could see it. Anastasia, we shouldn't talk right now. When your nerves are frayed to the limit, no matter who says what, nothing good will come out of it. Isn't that right? Subaru, Anastasia, isn't that right? Though it annoyed him, Anastasia equals Eridna had a point. He had put too much priority in trying to move forward and getting out of the cave safely. Subaru this time definitely hadn't been able to consider Ram's feelings much. The price for doing that had come to bite him back here, and mayhaps had ended up expressed in Ram's attitude. Now that he thought about, It was overly hasty of him to assume that there was a problem there because of Ram. Subaru, you're right. You're definitely right. It was my bad. Ram, reflect on it. Subaru, hey you, Anastasia, stop that no fighting. Come on, Natsuki-kun, keep moving forward, keep moving forward. Subaru's nerves had become frayed on seeing Ram's attitude, which gave no signs of letting up. However, Anastasia had gotten in between them and somehow stopped him there. She then pointed at Subaru, motioning him to move forward. She nudged the lantern that was fastened around Patrash's neck with her feet, rocking it about. Seeing the silhouettes of the passageway of sand flickering across his sight, Subaru clicked his tongue. Although he couldn't stomach her attitude, there would be no point in them falling into strife here. Fortunately, he could excuse it as the unpleasant atmosphere influencing the highs and lows in their mood. While he could lay the blame on something, there was no need to worsen their relations with such an unnecessary thing. They could talk about their current foul attitudes when they made it safely out from here. Subaru, let's get going. Once again, the search spearheaded by Subaru resumed. However, their pace was still slow and didn't get any faster. In the end, his so-called attempt at picking up their spirits and removing the loads from their body had failed. Since nothing had changed for the better, the chances of the situation improving had naturally become zilch. Even so, when it came to change, there had been some. And it wasn't a change with Subaru and the others, but rather a change with the maze of sand itself. Subaru, no matter how you look at it, the path has become narrower. They had probably spent nearly an hour steadily advancing through the right path. The pathway of sand was narrowing from the left, right, top, and bottom. The height and width of the path was reaching a size that would make it impossible for large witch beasts to pass through. There was just enough space for Patrash to squeeze through. However, it was at a size where it wasn't wide enough to accommodate the dragon carriage which Giant pulled. Likely, it was impossible for sandworms and centaurs to pass through too. At least, in other words, when it came to the worst situation, i.e. a centaur lying in wait ahead on the path, that situation seemed to have been avoided. Compared to that, no matter what was awaiting ahead, at least they seemed to have avoided going towards that terrible direction. Subaru, but it looks like we'll have to be more cautious since the paths become narrower. We'll probably end up unable to move without any warning. You guys will need to be on your guard too. Ram, tusked Subaru. Hey Subaru, who had said that thinking about what would happen soon, raised one of his eyebrows at the sudden sound. Turning his head back, he looked at the two on Dragonback who were illuminated by their lantern. No one responded to his shout. However, he knew that Anastasia, who was sitting at the front on top of Patrash, had covered her face with the palm of her hands. That seemed natural for Anastasia, who wanted in one way or another to move forward and keep things rolling along smoothly. Anyway, what Ram had done now was that she had tusked at Subaru's words. Subaru, what have you really been planning from the start? Ram, nothing. Subaru, it ain't nothing. I asked you what have you been planning. Raising his voice at the limit of his patience, Subaru kicked at the wall of sand beside him. Part of the surface of the fragile wall came loose, but Subaru didn't care at all about the sand which sprinkled down on him. All that Subaru saw right now was the insolent Ram. Subaru, all I can hear is you butting in over and over again when people are walking in silence. It seems like this isn't the first time you clicked your tongue at me, isn't that right? Hey, oi, what are you planning? Ram, nothing in particular. I have nothing at all to say to you, Barusu. Subaru, nothing at all. And yet aren't you clicking your tongue at me year after year going TCH, 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 TCH? Aren't you doing that? There's got to be a reason for you to be saying that you aren't doing that, even though you are, hasn't there? Subaru's fervor continued to grow stronger than before, in contrast to the cold Ram's attitude. It seemed natural. Everything which Ram had shown was cold, and one-sided in contrast to the exertions which Subaru had made up until now. Subaru did not know why he was being looked down upon and rebuked. Subaru, if there's something you want to say, then say it. Go and say it, since I'll listen. Ram, that's why I have nothing to say. Subaru, liar, are you stupid? If you feel like hiding stuff, then hide it all. Now that you've slipped up, flaunt it all off, you say there's nothing. That's a fucking idiot's expression, her dumbass. Ram's mood changed at seeing Subaru hurling insults at her, spittle flying from his mouth. Sat behind Anastasia, she leaned her body out and glared at Subaru. He was unsatisfied with where she sat as well. hiding behind others, looking down at him from above. Was she planning to rise above them all by borrowing something's strength? Ram, it seems like you've really gotten yourself all worked about moving forward, haven't you, Barusu? Subaru, that's to be expected though, isn't it? What do you think we came here for? We came to meet the sage, didn't we? All the hardships we faced for this, and all the progress we made, what's so funny about it? Ram, you're wrong. We didn't come here to meet the sage. Subaru, Ram, we came here to return Rem back to how she was. Ram clearly asserted this, all the while glaring at Subaru. Overwhelmed by the sharpness and pressure that emanated from her eyes, Subaru, who had been seething's conviction weakened a little. Saving Rem equals meeting the sage, wasn't it like that? Subaru, it's the same thing, isn't it? Meet the sage and then save Rem. It's connected. Ram, it isn't. Saving Rem comes first, and meeting the sage comes after that. You've got your priorities wrong. Yes, you've got them all wrong. Ram's voice trembled as she spoke the last of those words. The fury she had voiced was a wrath that burnt like an unquenchable raging fire that brought together everything the emotionless girl had felt up until now. In the underground area of these cold sand dunes, Ram continued to speak, her words still full to the brim with the fever of wrath. Ram, I came here for Rem. I came here to remember my little sister. And yet, what are we doing now? Rem isn't even here, so stop messing about idly in this place. Subaru, no one's messing about. Because things ended up like this. Now that things ended up like this, there's nothing else we can do at the time it did. Am I wrong? Ram, yes, maybe so. But before we make sure of that, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem even once? Subaru. Ram, ever since you woke up below ground, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem? Or about Emilia Sama? Or about Beatrice Sama? Have you ever at all worried about those who are missing? Ram showered those questions at him, but he kept silent, speaking not a single word in return. Certainly this time around, unlike the last, Subaru hadn't tried to check how everyone else was doing after he had woken up from returning by death. However, this absolutely wasn't because he wasn't worried about them, but rather because he knew that Ram and Anastasia didn't know anything about them. It was Subaru's consideration. It was care. And despite that, Ram, no, you never did you? You never did, Barusu. You don't care at all about Rem, Barusu, because your head is full of Emilia Sama and Beatrice Sama. Well, so be it. You're just that kind of man. But I feel bad for Rem Subaru. Shut up. Ram, didn't Rem believe in you, Barusu? Though I don't know, since that too is a convenient story which I've just heard from you, Barusu. Maybe you were just saying whatever popped into your head. You only say what's convenient in front of women. I feel bad for Emilia Sama and Beatrice Sama as well, deceived by such a man. Subaru, shut the hell up. Ram, no, I will not. How many times must I repeat myself? Barusu, you don't care about Rem at all. Even if she isn't found, you would just feel glad. Subaru, you mess about with me. His field of view was dyed in crimson, and his nerves had flared up hearing her vent those thoughtless remarks. His anger at the arrogant woman, who had vented out those selfish words whilst looking down upon him from her perch, exploded. He would grab her and drag her down, though the time it would take to do that wasn't quick enough. Subaru, invisible providence. Ram, Subaru dropped that darkish sensation which swirled through his brain down to his chest and let it loose. The black palm which had come into being cried out in joy and smoothly stretched itself out. It crept up to the rear of the Earth Dragon's back, where it threw down the pink-haired girl who had denounced him. Letting off a shriek, Ram wildly tumbled onto the sand. Confusion racked Ram's face, indicating she had no idea what had happened after she had been hit by the demonic hand which wasn't visible to the naked eye. Subaru rushed over next to where Ram was lying down atop of the sand. And then, Subaru, you mess about with me. Saying that he didn't think at all about Rem, saying things like that was no joke. Consumed by anger, everything had become like whichever way he looked at it from, following his overheated thoughts. Ram. Subaru leaned down over the supine Ram and began to strangle her slender neck. Creak, 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 creak. Arc 6, Chapter 15. Scattered to the Sand. Translated by, Ice Contributions by, Erifuru, proofread by, Azim and art by, ZAS, SXMMO 69 Commission. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English. Japanese web novel source. Subaru's fingers wrapped around the slender, white neck. As Subaru tightened his hold using all of his strength and felt their neck bones creaking underneath his palms, he felt like something was quite out of place, like it was a girl's slender neck. Ram. Ram was being straddled, and her neck was being strangled by someone with all their might. A groan escaped from her lips. Her noble features were warped in agony, and drool could be seen dribbling down from the corner of her rosy lips. Her red tongue danced from side to side, searching for freedom inside of her mouth. She thrashed her arms and legs about, desperately resisting him. Ram. Subaru couldn't possibly put up a fight against Ram if she put up a serious resistance. She had managed to strike Garfield down for a bit back at the sanctuary by herself, and even if she hadn't, she was a woman that should be well acquainted with the art of self-defense. Would be reasonable to assume that she should possess multiple ways to restrain him and deal with a situation of this ilk, where she was seized from above by a man like this. However, that would boil down to whether she could at least get one of her limbs free or not. Subaru, invisible Providence Ram. Subaru set free the dark emotions within his chest as he strangled her neck with a creak. The dark, invisible sediment took shape and helped keep Ram's arms and legs firmly pinned down now. With her limbs pinned down, Ram was unable to struggle about effectively. Her breath would soon stop so long as he continued to put his strength into strangling her neck. Ram, too, would have regretted her reckless remarks from earlier if she stopped breathing. Subaru would be able to make her pay with her life for having wounded his heart with her misdirected callous remarks, and for her ungrounded, thoughtless remarks which had been spurned by her selfishness, and for having spoken light of Rem, for thinking he never cared for her. Subaru, it's you's at fault. It's you. Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. All of those little things that piled up poured out one after the other. He put his hatred into the fingers which were strangling her neck. His nails dug into her pale skin, and blood trickled down. Ram! HK Ram turned her eyes full of hate at Subaru, who was breathing heavily and relishing the touch of hot blood at the end of his fingernails. What was with that inflexibility in her light pink irises that gazed at him while the light of her life was about to be snuffed out? It's as if they were complaining, saying, "I won't truly die by having my life taken." He decided that he would gouge out her eyes after he strangled her to death. Subaru gonna rip you apart piece by piece, bitch. When I think of you looking at me with that face which is a spitting image of Rem's, it makes me wanna hurl. Ram! Subaru, oh, what is it? I can't hear you. If you got something to say, then say it clearly, Ram. La Ram wheezed something out that overlapped with the last syllable of Subaru's abusive tirade. For a split second, Subaru narrowed his eyes to the echo of that sound. Then the sand beneath Subaru, who was pushing Ram down, exploded, and both of their bodies were blown away. Subaru Ram, GHHA. Subaru was showered in sand by the sudden blast, which got inside of his mouth and eyes. He toppled down towards the back to the taste of sand and pain. Ram, too, had been caught up in the explosion, and her small body had taken the brunt of it as she tumbled away from him. Bearing cuts from the explosion, the blood Ram spilled had spattered across the sand. However, Ram had escaped from Subaru's clutch. That was the fact of the matter. Subaru, Ram, you used fucking magic. Ram, I had enough time to take a gasped breath. That's all I need to be able to chant. Ram picked herself up from her knees. Her breathing was in a feeble state. She had barely managed to chant out her Fuller wind magic whilst her neck was being strangled. Unable to afford to miss, and unable to aim accurately, she had instead aimed underneath her. As a result, she had dragged both herself and Subaru into the blast and escaped from danger. Subaru, Ram. As soon as he came to that realization, Subaru turned his hand to the back of his waist and pulled out his whip. At the same time, Ram pulled out a short wand from her bosom, letting her fighting spirit well out, showing that she was prepared for battle. Ram, as a magician, had the capacity to deliver one strong blow, but even Subaru wouldn't be bested when it came to the speed which he could attack at. The swift nature of the whip was one that was favored even by the big guns of this world. He should crack his whip straight at her unperturbed-looking face so to make it one that he'd never have to see again. Subaru, even if you start crying and apologizing, it's far too late. Ram, that's my line. There's no value in letting an uncaring sex freak like Yubarusu meet Rem turn to pieces and wither upon the sand. Subaru, whatever you say. Subaru's resolve in dealing with Ram, who had softly let her murderous intentions flare up, stiffened as well. Making use of the light of the lantern which had dropped down between them, both Ram and Subaru continued to glare at each other, moving around each other in a circle as they slowly tried to get within striking distance. And just as the lid was about to be blown off on them, slaughtering each other just a few seconds before that happened. Ulrig, that's enough. Subaru and Ram. The sound of violent applause echoed throughout, and both Subaru and Ram's faces jerked up on hearing its withered timbre. The one who had interrupted them, Anastasia, was looking down on them from Dragonback. She glared at the two who had been on the verge of trying to kill each other in turn, still sat alone on top of Patrash. Anastasia, that's enough. I don't think it's acceptable that you're both glaring at each other with such angry looks on your faces despite us all being on the same side. There ought to be limits no matter where you are. Subaru, limits. Ah, of course there's limits. And the one who stepped over them and said something that she never should have is that girl there, isn't it? That's why I'm making her pay for it. Anastasia. Ugh, since I ain't getting through to you, what about you, Ramson? Anastasia looked on in shock at Subaru as he jabbed his finger at Ram and spoke with spittle flying out of his mouth. She had turned her flow of talk towards Ram, but the response she received from the pink-haired girl wasn't all that different from Subaru's. Ram still warily kept the tip of her wand pointed at Subaru, keeping herself on guard for battle. Ram, what a foolish question. It's Barusu's attitude that's intolerable. I'm rather at the limits of my patience. If all he cares about is himself, then why don't we go and drop him in the pitch-black darkness alone just like he wants? Subaru, I have no words for this bullshit. Fuck off. Anastasia, no good from her too, huh? Geez, why? T seems like I've got too much on my shoulders. Seeing Ram's attitude, whose anger remained unrelenting, Subaru's anger also showed no signs of disappearing. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders with a gesture that indicated she'd given up on the two of them, who continued to exchange sharp looks of murderous intent. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, Subaru began to feel irritated at Anastasia as well. In the first place, why was Anastasia alone making a face that looked just like she was an outsider? He wondered who the hell it had been that was behind everything that had happened. He wondered who the hell it was that had first told him to travel to the Ogria Sand Dunes and aim for the Sage's Watchtower. Who the hell did they think they were leaving everything to others despite unmistakably having the strongest incentive for setting out to the Watchtower? And on top of that, they were sitting alone, even now, looking down from the top of his Patrash Subaru. Hey, you, what the hell are you preaching to me from up above? Get down. Anastasia. Ah, it's come to that. Subaru, get on the same level as me before you run your mouth with your arrogance. I'll hear what you have to say after that. I ain't gonna let you run your mouth at me unless you can do that. He swung his whip down, scattering sand up with a whoosh. His whip caused skin to split open if it hit its target. Even by looking at it, his whip was a weapon designed to inflict cruel wounds. It probably wouldn't matter if he hurt her host body, regardless of whether Eridna was inside of it. As a matter of fact, Anastasia complied with Subaru's orders and slowly climbed down from Patrash's back. Right after she landed gingerly onto the sand, she cocked her head and asked, "Now what?" Anastasia, "There, I got down too, but, Natsuki-kun, what is it that you want Ta do?" Subaru, "That should be obvious. I'll let that idiot take back what she said before, and if she doesn't want to, then there'll be just one thing left to do." If Ram changed her attitude and apologized from the depths of her heart, taking back everything she had said up until now, then Subaru would consider taking into account the extenuating circumstances. However, Ram's reaction, who'd heard what he'd said, was something that was easy enough to understand. Anastasia, "Well, that's what Natsuki-kun's saying. But what do you think of it, Ram-san?" Ram, "That's out of the question. You're leaping to conclusions, for I have nothing that should be taken back. I'm having a hard time understanding what on earth I'd be saying differently." Ram snorted, declaring that with an attitude that looked like she was making a fool out of them from the depths of her heart. That was her answer. Thus, with that, she had forever lost her chance to be forgiven. "Subaru, you heard her. Back off. I'm gonna make it so that there's only one face which is the same as Rem's in this world." Ram, Subaru, Ah, hey, you got nothing to say. Ram, I'm talking to myself here, but idiocy is a contagious thing when speaking with idiots. That's why I am not say anything. A vein bulged across his forehead. Subaru's remaining patience got closer and closer to its limit. In that state, Subaru gathered his strength and tried to get to where Ram was straight ahead of him, so he could tear her limb from limb. Anastasia rushed out, spreading out her hands in front of Subaru. Anastasia. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, calm down. You're jumping to conclusions again. Subaru, get out of my way. Do you want me to pummel the life out of you first? Anastasia, you left this to me. Remember, hey Ramson, just a sec. Holding Subaru back, who was trying to step forward, Anastasia turned towards Ram. The taciturn Ram glared at Subaru before reluctantly moving her gaze slightly towards Anastasia. However, it didn't seem likely that she would change her opinion. In fact, the look in her eyes betrayed that she had no intention to do so. It seemed like she had stepped towards Anastasia just out of obligation. Anastasia, look, Ramson. I get that cause the air's bad and such. Various feelings end up getting frayed, but Ram, such talk doesn't matter right now, don't you think? More than that, go say it to that idio Anastasia. Ulrig. It doesn't matter. G's giving off a fidgety impression. Ram tried to end her conversation with Anastasia as well. For the first time, she had moved her face away from Subaru and looked dead on at Anastasia. The reason was because she'd felt a sudden impact. The impact which had pierced into her body, more precisely, the left part of her chest, was due to the thick knife which Anastasia held in her hand. Ram. Ah, GH. Anastasia. I had tar eyeball a decision of which of you would be useful. Can you forgive me? She twisted her knife and pulled it out from the wound. Ram looked down at the fatal wound that had been birthed on the left side of her chest as blood tricked out from the corner of her lips. Then she looked up at Anastasia, who had raised her hand up with a smile on her face and collapsed in front of her. Ram feebly fell down onto the sand. The blood that gushed out of her continued to be soaked up by the parched sand. Subaru, HR. Subaru looked at the scene with his own eyes, at a loss at what had occurred. His palm, which he held his whip with, trembled, and his molars creaked in anger. Subaru, why did you? Anastasia, since you were going about it slowly, Natsuki-kun, didn't it seem like you'd have ended up killing each other if Ramson's vigilance couldn't be loosened? What would I do if both of you got injured, or both of you died? I can't escape from this place all alone, you know. Anastasia cocked her head at the angered Subaru, her face showing no ill will. Her words made logical sense, but what could he, who was crushed by logic, do about this fury of his? His urge that he should have attacked Ram was still uncontrollable, and his rage was still bottled up. Anastasia, or are you feeling like talking out your annoyance on me? Subaru, Anastasia, you think it's stupid to get seized up by your current rage and lose sight of the goal? I think that's enough of getting rid of companions for the time being. Anastasia's words continued to quench his fury as if she was slowly pouring water on them. It was certainly as she said. Continuing to get rid of the thinking minds which had come this far was foolish. Moreover, Anastasia equals Eridna was their guide for their journey to the Pleiades watchtower. It was dubious whether her knowledge had come in use, but casting her aside would be regrettable. She was different from Ram. The latter's words only made him sick to the stomach and had no use to him. Anastasia was a piece that would be bothersome to lose. Yes, that's how it was. Subaru, all right, I'll get on board with your persuasion for now. Anastasia, MHM, that's great with me. No, thank goodness. What a relief, making a show of patting her chest in relief. Anastasia smiled from ear to ear. And then she stepped through the sand, giving off a perilous impression, and came towards Subaru, proffering her hand out. Perhaps she wanted them to shake hands. Anastasia, a reconciliation, a handshake, ta show that from here on out, we'll treat each other well, won't we? Subaru. Subaru faltered for a moment in thought as he looked at the hand she had offered out to him. Her face showed no traces of maliciousness. Anastasia's true feelings, or rather, right now it was Eridna's true feelings. He didn't truly know what she was scheming. He was neither comfortable or optimistic enough to think that everything she'd spoken was the truth. To start with, Anastasia had killed Ram with the knife that she'd kept concealed, whilst she expressed the same smile as she was showing now. Indeed, with a knife that she had kept concealed. The thick knife she was holding looked like it could cut all the way to the bone, depending how it was handled. Since it had been put in their survival kit, along with their lanterns. The kind of utility of an item that was presumed to be for survival was pretty high. However, she had kept it concealed all this time, and had used it in self-defense at a time of need. No, it may not have been self-defense. Anastasia, Natsuki-kan. Subaru, Anastasia, you ain't talking my hand. The hand she had offered out, her right one, was empty. However, her left hand was still holding the knife, even now. The range at which he'd be able to shake her hand was also the range at which the knife would be able to reach him. At least one of his hands would be occupied if he took her hand. He didn't even need to consider which out of his whip and her knife would be more effective at this distance. Taking her hand, wasn't that in itself a trap? He'd kill her before he was killed. Anastasia, Natsuki-kan. Subaru, don't worry, it's nothing. Subaru gave a weak smile and reached out for Anastasia's right hand. The moment in which she lowered her guard completely would be his chance after they took each other's hand. Invisible providence. He once again invoked his unseen hand, and the black hand slowly fixed its sights onto Anastasia's slender neck. He wouldn't make the same mistake as he had with Ram. Next, he would make the black palm mercilessly crush her throat. He would teach a lesson to the woman who had kept belittling him ever since she had managed to secure the upper hand with her knife. Although, even if he wanted to show her, this palm wasn't visible. TL note. I lost a bit of the nuance in translating Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, as to teach a lesson. Literally, it reads, to show it to her eyes, which is why the part after that paragraph references, wanting to show her, more or less. Then Subaru slowly took her outstretched hand with his own, whilst he put the fingers of his black hand around Anastasia's neck. The touch of slender fingers, Anastasia's smiles grew deeper, and at the same time, Subaru's lips broke into a sad smile too. Anastasia, well then, right here. Thus, he believed. He would use the strength of his demonic hand before Anastasia could finish speaking and raise her knife. He would grasp her slender neck with his black fingers and crush her neckbones in an instant. Just before that happened, however, a blade of wind came streaming in and cut Anastasia's body in two from behind. He felt like he'd hallucinated that a wind had blown, straight after that. A spray of red gushed out right in front of his eyes, a daft voice let out an A, and Anastasia's body was cut in two across the middle. A heapload of blood was strewn out onto the white sand. Steaming shit and warm guts mingled in with the cold air, leaving behind a putrid smell to hang over the inside of the cave. Pink small and large intestines, along with many other internal organs that still showed faint traces of activity, rolled onto the sand. The sand itself had turned into a showcase of organs, in which the items on display were the raw ingredients that made up a young girl. Subaru. Seeing the spectacle in front of him, Subaru cast his gaze down to his own hand. What he saw there was Anastasia's upper body swinging about. She was still firmly grasping Subaru's right hand with hers. She opened her eyes and speechlessly looked up at Subaru. Behind her, the lower part of her body, which had been cut at the waist, was flopping about. Her legs were convulsing like a marionette, and pee was pouring out everywhere as her muscles had relaxed. Subaru, AR. Subaru let out a scream at Anastasia's horrific condition. He immediately tried to shake her arm away, however she was holding on with inordinate strength. Unable to shake her off, Subaru just swung the now half-in-weight Anastasia about. More blood spewed out of her as she was swung about, and the intestine that still connected the upper half of her body with her lower jolted about, scattering body fluids everywhere and emitting a foul odor. Subaru, let go. Let go. Anastasia, nuo, I don't want to die. Subaru, you're already dead. Can't you grasp that you're beyond saving? TL note. Anastasia, i.e. Eridna, has been using Japanese letter exclusively as her personal pronoun. However, where I've marked in bold here, she emphasized it by saying Japanese letter. There is a Q and A by TAPPEI where someone asks if the possession was undone, and he answers cryptically with, if you try paying attention to the way she refers to herself, perhaps the riddle will be solved. In fact, Eridna cannot pronounce Japanese letter properly, and always uses Japanese letter. So this implies in this moment that this could be Anastasia. Previously, I'd interpreted this as dropping the act, but now, due to other things later on, I am more so convinced that in this moment it's Anastasia now. Note, still not confirmed. Her vivid laments were far more clear than imagined, leading Subaru to scream in return. The upper and lower half of her body had now separated, and so much blood and guts had flooded out. It was wrong for her not to have died immediately. It was also wrong for her to still keep grasping his hand. It was all so ridiculous. Subaru, let go Anastasia. No, I won't. I absolutely won't. HK Subaru, even if you say that now, I can't do anything. Gah. The upper half of Anastasia clung to his arm, and pain shot through Subaru's shoulder as he tried to throw her off. Anastasia was still holding the knife in her left hand, and had thrust it into Subaru's body in an attempt to hold on to him. The sharp blade easily pierced through Subaru's left shoulder and cracked his collarbone beneath it. Bleeding and scorching pain caused Subaru to scream. Subaru, gah. Fucking idiot, hurry up and D. Anastasia, knew. HK Subaru fiercely grabbed Anastasia by the face and forcefully tore off her body. With great difficulty, he held the girl who had shouted something out whilst in tears and threw her away. From the start, Anastasia's body had been quite petite, and now that she had become half, and with all the blood she had lost, she felt as light as a feather. Subaru, ha. TL note, panting, gasping SFX. Without taking any notice of that, Subaru put his hand on his wounded right shoulder. His sight flickered in pain, and his heartbeat accelerated like it was going to explode. However, it wasn't a life-threatening wound. Subaru sluggishly reached into his thoughts whilst besieged by an unchanged, sickening tension. The blow that had killed Anastasia before was Barusu. Subaru, GH. A shadow swayed up in front of Subaru, who had fallen onto his backside and was gasping in pain. A slender girl with blood covering half of her body came into view from the dim light of the lantern, which was half buried in sand ram. Since she had been stabbed in the chest by Anastasia's knife, he'd taken her for dead. Yet the girl still breathed, and keeping a hold of her tenacity, she had killed Anastasia with her magic. Subaru, this fucking idiot. If you're gonna die, then fucking die on your own. Subaru declared that with annoyance in his voice as he looked up at the staggering Ram. It wasn't as if Ram wasn't covered in wounds. Anastasia's attack had been fatal for sure. The bleeding from the wound in her chest hadn't stopped, and even now, blood was endlessly soiling her skirt all the way down to its hem. It looked like she'd soon die due to blood loss. However, before that happened, she could take Subaru with her. Subaru, SH. Subaru looked around his surroundings, trying to find his arm daguerre, his whip. However, even if he located it, his right arm, which he used to wield it, was injured from the shoulder. He couldn't wield it with his left arm like he did with his right. Then he had just one choice left. Subaru, invisible providence. His trump card, which he'd already relied on many times in this short period of time. Once again, Subaru's brain throbbed in burning pain the moment he tried to unleash the strength of his invisible black palm. An agony like his skull was being bored through by a drill exploded within him. Subaru ga. GHHU. Puke trickled out from the corner of Subaru's mouth due to the agony that visited him in waves. In exchange for trying to use his trump card past its limits, his consciousness was broken up by the hellish banquet that had woken up inside his skull, starting from his cranial nerves. The pain of his right shoulder and such wasn't even comparable to this. Whittling at his brain and skull, the sense of loss froze Subaru's were like it was gnawing at his soul. Speaking nothing of the resistance he offered with his crappy whip, Subaru, who was writhing in agony, was prime prey. The dying Ram moved her body, fueled only by hatred, and slowly made her way towards Subaru, raising her blood-stained wand. Ram, fu Subaru ga, uara. Subaru rolled over to where Anastasia lay in her pool of blood, still holding his head. Looking down at him, Ram's lips stirred, and she began to chant her spell. And then Ram, la Subaru. She completed her chant, and the blade of wind which she created hewed Subaru down. But before that came to be, the sound of something hard being chewed echoed out across the cold cave of sand. That horrible grating sound continued, and it changed into the sound of flesh and water being chewed. Subaru, that he would die, that he would be hewn down. Subaru had been convinced of that. However, the death that should have come to him didn't come at all. Finally, Subaru, who had been breathing heavily and rolling around headache and feeling of loss slowly started to subside. Subaru, aha, ah, ah. He covered his face with his left hand and briskly shook his head, which was drenched in cold sweat. Though a dull ache remained, the sharp blade-like agony had faded. Taking deep breaths, he lifted himself up using the strength of his entire soul. Subaru wiped his moistened cheeks whilst he foolishly took the time to raise only his upper body. He noticed that his palm was covered in bright red, the source of which came from his own eyes. It seemed like he had shed tears of blood. A lot of blood dripped from his nose as well. The lower half of his face was probably in a horrific state. There was likely no doubt that the drilling pain which pierced directly to his brain was in recompense for his unseen hand. It was a familiar story. The feedback from having used his special superpower had come. Subaru, what hap? Briskly wiping his face with his sleeve, Subaru looked around his surroundings. He had no idea how much time he'd spent in agony. Nevertheless, he had hardly even thought it possible that he had it in himself to spend his time like that. Something had happened, and with that he had been. Subaru Patrash. Patrash. Subaru's jet-black earth dragon nestled up beside him as he sat in blank amazement. Crouched down on the sand, she heard Subaru's call and shook her long tail, indicating that she was in good health. Subaru, so you were uninjured. Let me think. Just now, he recalled what had happened before. He recalled the scene in which Anastasia had been cut in two by Ram, and the latter aiming down at him. Subaru should have been ripped to shreds by Ram's doing. Subaru, and yet why? Did Ram? Perhaps she had used up all her strength and collapsed. Though it was a really convenient development, Ram had been bearing fatal wounds. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think that she'd collapsed. Subaru, is that lucky or unlucky? He didn't want to say that he was lucky since she had been no less than almost dead. However, if he thought about it, he still couldn't say he was unlucky since he ought to have been dead if things had gone south. In any case, now wasn't the time to go on about these things. Given that everyone who had gotten in his way was gone, he had to get out of this place as soon as he could and make his way to the watchtower. Subaru, Patrash. Sorry, let me hop on. Patrash, Subaru, Patrash. Subaru called out to her and touched her back, but the earth dragon didn't obey his instructions. On the contrary, Patrash, who had crouched down, still didn't make any move to show her face to him. She was sitting next to him on the sand, looking rather at peace, merely breathing heavily over and over. Subaru, hey Patrash, are you listening? Hey. His irritation slowly started to increase. It was a spiral of negative emotions which built up at supersonic speed, similar to those which he had felt against Ram and Anastasia. He felt like he wanted to teach the unresponsive earth dragon her place. Subaru, hey Patrash, you, look over here. Hey, Patrash. Subaru, bastard, listen to what I've been saying from the start. Patrash lifted her head up at Subaru, who had raised his voice and furiously slapped her back. He realized that she was trying to come face to face with him to try and express her words, breathing heavily out of her nose. Patrash's mouth looked far from normal and was dyed in red. Subaru, that crimson color was one that he had become used to seeing already in this short period of time. That color coated parts of Subaru's body as well, and still streamed down from his right shoulder even now. The foul smell which drifted around the area lay thick in it, along with that of piss and shit. There was no mistaking it. However, he hadn't wanted to notice something, he shouldn't have noticed it. Subaru, pink hair innumerably entwined itself between the fangs that lined Patrash's mouth, who had now turned his way. Subaru. Eep on the other side of the crouched Patrash's large body, Ram, whom he had lost sight of, fell down to the ground. Though the body of the girl fell, he couldn't tell whether she was lying face up or face down. Checking that would be easy to tell if he looked at her head, but it was precisely because of that which he couldn't. He couldn't assess that because everything above her neck was chewed, and its original shape was lost. Ram's skull had been crushed by vicious fangs, and her brain juice had spilled out, leaving her dead. Just like Anastasia, who'd had her guts spilled out before dying, Ram had had the contents of her skull spilled out. And the one who'd done that, Patrash, was staring intently at Subaru now. Her yellow eyes, which resembled that of a reptile, were sharply and cruelly tinged with madness. Subaru, the last thing he saw was her maw opening up millimeters from his eyes. All that Natsuki Subaru heard was the sound of his own body being chewed up all the way until just before he slipped out of consciousness. Even after his head was crushed and his ears stopped working, The sound continued. He almost ended up laughing, wondering where he was hearing the sound from. However, he had no mouth to laugh with, no life that he could merely laugh at, and nothing which he could laugh at. He was chewed up by his companion and died. TL note. Though I have not translated it, TAPPEI left a note after the chapter warning readers about how what he depicted in this chapter may be intense. He recommended that readers who lost themselves to their own power of imagination should skim over the chapter. Then he said, I went ahead and wrote it in the afterword, referring to that warning. So I believe he was being sarcastic, witty there, because readers would already have read the chapter to get there. Arc 6, Chapter 16, Chewed Remains. Translation by Mahabrabin, proofread by Archbishop. The sound of something breaking, only the consciousness continued to hear endlessly. Bones were being chewed, grey matter being flattened, eyeballs cracking, the liquid therein contained overflowing. The cranium, the bones of the head were being crushed. The important part on the inside was thoroughly overwhelmed by the pressure of sharp fangs, and it was clear that it was all turning into a pulpy mess. Grey matter and spinal fluid flowed out together, mingling with an unknown yellow liquid pooling on the forehead, where blood vessels with the appearance of a thin mesh were torn apart, causing red blood to gush forth. With all of that joining together, consciousness and memory transformed into flesh-colored vomit. Pain, there was pain. Trouble breathing, too. The pain in his head creaked like it was splitting his cranium apart, and thinking so, his consciousness bitterly smiled. That splitting was not what this was all about. There was nothing left to split, and everything important was already smashed. Besides, even with the part that registered pain having been squashed, so what was left to say, even? The organ that accumulated memories and was used for thinking, the brain, had been destroyed. The parts necessary for maintaining life in the first place had been completely ravaged. What would occur after that happened? Once such a thing took place, humans would experience death. So naturally him too. Rusu, Barusu, get yourself together. Grabbed by the scruff of its neck, the intensely muddled consciousness was forcefully brought into light. The first thing he felt upon returning was someone's voice close to his ears, scolding him with a stern face. The voice was not only accompanied by the trembling of sound, but also by a slight feeling on his face as if it had been slapped. Barusu, if you do not get up, I will burn off your eyelids. Subaru, HK. With his sleeping mind hearing that terrifying statement, his consciousness rapidly rose to the surface. As the voice called and dragged it out of that dark world, his consciousness passed through a suffocating environment that appeared like the surface of water. And so, opening his eyelids before they were scorched by flame, Barusu, are you awake? Subaru. Immediately he encountered Ram's face in front of him, her light crimson eyes narrowed. He could hear her breathing. Her face was so close that he could touch her lips if he raised his mouth a bit. Of course, such colorful situation could not exist. The reason Ram was leaning down so close was because the surroundings were so dark that they could not see each other's faces unless they looked at one another from close range. That was all there was to it. Upon becoming aware of Ram in front of him, his sense of touch began registering the feeling under his buttocks immediately, among others. Fine particles of sand rolled out from atop his body. Subaru had been lying spread-eagled on the sand sea. With a breath, air leaked out of Subaru's mouth, and Ram seemed to stare deep into his eyes for a short moment, and then slowly with the other hand she shined a lantern upon his body. From the girl's hand, an orange light cut through the darkness, and Subaru understood that he was still trapped in the labyrinth of sand. No, he understood he had returned by death. Subaru. Looking around the darkness, Subaru gradually remembered what happened. The shock at the moment of death was always vivid, and there was nothing to indicate he had gotten used to shaking off the memories at all. Immersed in the trembling field of his memories, he struggled to remember the meaning of his certain death, and Subaru's last moments grazed past his fingertips as he remembered it. Subaru, recollecting the awful situation, the image of Ram's expression of hatred illuminated by the lantern appeared yet again in his mind with a tremendous impact. And then, the murder spree that had originated from the insults and abuse he had hurled at her, a killing rampage with no meaning nor significance, and the horrendous conclusion of it all. Subaru, Ubu, HK. Ram, Barusu. As Ram displayed a confused expression, Subaru involuntarily put his hand over his mouth. remembering the reality of Ram's death that had occurred just a couple of minutes ago, and the desire to scream was not it. In fact, facing Ram and remembering her gruesome last moments caused a vomiting urge. Subaru. Ah, AJ. Subaru's deaths had already exceeded the number that could be counted by the fingers on both hands. And in this world with return by death, it could be said that the experience of losing a close friend like Emilia or Beatrice was nearly the same as his own death. However, Subaru himself had never got used to death. For his own, or the death of someone else, was one and the same. The fear of being dead himself, or thinking that someone close to him might die, shredded his heart. Indeed, in the last loop, the tragedy of Ram's brutal death was a shock he had experienced for the first time. He had seen her figure having had its stomach cut open, its neck severed, her whole body mercilessly wounded, and then dead. Each death was full of anguish and grief, and Subaru was unable of putting people's deaths on a scale and compare them. It did not feel right. However, it was the first time he had had his head crushed, chewed up and ruined in that manner. He had also witnessed Ram's beautiful face being crushed by fangs without mercy. That was also a tragedy enacted by Patrash, only of the beings Subaru most trusted. Subaru. Oh, J. Ga. Desperately attempting not to remember, it was no different from remembering. The more he tried to forget Ram's miserable end, the clearer the pink hair and the remnants of her head in the mouth of the ground dragon were carved into Subaru's head. As a result, it was not possible to get over the urge to vomit, so Subaru turned toward the sand. However, his throat and stomach had yet to recover from the impact of having returned by death, and so they just cramped, not obeying Subaru's will. Subaru, Ram. Is this just because you woke up suddenly, miserable? Tackling the ground, desperately attempting to vomit the contents of his stomach, but nothing exited. That his throat was dry and that not even a drop of saliva had come out was vexing. He could not gaze at Ram's expression looking at him with a lantern in one hand, but the surprised tone in her voice was easily conveyed to the panting Subaru. Naturally, the coldness reminded him of the events just before that death. The violent passion that led to the murderous intent was rising for no reason, as did the abuse that had triggered the emotional outburst. The impulse that had driven him to do so urged inside his chest. It was dreadful. However, Ram, do not bite down. Subaru, HK. With that sentence of preamble, Ram sat down beside Subaru and lifted his chin. The kneeling Subaru was surprised for a moment, and Ram opened Subaru's mouth with no worry as to his reaction, with the same uninterested look as always, then thrust her own white fingers into the back of Subaru's throat. Subaru. Oh, ache. Ram. That Barusu is this severely inept was already known, but this is at the level of a baby. Having someone else's fingers entering his throat, Subaru felt like his esophagus was being rudely violated. But then his stomach and throat, which had resisted vomiting until then, accepted that surprise. This time, both began pushing out gastric juice and saliva at once in a desperate action. With tearful eyes, Subaru got rid of his urge to retch by letting out his stomach's content on the sand. Only gastric juice and drool had been vomited, but it was still much better than it had been before. Subaru. AJ ha bus, sorry, I'm fine, HK. Ram. So, I'm happy that you're pleased. Subaru wiping his mouth with a sleeve. Ram shrugged her shoulders and replied with childish language one. Despite her attitude, it was true that he had made an impression that was roughly at the level of a baby. There was no room to refuse that, and Ram's palm was still gently stroking Subaru's back. It was hard to understand her scathing thoughtfulness. Subaru, the hand, it's all right. More than that, this place. Ram, you remember that the barrier got broken and the sandy sea cracked in front of us. The dragon carriage was swallowed up, and as a result, we got thrown in here. Ignoring Ram's consideration, Subaru spoke while looking at his surroundings. In response to her remark, Subaru was hesitant as to whether he should be relieved or anxious that the return by death point had remained the same. However, in either case, action must be taken quickly. According to that judgment, he tried to continue speaking. Ram. Ever since you woke up below ground, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem? Or about Emilia Sama? Or about Beatrice Sama? Have you ever at all worried about those who are missing? Subaru. Ah, what resuscitated in his mind were those blade-like words of Rem, both terribly sharp and heart-rending. The discord that had invited the previous end, the situation where allies killed one another, was obviously abnormal. He must come back to his senses, but recalling the situation, it was hard to imagine that he had been in a normal state of mind. In the first place, the trigger was abnormal. It was absurd that something such as negative emotions had been amplified and evolved into the exchange of insults and then into mortal combat. Ram! Barusu! Ram tilted her head at Subaru's visage, as his words would not come out. The last time they had talked, discord sowed by an aberrant situation had followed suit. So, of course, there was no meaning in being concerned about the words Ram had spoken in such a state, but it was inaccurate to say that everything that had been said was a lie. The fact was that the dissatisfaction and indignation Subaru had felt towards Ram had not been fake, but true, even though they had been augmented to a point that they would not have in normal circumstances. But it was not that everything had been untruthful. Then, it was also true that Ram had held some inexpressible discomfort over the fact that Subaru's attitude seemed like he had no concern regarding about Emilia and the others. If consideration were given to that feeling, Subaru should be worried about Emilia here in any shape. Actually, he was worried, so it was not a lie to act that way. However, he just knew that he could not do anything about the target of his worry. Subaru. At this time, yes, at this time, did Subaru realize that he was at a loss for words for that. He knew it was necessary to avoid conflict, but still hesitated to deceive Ram by lying. Worrying about his peers and deceiving others by being calculative disgusting it was. Naturally, that hesitation had to be swallowed down. It was not worth getting someone displeased for that reason. Subaru. That. Everyone. Ram. It is useless to blame yourself so much. There is no point in pursuing who is responsible. There should be something else to give priority to, rather than wasting time like that. However, before Subaru could speak his words of worry, Ram reached her own conclusion on Subaru's feelings. That being said, she had misread the serious expression in Subaru's face. That was something rare for Ram's insight. She would sometimes say and do things as if she could see through people's hearts. Her error here was evidence that she was impatient deep down inside. Ram, besides, we have already wasted time with Barusu's vomiting. Of course, Ram would never display such stormy behavior of her own heart. Because of Ram's attitude, which could not be described as headstrong but rather as a bluff, Subaru was at a loss for words. After that, Ram moved first without saying anything. While she wiped the finger which had been jabbed into Subaru's mouth, she turned the lantern towards the back of the labyrinth. Ram, we cannot stay here. Ram must be with Rem and... We have to join up with Emilia-sama and the others. Subaru. I know. Who else is here? Ram. Besides Ram and Barusu, it seems like they have just returned. With Ram glossing over that confirmation, she turned back, and he followed her words and gaze. Coming from the other side of the maze with a swaying, flickering light were Anastasia and Patrash. Subaru's eyes shook slightly as he gazed at the jet-black dragon that melted into the dock. That dignified and ferocious beautiful face, illuminated by the flickering orange light. A row of fangs that could be mistaken for blades were present within that closed mouth, which had crushed the girl's head, which had even crushed Subaru himself all of a sudden that would not occur in normal circumstances. Subaru. Am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. Clenching his teeth, Subaru tried to stifle his fear. In that abnormal friction, the murderous intention that had been directed could not be genuine. The experience of being killed by Patrash was carved into Subaru's heart as a scar that could not be healed. Still, Subaru had supposedly been faced with existences that had murdered him time and time again. Subaru. Yeah, even Rem and Ram at first. Even Ram, who had just now displayed her affection. Even Rem, who had supported and forgiven Subaru with her devotion. His relationships with them had been the worst at first. There had been times his life had been targeted. There had been times he had been deprived of it. Compared to that, the events from just before, which had not been intentional, were adorable. Subaru. That's right. That's very right. It has to be right. He embraced his shoulders and grabbed his skin as if feeling cold. In the basement of the sand sea, in this place dominated by sand and darkness, it was certainly cold. However, the reason as to why he felt those chills was different from the ambient air. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun, you seem to have woken up. Ram. With some assistance. So how is the vicinity? In front, Ram and Anastasia were talking. They should be fine-tuning a strategy for conquering this labyrinth of sand based on the information they had just obtained. Originally, Subaru had blended in there, with many things he had to communicate. But now, the priority was to calm his mind and to stop the quaking of his knees. With return by death, the events and impacts immediately before death should have been left behind. But even if he tried to quench it, the fear emerged, and the passion of that moment revived. Subaru kept resisting, endlessly so, as to disperse those feelings. Subaru. With Subaru in such a state, the jet-black ground dragon seemed lonely as it watched him attentively. The heart of Subaru, who had supposedly returned by death just now, had yet to be restored wholly. Apart from that particular aspect, the four-person exploration of the sand maze proceeded in almost identical fashion as before. In search of their allies, the group headed by Subaru slowly moved in the cold darkness. With a lantern lighting up the corridor, the journey was slow and frustrating, keeping an eye for any shadows lying along the road. Subaru, truth be told, Subaru wished to skip this checking process. Subaru had gone through this way twice already. There was no way Emilia and the rest were strolling in the area that he could see. However, there was no point in appealing to the two people behind him. There was no defense to the argument that it was something that had been overlooked. As a result, the frustrating march did not pick up its pace. Subaru's impatience only rose as time went by. Anastasia. Everyone else is probably okay. In our case, we're just barely in luck to have Patrashjan here. Subaru and Ram. Anastasia. If you think bout it, it'd be hell to have no ride in the sand sea. As expected, the only thing to be worried bout's the lack of strength, Subaru and Ram. Anastasia. If push comes to shove, I won't hesitate to use my trump card, but if I don't use it sparingly, I'm afraid we'll end up having our backs to the wall. So can I rely on the two of you? Subaru and Ram. Anastasia. Hey, are you listening to me, Natsuki-kan, Ramson? For a while now I've been talking to you all by myself. As their search journey resumed, Anastasia chatted continuously, but she seemed to have become cross with them. Subaru stopped and looked back at her, who had complained about getting the silent treatment. Then, brightening Anastasia's face with the lamp, he took a deep breath and spoke, Subaru. How can you go on and on without running out of things to say? For now, we are sort of desperate to find the other guys. We don't have time to chatter uselessly. Anastasia, there's no waste nor anything. I'm talking about things related to our future plans. Sides, it's usually Natsuki-kun's role to continue chatting. Without that, the two girls know us four's angsts'll be going up. Subaru. For her. As Subaru pouted his lips, Anastasia's mouth went on and on. The two girls here referred to Ram and Anastasia, but with it being rephrased to four people, it would result in adding Eridna and Patrash. Strictly because Anastasia was Eridna, that should be rephrased as three people, but it was not something to correct in the first place. Subaru. Subaru thought, narrowing his black eyes at Anastasia, who was puffing her cheeks. The real Anastasia was dormant, and now Eridna was donning her appearance. Even so, her behavior had become so familiar, it seemed as if she had blended in. It was unfortunate that, independently of which one of them was in control, it was still impossible to see through her facial expressions, words, and behavior to see her true intentions. In the disagreement that had culminated in them killing each other last time around, though he was conscious about Ram and Patrash because of how horrifying that ending had been, Anastasia's attitude also brought forth a sense of discomfort. Ram's enmity and Patrash's attack were easy to understand. The two had apparently gone crazy. However, at first sight, it was hard to judge whether Anastasia had fallen into insanity and whether what had laid within her heart had been indiscernible until the very end. Of course, due to their difference in strength, Anastasia had been slain by Ram, but her cunning was dangerous. She had concealed a knife in an emergency bag and had looked for a weak spot by feigning mediation. If he were not wary, he could be caught and murdered in his sleep at any time. Subaru, whatever it takes. He wondered, had they always been hostile to him? Subaru, ka. Facing the passage ahead, Subaru punched his cheek in a way so that Ram and Anastasia would be unable to see it. His mouth was cut with that unrestrained blow, and he felt a sharp pain as the tip of his tongue became acquainted with the taste of blood. He would hurt himself to correct the cloudiness of his consciousness. Ram and Anastasia, they were not acting abnormally. It was Subaru who was not able to let go of the abnormality now. Subaru. Great. Understanding that I'm being weird all by myself. I'm shuddering. Had he gone insane, or was everyone else insane? There had been a time when Subaru had become so conceited as to believe that everything except him was wrong. Ultimately, of course, it had all been a mistake. Subaru himself, a lost cause as he was, had tasted the foolish experience of arrogantly assuming that he was in the right, and in the process, he denied all that surrounded him. He had known all along that he had been in the wrong, and in the end, he was able to indicate that and admit it. It was an accurate, vivid memory. However, the current Subaru acknowledged his own abnormality in normalcy. On top of that, it was terrible that he was not managing to tame his abnormality. Just awful. At this point, Subaru remembered this desolate sensation in his heart, where the loneliness would drive one into craving madness. This was the horizon that the madman, Betelgeuse Romane Conti, had reached. Being aware of his own madness, recognizing his abnormality with normalcy, this was what that madman had gazed upon. Ram, Barusu, what's wrong? While he was feeling disgusting empathy, Ram's voice fell upon the trembling Subaru's back. Subaru swallowed the blood mixed with saliva and looked back at those two, acting like nothing happened. Subaru, nothing, just sand in my shoes making me feel uncomfortable. Ram. Ram's heart doesn't care even a bit about you in particular being silent, Barusu, but Anastasia-sama's words do also have a point. Subaru, what do you mean? Ram. Even if you are the one shutting up, holding back something will not ease a woman's anxiety. If you wish to do so, then hide it better. Subaru, to those words, Subaru once again bent his lips. The meaning of Ram's words was obvious, difficult to be mistaken about. Then he also noticed that Ram's words were translations of Anastasia's hard-to-understand words. It seemed as if he was being seen through, and his heart rather began to scatter. Subaru, it's vague. I don't think I can explain by saying it. Ram, it is too late for incomprehensible statements like those from you, isn't it, Barusu? If there is a matter of concern, it is normal that arrangements are made regarding it. Anastasia. Ramsan's really an unforgiving opponent for Natsuki-kun. Tutting at Subaru's words, Ram's usual sharp tongue struck back. With bitterness and sharpness close to being poisonous, Anastasia gave a bitter smile. To Anastasia's calm composure, Ram shrugged her shoulders. Ram, please be relieved. Barusu is pretty happy because he is a deviant who enjoys suffering. Subaru. The fuck are you talking about? Why on earth are you judging on what I am? Don't turn me into a punching bag so freely, okay? You know what? You can only hit someone if you're prepared to be hit yourself, yeah. Ram. HMPH. Snorting her nose, Ram's attitude was almost that of her usual self. Unlike Subaru's mood, that she had already been able to return to her self-indulgent self was envious and hateful. He felt disgusted just for thinking so. However, even though they were having the usual chit-chats, the shade of the shadows of discord would be dimmed like this. During his daily life with those girls, that had undoubtedly been the light that Subaru had created. Subaru, if I somehow explain something that's difficult to explain, I'm just a little paranoid now. Ram and Anastasia. After putting into words, it sounded more futile than he had imagined. It was no wonder that Ram and Anastasia both had bent their lips in response to that. Patrash, looking at her, even Patrash seemed to be somewhat taken aback. For Patrash, who was clever and able to discern the reason behind things, it was possible that she regarded Subaru as good for nothing now. Rather, if she gave up on Subaru and replaced him with a proper owner, it would be way better for her. Actually, he felt like even Ram and Anastasia were better at handling Patrash. If she believed him to be a hindrance, it was only natural that she would open her fangs wide towards Subaru. Stop, Anastasia. I understand it's more serious than first thought, given how stupid it sounds. Anastasia commented on Subaru's self-deprecation as he stared at Patrash. Upon their realization that the reason was ridiculous, relief and anxiety simultaneously increased. In other words, one of their options was to eliminate Subaru. Before that happened, still Subaru. I really am a pain in the ass. Anastasia, perhaps it'd be easier if we tied him up and carried him for real now. his face turning red then pale as his face contorted into several different expressions on its own. Anastasia threw in the towel regarding Subaru. Ram curled her eyebrow at Anastasia's observation, thinking out loud. However, Ram, even if we do tie up Barusu's hands and legs, it would not solve the situation at its core. Subaru, don't use such strong words. You might make an enemy out of me. Ram, it is not that much of a big threat, but Ram does not wish to turn herself into an enemy of Emilia Sama and Beatrice Sama. I would not be able to face Rem again. As Ram was ruminating, Subaru struggled not to harbor any hostility towards her. While fighting such emotions, there was in fact something he was wondering about. In reality, there was nothing to think about in this situation. However, now that they had embarked on a journey to reach Pleiades' watchtower, having returned by death twice now in that maze of sand, a question had to be asked. When it came to the matter of Ram reacted awfully sensitively. Subaru. Of course, for Subaru, it was a good sign that Ram cared about Rem, who had been erased from everyone's memory other than Subaru. Only Subaru held a two-way bond with her. Although it certainly caused a special feeling in Subaru, but it had no meaning in a practical sense. As for Rem's circumstances of isolation, Ram was trying to get closer to her family as much as possible. Of course, no memory of Rem remained in her. That sad fact he had come to learn over the past year. On the other hand, however, there was no doubt that Ram accepted the existence of another girl like herself, Rem, more seriously than the truth Subaru had informed her of. Apparently those feelings were so much beyond Subaru's imagination that perhaps the actual feelings were being brought back to Ram. That could be seen from the explosion of discontent in the previous loop within the labyrinth which had triggered the outburst for Subaru's lack of consideration. She did not remember. Yet Ram's feelings were comparable to what he could remember. The feeling was deeper than what Subaru had believed it to be. But in reality, was that all it was? Ram. Disgusting. Subaru, no, it's not disgusting. Not looking at you with those eyes. You're being paranoid. Ram, have you gotten yourself up on a pedestal? There is no use. Subaru, if I'm on a pedestal, aren't you putting yourself on a kamidana too and looking down on others? Ergo, it was safe to say that the relationships had not deviated from their routine of light-hearted conversations. Even though the mood could change instantaneously, and those warm feelings could turn into cold-hearted hostility. For the time being, they could not help but not hate the other. Anastasia, be careful about Natsuki-kun's behavior. I wonder what's the cause. Ram, did you also notice that, Anastasia-sama? Anastasia, well, seems that Natsuki-kun's obviously affected to some extent. I think. Subaru was being invaded by the paranoia of suspecting anything and everything. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other as if they had an inkling of what was going on with him. Rather, only Subaru knew the real reason. With the perception and insight the two had, they were becoming even more wary. Alas, it was clear that Subaru's every move was being carefully observed to an annoying extent as they were conversing. Subaru, annoying, I'm an idiot. Anastasia, did you say something? Subaru, just the extent of my stupidity. So what do you think? As he wrapped his head about his own sensibilities, Ram and Anastasia's heads puzzled over it three. Then, in response to Subaru's question, they both turned towards the front. By looking ahead according to that movement, it was plain to see what was meant by that. A fork had appeared in front of their eyes. Anastasia, I felt a disgusting wind flowing in for a while now. Now I realize why. Ram, this bad wind invokes discord. As Meili described it, Barusu's body odor seems to summon witch beasts. And by nature, their affinity is bad. No, I wonder if it's good. Ubaru, do you know what this disgusting feeling is? Ram, multiplying Barusu's present condition with Barusu's body odor would yield the same. Subaru, don't say body odor so many times. In the past two loops, they had unanimously agreed on the bad feeling subject. Then Subaru's current physical condition and present circumstances were intertwined. Thus, a different opinion was born. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other and nodded together. Ram and Anastasia. My asthma. Subaru, the witches, Then going ahead would mean, Anastasia. Though I ain't sure, it's a well-known fact that the witch's shrine lies beyond the sand dunes. Oh, and since the distortion of the sand sea's been solved, and it's now connected by some accident, Ram. It turned out to be an unexpected shortcut, something like that. And because of that, It had been determined that the cause of their souls becoming corrupted, and the discord that was stirred up, concluding in having them killing each other, was the miasma. On top of that, Anastasia pointed it that way with an ironic smile, speaking of the possibility of a terrifying existence. A two-way fork, with miasma drifting from the right, and the centaur's lair on the left. Of course, he intended to smoothly explain the threats lurking in the left road after this, but for the time being, which way should they go? Anastasia, so which way do you think is the right answer? At Anastasia's question, Subaru and Ram exchanged glances, but without the slightest deviation in their voices' synchronicity, they spoke. Subaru and Ram, left. That was how it went down. Translation notes. 1. A bit difficult to replicate this in English, but hopefully contractions and simple language work here. 2. A kamidana is a miniature altar in Shinto religion, one to have at home, to enshrine a deity in the home of a believer. For more information, see here. 3. A bit of a pun here, as the same verb, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, can be used for wrapping one's head around something. Wrapping something around something, like a cord around a pole, and being puzzled over. Thought it was neat.